night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're causing it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Holy cow. Look at that. That's really I got a shitty focus going on here. Let me leave out of here for a second and come back. I didn't notice that was blurry. It wasn't on the preview. Let's try this again. Hold on. I'll leave. There. That's a little better. I don't know what the hell is going on. Maybe I have to change this. Oh, that's why. We'll go up to a little bit higher definition. Let's see how that works. Yeah, there we go. Holy sheep shit. I had a hell of a thing happen to me. I'm disappearing partially because I don't have my green screen put up. Maybe I should put it back up. Hold up a second. Let me go ahead and do that. See if that helps anything. Should have had all this done before, Dave. Yeah, well, fuck you. There we go. Maybe that'll make it a little better. Let's see. Does that bring us in a little better? Yeah, I think that helps things a little bit better. Yeah, okay. There we go. You see me disappearing just like the real astronauts. That's awesome, man. That's something wrong is back there. He is. He's back there right now, making sure. He's always smiling. He's such a happy little fellow. I think he's a pervert. That's what I think. But, he doesn't even understand nothing I'm saying unless he runs it through a translator. We put bugs in that. So, wow. Look at all the people that are in here. We got a bunch of people. Let's take a look at everybody who we've got here tonight. Julio Lua with us. Push button 62. Got Melt Shack here. Greg Brayton's with us. We got Scott Matznick. And in answer to, who was that? Carrie Bowman. Yes, I'm going to put up some information. I got your email. It was in my freaking spam folder. I go through there every so often, like every 3 or 4 days, and I look and I make sure that there's not something important that gets thrown in there, because they always do that. I don't know, technology. Now they're wanting to put, with this wonderful technology, put all of your life finances into such a thing. What have I got? I got shit stuck here to my hat. I was out mowing the grass today. I've got all kinds of plant life on me. What a day. Okay, anybody else? Let's see here. Holodonkey came in with us. Jehovah's daughter Barbara. I was a little worried he wasn't in the chat the last couple of times, and I was like, wonder if she's all right. So I called her today to make sure that's cool. Malcolm Sheen. Let's see who else I got up in here I haven't seen. Mr. Super Sidewinder, Stacy Jones. The fallen slaves us all, we too low. That's his brother. That's something Wong's brother. One hung low, distant cousin that wrote a book about the overpopulation in China, illustrated by We Fuck 'em Young. So let's see who else we've got in here. Sugary Nose is with us. The True Few. Boy, I got a bunch of people I go through it in here. There's Saddlebum. Saddlebum, thank you very much. I did get your Cash App. Thank you so much for that. That really does help things out. I'm going to be upgrading on the system that we've got here, and every little bit of that helps. Thank you so much. Let's see. So crazy shit going on, man. We've got flooding in Dubai. We've had a volcanic eruption in Taiwan, resulting in a tsunami, or at least a tsunami warning. I don't know if anything came from that. There's facts, nothing but the facts. Thanks for showing up, my friend. Good to see you, Chicago artist. Boy, I got everybody. Effed Up World jumped in here. Jeez, Scott Matznick. Yeah, man. So I've got a few things over here that I've been looking at today. It's been kind of like all over the place. For instance, this is some of the shit that's going on in Dubai. There's it says Dubai is underwater. They can't make it stop. Now, from what I'm understanding, they're not making any bones about it being man-made weather. Okay, so apparently they create their own rain in Dubai, but the thing is now they can't shut it off. Or something to that effect. I don't know. I just ran across this. It says, still think cloud seeding geoengineering is just a crazy conspiracy. See what happens when humans try playing God. And I've said that. Let me put this back here to the beginning. This is only 22 seconds, this little clip, but it's pretty. I mean, you wouldn't think this could happen in a desert, but we're in strange times, my friend.
Dubai is underwater, and it's all happening because they allegedly decided to make it rain, but now it just won't stop. They do this thing called cloud seeding, which is basically manipulating clouds to enhance rainfall in dry climates. But as a result, the entire city has become underwater with massive storms flooding malls and residential buildings. Literally, airplanes can't take off anymore, and some are even comparing the rainstorms to the apocalypse. Dubai is underwater, and it's all happening because they allegedly decided to make it rain, but now it just won't stop. They do this thing called...
Sorry, I was slow on the draw there, getting that back down. But yeah, so what if even, their little thing that they have, everything's by computer or whatnot, maybe that's been hacked into. Or maybe they're just fucking doing it on purpose. Hard to say in this world that we live in. There's so much of this weird stuff that's out, like these med beds. This was something else I run across. Have you guys heard about these med beds? They supposedly work with frequency. I think it's kind of not much different than what Royal Rife was doing, but I don't know. It's a little demonstration. This is kind of cool. Oh, man. I cleaned the fugly fungi today. Wow. This thing was really dirty. So it was really harming the results of our experiments up here. It really was. Anyway, this is something regarding this. I don't know. What do y'all think about this?
Right in here. Here we are with the Backstar Wellness Celestial God. Just you telling me. Hotel. Celestial
Medbed.
Okay. Farewell. Hello.
He's gonna video me getting in it. So I just sit down and lay down.
Yeah. Put your head. And you want your head up this way and scoot back up this way. A little bit further up, because you don't want this. Maybe a little bit further down. So it doesn't
There
show.
you go, right there.
Little blade comes out and cuts her head off. There, feel better?
This is cell resonance. Turn that on. Got ozone. Let's see, negative ion, that's like grounding, mechanical grounding. Now, vibration.
3 hours on high.
Okay or not okay? You're okay? All right. This is going to be far infrared heating.
Bring A1 sauce. Broil or bake, no doubt, right?
Graphene. Chromotherapy.
Baxtar.
Then gyromagnetic. So you got all that going right now, okay?
So you just get in this thing and what? It hits you with all these frequencies, or there was infrared, there was vibration, there was, I don't know, man. I want to know more about this. I wonder if there's any, there's only 10 comments on the whole thing. Let's see if there's any. No, nobody offers any more information on it. But I mean, it could just be some hoax. Who knows? But here's the thing about that thing in Dubai. We're back on that. See, yeah, this is kind of crazy. What is this? Let me just back this up, put this on, and do that.
Did you know Dubai creates its rain? Well, kind of. Most people get surprised when it rains in Dubai. 1 hour you have a thunderstorm, the next is a clear, sunny sky. Well, that's because the rain is actually generated. Yes, it's called cloud seeding. Imagine a specialized aircraft that goes up the sky just to find promising clouds and give them that little push that they need to make it drop. How? By releasing eco-friendly salt crystals, as these crystals are the ones making the magic happen. They encourage water droplets to merge and then fall as rain. The UAE invested $20 million to make this process possible, but it also wants to showcase an innovative approach to environmental management. So the next time you see rain in Dubai, just relax at home, because you know it won't last for long.
Like a little infomercial about it. So we know that they do this shit. They talk about they're sending up aircraft to do it. But we're conspiracy theorists. We're tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists for talking about chemtrails. Get the fuck, man. That's just only the tip of the iceberg of shit they can do with this stuff, man. You know? I don't know, all this crazy nuts, and now they're back on this too. I remember this was a big thing when I was a kid. Cryogenics, freezing people so that they can be revived later when, I don't know, when the medical industry gets good enough to keep them alive. I don't think that's going to go along with how the medical industry actually works. But no, there's people actually still doing this. They're having their bodies cryogenically frozen. I mean, like, look, man, when it's my time to go, I've had enough of this fucking place, man. You know, let's see what comes next. You know, when it's my time, it's my time. And sit there and go, oh no, bring me back into this world. At the rate that I've been watching it get fucked up, I can't wait to see how it is in 50 years or 100 years or some shit like that. Wake up 500 years in the future. If we're as bad now, we're like idiocracy now. Just think about how we would be in reality. You know, that movie was 500 years into the future. And that's only 20 years since that movie came out. And look where we're at. We're already at that level. It's terrible. But I don't know. Would you get yourself frozen? I don't give a shit what they do with me. I don't think you can bring dead people back, man. I really don't think. It's different. Infrared, what? Infrared lighting is good. Yeah, I've heard that. It's supposed to be good. Drop the links for both those Dubai videos you played. Okay, give me just a minute here. Let me play this and then I will. Absolutely. Well, here, I'll do it right now real quick. Hold on. Otherwise, I'll forget because I'm an old hippie. And let's see. So this one was this. Copy, paste, boom. There's that one. And then the other one from Dubai is this one. Now we'll go here. You hear that noise? Something wrong? Listen, bro. You just gonna have to. I don't know what you're doing back there, man, but it really sounds gross, man. You need to stop. I don't know. I thought he was eating noodles. That's what it sounds like when he eats noodles. That's nuts. Anyway, so who wants to get froze, man? I say let's all go down and get froze.
Again,
hang on, man. Let's go get our ass froze up, yo.
Freezing patients after they die so that one day they may live again. Fox's Jackie Ibanez has more.
What the fuck for?
Inside these aluminum tanks of liquid nitrogen are the bodies and heads of roughly 200 people. The canisters are housed at an Alcor Life Extension Foundation's facility in Scottsdale, Arizona, where the patients inside, many of whom passed away from terminal illnesses, are preserving their bodies for the future.
Instead of just disposing of the patient, give them to us. We're going to stabilize them, stop them getting worse, and hold them for as long as it takes for technology to catch up and allow them to come back to life.
In order to be cryogenically frozen, a person must first be declared legally dead, but biologically...
Dude shit his pants if somebody comes tearing out of one of those sucking things. I'm back to the brains.
Alcor officials say a person's organs and body can be saved almost indefinitely.
Dying is a process, and cryonics stops that process.
Using a medical dummy, officials show how an ice bath, mechanical CPR device, and a respirator cool down a patient's body. Various medications are also used to prevent cells from damaging over time. Patients are then wrapped in what's referred to as a sleeping bag before placed inside their tank.
Once that's happened, the body becomes a true solid, and absolutely nothing is happening in the body.
But here's what I understand about when things freeze, right? So, yeah, right. You know, me either, because me either, man. That's insane, man. Stored away like that. It's so weird. But when you freeze things like that, cells, which are containing a liquid, which expands when it freezes and ruptures the cells. Okay, I don't think you could bring these people back, man, ever. I think that once they've been froze up, I think it's a good way to make money. You could sell that hope. You could sell that dream to people.
Freezing patients out.
Yeah, man, we'll just freeze you up and wait for technology to catch up. And, meanwhile, the economy tanks. Nobody gives a shit anymore. Your thing is, forgot about. And archaeologists find you several thousand years in the future and go, oh, look, man, these dumb fuckers must have thought they could be brought back to life. Well, yeah, can't do it. Sorry, man. Wow. So it's another little thing I found about this. Remember that anomaly we showed the other night that was coming up from Antarctica and went up next to Africa and shit? The company with that said that was a software glitch. Now they're saying it's a software glitch, but this is a thing. it says these pulse rings you see are from a completely different program and data set. These pulse or energy rings you are seeing are from 2018. So this area has been the home for these seemingly super advanced technology or whatever. It says this chart, mimic chart from 2018 was removed for the exact same reason, but I found it. That's what he says. The thread below will have all the info on this. But anyway, let's see what it's got. Hope he's got narration to it. I really do. I've not had a chance to see it yet.
Okay, wow, you are not going to believe what I found in the exact same spot that we originally found the Antarctica anomaly. Check this out. All right, my friends, so as many of you know, I was the one that broke this Antarctica anomaly situation last week. Of course, many big channels ran with it, and a lot of people assumed they dropped it. But in fact, my version of this video has garnered over 30 million views on different social media accounts, and this one honestly should get more because I have found yet another chart that we don't even get to use anymore, at least in this fashion, that was removed for these reasons that you're seeing. It's showing these frequency pulses coming out of the coastlines of Antarctica and causing these ripple rings to show up directly where our Antarctica anomaly has showed up more than once. There is no denying that there's some sort of frequency, some sort of things going on in this area where not a lot of people are allowed to go. And in my opinion, there's no coming back from this. People can't deny that there's something going on in this area of the world, and it's affecting all sorts of things. I can't say for sure that it's directly related to Dubai or the weather radar failing in the United States multiple times in the last month. But what I do know is none of this stuff is normal. And there's a lot of people out there trying very hard to stop this information from getting out. So with that said, my friends, please share this video. I'll have a much longer in-depth version on YouTube, but hopefully this one gets the word out there because nobody has shown info involving this situation as I have. Tell me your thoughts, my friends. This is a big deal. What sort of technology are we looking at? Is this stuff man-made, or are we dealing with a technology that is from nowhere near here? You be the judge. I appreciate you all. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, wow.
My bad. What do you guys think that was, man? I don't know. I don't know what that was. That it's obviously waves. It's huge waves. Yeah, I muted because that dog decided to every time, man, got to go over there and start drinking that water. And there ain't nowhere else to put it, so I don't know what to do. Just deal with it. But no, I mean, this thing had waves. I forget how high it said it was 80-foot waves or some shit like that. It was just an unreasonable amount of height for these waves. And they're saying it was a software glitch. Well, this guy found this video that he had of a very similar event coming from the same area, going into the same area from 2018. His idea is that this is something that happens continuously. I don't know. This is the first time. Penguin farts. He solved it. Dylan solved it. It was penguin farts, which are the most noxious farts known to man. In fact, I think these penguins are so terrible. Where is that? I have a picture that many of you have never seen what a penguin looks like. These things are insanely. Where is that? I know I posted it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So these things are not cool at all. I want to stop that screen and present that. Now, what do you think? Now, what do you think? A little bit different. When you get a different view of them, they have no ruth. They are ruthless overlords. They're the ones that are behind the Antarctic Treaty. It's an immigration policy to keep us out. They're the ones that are calling the shots. This is why the elite dress like them. I mean, do I have to go on? I mean, it's so obvious. Norway gave one an admiralty, you know. I mean, how much more do you need? And, you know, I mean, come on, people. The anomaly would have different shapes depending on the map projection. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I wonder why. Well, the program is set up on a Mercator. So I don't know. You know, what would that look like on an AE map? You know, that I think, why won't they show it? Because then it'll give it away. What's in a honeymooner salad? What the fuck is a honeymooner salad? It's got aphrodisiacs in it. That's what it is. So this is kind of interesting. The Wikipedia founder warns that the site is run by CIA to brainwash the public. What do you think about that? Let me just show you this. There's a war going on for your mind, and Wikipedia is the enemy. I would have to go along with that. We found on Wikipedia that they were trying to say that the air pressure is caused by the weight of the fucking air. It's downward pressure. I'm like, oh my God, we know better than that. It says the founder of Wikipedia. Let me bring this up. Founder of Wikipedia has issued a stark warning to the public about the site he helped create, claiming that the U.S. government has taken it over as a tool for information warfare against the public. And I'm sure it's not the only online reference that's been, well, it was probably I would even have to say that I think Wikipedia was created for such a purpose, not as a benefit to anyone, but more of a way of controlling information. Absolutely. Oh, I see what you did there, Taking Back Eden. That's a good one. What do penguins like to eat? Burritos. Good one. Good one. I like dad jokes. I'm a big fan of dad jokes. I think they're underappreciated. Yeah. Taking over as okay. My. What do we have here? It comes in a later thread about the community notes, and they cite Wikipedia daily. Yeah. So that's the guy, the co-founder guy. But see, here's the thing too, is that people have been so brainwashed into what they will accept and what they do not accept as far as legitimate information. You see, they rely on their information coming from other people. And unfortunately, we live in a world full of deceit. So you have to just initially don't believe anything. That's the best way to go. Oh, look, Globe Earth Bob is here. Hi, Globe Earth Bob. How are you tonight?
Yo, what's up?
What's going on, my man? So what do you think about that with the Wikipedia being run by the CIA? I know Mossad's involved, absolutely.
That's nothing wrong with that. I trust the CIA and I trust.
Why would you trust the CIA? Trust them about what? Would you trust the Mossad?
Yeah, I do. I think these are people who support democracy.
Wait. Do you know what the motto? Do you know what the motto for the Mossad is?
No.
it's through deception thou shalt make war. That's their creed. And you trust someone who openly says that they are engaged in deception.
Well, if you can use deception to destroy enemies, then that's not a bad thing, right?
What if you're the enemy? You do know you're the enemy, right?
We're not the enemy.
Yeah, you are. Absolutely, you are. You don't think the government's there for your benefit, do you?
The government is made up of individuals like you and I.
Do you think it exists for your benefit?
I think that it's a supplementary.
It's not what I ask you. Do you think it exists for your benefit?
The government?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So why would it be in that? Why would it be in their interest to not lie to you, to not try to control you, to not manipulate you, especially when they've got forcible monopolization of extraction of your funds? Right? So it's like you can't choose to take your business elsewhere. So, you know, why wouldn't they deceive you in order to, I don't know, gain more power, gain more profits, gain more position, achieve political ends that you may or may not agree with? You know, so that trust in government, really, that's dumb.
I don't trust the government. I do trust intelligence agencies. But the thing is,
who do you think
the government is intended.
You do know intelligence agencies are part of the government, right? So you trust government intelligence agents, the ones that said that that there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Remember those ones? And we found out that there wasn't. You mean the ones that said that there was yellow cake uranium for sale in the black market, and it turns out that there wasn't?
Yeah,
or how about the intelligence community
expect...
that's been telling us for years, since I was about 12 years old, telling us that Iran is only a few months away from creating a nuclear weapon when they have no nuclear program anyway?
I don't expect our government to be perfect.
Well, right? My God, those are straight out fucking lies. These are supposed to be intelligence agencies, right? Why would they lie to you? What is it to the benefit? How does it benefit you that they lie about someone else?
Because sometimes we get it wrong. You know,
it wasn't just getting it wrong. It was a blatant fucking lie.
Would you like me to explain? Sometimes as the public, we're manipulated to elect, you know, very evil people. You know, it's again, like we didn't do our due diligence when we're electing these people. You know what I mean? So
why are you electing people? Why are you having these people?
People forget that the government is just literally made up of ordinary people like you and I.
Yeah.
Like these people have families, they have kids.
No, it's not.
They have a mortgage.
No, they don't. They masquerade.
Political
they masquerade to be like you.
No, for the vast majority of government people that work at the government are just normal, ordinary people with a mortgage and a house and some kids.
I'm not talking about the people at the post office, Bob. I'm not talking about the people that work at the post office.
They're the same people that work at the CIA, the same people that work
at
the
Senate,
not. The same people that work at Congress.
No, they're not.
No, they are.
So you think it is in your best interest for people to do clandestine operations in other supposedly sovereign countries to cause coup d'etats and upset elections and start wars and create terrorist attacks to make it look like certain groups did it? How is that in your interest at all?
That's a different debate.
It's in our interest because if it's within the interest of the American people, right?
How is that be in my interest? How would it be in my interest to say, hey, I would like you to go start conflict in foreign countries
The thing is,
and possibly get me into war?
if we don't attempt coups, right? Then these
wait. How is it in my benefit for us to meddle in any other country's affairs?
Because if we don't, the country will go rogue and start developing
Who
nuclear
cares?
weapons.
That's them. Are we not able to defend ourselves?
So you want countries to develop nuclear weapons and
Well,
aim it at us?
I don't care. Nuclear weapons are a hoax anyways.
Oh, they're a hoax. Okay, they're a hoax until it happens.
Can you
They're a
show me
hoax.
proof of a nuclear weapon?
They're a hoax until it happens to you.
Okay, right. They're a hoax. Can you show me if let me ask you something.
Yep.
If nuclear bombs existed and they've been around since 1945, how come nobody, Israel, has used even a small one in all that time?
The first one.
That's not how that works.
It's
Because like
not.
even the smallest one can cause a great amount of damage.
Really?
You can't. There's no such thing as.
It's very simple to construct one, and we know that there's nuclear material that's on the black market, right?
Yeah, but that's not the only
Okay,
thing.
so we know that even somebody, just a high school student, can create a functioning nuclear bomb.
Not really.
Yes,
Because
really. Oh, no. We had it happen right here in the United States. A kid in the 80s created a fully functional and working nuclear bomb. The only thing missing was the nuclear material.
Right.
Okay. And now this was easy. This was easy. This he built this out of shit that he got from Radio Shack and from the hardware store. Okay. Now let's zoom up to the 90s and up to the 2000s. Okay. And we got Colin Powell telling us about him selling yellow cake uranium on the black market. And there's black market nuclear material being sold to these different groups and stuff, right? And you mean to tell me all these people that hate us for our freedom and all this shit haven't even made a small one and set it off somewhere to show their might and show their power? Come on, man. How come no one has used even a small scale nuclear device anywhere during any kind of a conflict? There's artillery fired, howitzer fired, small nuclear shells, supposedly. Never been used.
They have been used. They have been tested.
No, they haven't. Where? Tell me.
What?
Nowhere.
What do you mean nowhere? They have been used.
No,
in
they
Russia.
haven't. Where in Russia?
America.
Where in Russia? When has Russia ever used it?
They've been used in like New Mexico and Nevada.
You're talking about these tests that people watch from miles and miles away.
You think Hiroshima?
Dynamite? Stacked crates of dynamite. Oh, incidentally, there's no dangerous radiation around those areas either. I've been to some of those sites, and there's no nuclear radiation or anything.
Because you don't understand how radiation works.
Because it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
No, but
yes, it's bullshit. Every bit of it's bullshit. Chernobyl, there's people living. It's a wildlife sanctuary. Come on, man.
Okay. Well, do you know that there is you can have a hydrogen bomb, right? Which doesn't have any significant amount of fallout, right?
Can I say something?
You can have different kinds of nuclear bombs.
Okay, so why hasn't anybody used one?
Can I say something?
Not even an atomic bomb.
Can I say something?
You can have a thermonuclear bomb, right? Which is the thing that people use in the modern day, which doesn't have a lot of fallout. It doesn't have a lot of radiation.
All right. So how come nobody's used one?
Can I say something?
They've tested it.
Where? How come nobody's used one against another country?
Because of the recent disarmament.
Oh, because there's a rule written down
Hold on.
about it? Since
Hold
when
on.
do people give a fuck
Hold on.
about
Do you want me to
rules?
explain or
What
not,
about
man?
that time?
Hold on, wait a
There's a
second. Hold
recent-
on, wait.
there's a
Are
recent
you really going to try
disarmament.
to float that by me? That
No, there's a recent
rules
disarmament agreement.
because somebody wrote down a rule that's not going to make somebody get pissed off. You know, there was a rule against just arbitrarily attacking other countries, and we've done that.
No, you don't understand. Like there's a disarmament agreement between America, Russia, and some other parties.
What about all these little hate groups? What about all these little groups, though?
To disarm their nuclear.
Wait. No, yeah, right.
Weapons.
Because it doesn't exist, dude. It's just a big fear tactic. There's nobody ever been blown up by any.
So you're telling me that the
atomic bombs.
Iranians. Are you saying that the Iranians with their nuclear reactors and the nuclear fusion?
They have no nuclear program. They don't. They're not pursuing one. They don't want nuclear missiles. They don't need them. They just kicked everybody's fucking ass with hypersonic missiles. They hit the Aswan Air Base, which is the most heavily defended fucking place in Israel.
Do you believe in? Can I ask you something? Do you believe in
wait a second. Do you know why the U.S. didn't retaliate? Do you know why the U.S. didn't respond? Because that would have been the end of every fucking base that we have over there.
With all due respect, do you believe in nuclear energy?
What you mean? Putting radioactive material in water to boil it, creating steam to run a turbine? Yes, they have that.
Okay, if you believe
that's not a nuclear bomb. That's not a nuclear bomb, my friend.
It is actually. It's just
no,
it's in a controlled state.
No, it's not. All they're doing is it's an elaborate way to boil water.
Do you want me to explain?
I already know. It's an elaborate way to boil water.
Hold on.
That's right.
The nuclear reactor is literally a nuclear bomb. The difference is it's
in
a controlled.
It's not.
Hold on, man. Can I actually reply?
It's nothing more than putting those rods into water.
Can I reply, man?
You're wrong.
Can I reply? You can't say I'm wrong. You can
find this in all the scientific literature. All you're doing is heating water with radioactive material.
In every single scientific literature, you can find this. The only difference is that it's in a controlled environment. That's all. We're able to actually control. We can control the water. We can control the reaction. Okay, that's the only difference. It's exactly the same as a nuclear bomb, except we can control the reaction.
It's just boiling water with plutonium.
So it's funny.
That's all. That's all it is. It's just boiling water.
If you accept nuclear energy, you accept nuclear bombs.
No, because all you're doing is heating water to a boiling temperature. You're creating steam and you're running a turbine.
It's not my problem that you have an
instead of running a coal furnace to produce the steam, you're using this nuclear material, which is going to cause the water to boil. Okay, the water boils. It's not a nuclear bomb. It's not going to fucking explode. You have no idea what you're even talking about.
No, you're coming from a place of incredulity. That's okay.
No, I'm not. I'm coming from an actual place of knowing what the fuck I'm talking about.
No, you are.
Why do you think that they had a melt? What causes a meltdown? What causes a nuclear reactor meltdown?
It's just coming from a place of incredulity.
Where does it? What causes it?
Are you going to answer the question, Bob?
Huh?
Hi, my name's John. Thanks for being here. Are you going to answer Sovereign's question about the meltdown?
What causes a nuclear?
You can interact with them if you want, man.
Do you know what causes?
Obviously, he's coming from a place of incredulity.
What causes Bob? Bob, what causes a nuclear meltdown? Do you know?
Okay, well, overheating, right, Bob? Sorry, Sovereign?
Yeah. It's overheating. It's because there's not enough coolant. There's not enough water.
This guy's really stupid. I don't know. You can interact with him if you want.
Do you remember 3 Mile Island?
He's a lot older than you and wiser, so I would probably
try
to show a little respect for him. Like
the thing is, I don't show respect to incredulity. Like I don't like.
It wasn't incredulity. You're just fucking wrong. You're just fucking wrong, and I explained why you were wrong, and you can't deal with it.
Yeah, and he did so without
No, but
calling you
can I just
names,
give me
insulting.
30 seconds? Give me 30 seconds, okay? I'm gonna repeat myself one more time,
Well, how
okay?
about you apologize to Sovereign first for
For what? For
insulting him?
incredulity? You want me to apologize for incredulity?
No,
There was no incredulity,
Didn't you use
Bob.
another
Listen, I
adjective?
don't care what you are. I don't care what age you are. I don't care what color you are. I'm gonna call you stupid if you have incredulity.
So
Okay?
how about we do that to you? Should we go on
Yes, you
circles?
have the right. Listen, you have the right to call out the stupidity in my
Okay, your
incredulity.
30
Okay.
seconds is up now.
So listen, I'm gonna
But
give.
having
Just
the
give me 30
right and
seconds,
being
right?
right are two different
Hold on.
things.
Stop. A nuclear bomb, right?
Oh.
Whether it's a thermonuclear or atomic, okay, is the release of a massive amount of energy rapidly, right, in a destructive manner. Okay. Now, in nuclear energy, instead of not controlling that massive amount of energy release, we are controlling that massive amount of energy release, and we are controlling the nuclear reactions to then be able to generate electricity. Okay, so that it's literally the same. The only difference is one is being controlled and the other is not. Okay,
All it
so
is
for you to
doing
sit
is
here and
heating
say that,
up
oh
water.
no, they're not the same. This is just a place
It's
of
not.
incredulity. It's a
It
place of
isn't the same at
incredulity.
all.
It's a place of incredulity, and it's just
So
naivety
you're
to me.
suggesting that there's some kind of a nuclear explosion in slow motion going on. You're retarded.
So you want me to explain how we control it? Is that what you're saying?
All I know this is what's going on, dude. Is they're using the material to heat water.
Oh my god, my brain.
That's all.
Okay, I'll tell
That's
you how they
all.
control it, right? So
That's no, they
have
don't.
something-
They
they
control
have
it by
something called-
cooling it with water.
Hold on,
dumbass.
hold on.
They control it by either
No.
lifting it from the water or putting it in the
Hold
water.
on. They control it by using something called control rods, which are basically like
Graphite.
they absorb the neutrons and they regulate the rate at which the nuclear reaction is
Dude,
moving.
You're fucking
Right?
retarded. You're out of here. Goodbye. This dude is just fucking retarded. I mean, what a fucking moron.
Yeah, why don't we have a quick few questions for Bob, if that's okay, and let's see where his point of view is.
No,
It
go
sounds
ahead.
like you have accent. Are you from the UK? No pressure.
Yes.
Oh, same. I'm half British, so this is kind of tough for me because I have family from the UK. So going against the Royals is difficult. Are you for the Royals or against the Royals?
Look, I think that they have a stable tradition, and I think we should maintain that.
Okay, thank
Why?
you. And oh yeah, okay.
Why? How
Why
does having a monarchy how does that benefit you? You know that's at your expense, right?
Yes, and I think that a monarchy serves as a symbol of stability and
symbol?
continuity. It's a symbol of stability
Do you really right
continuity.
now think that the crown shows stability with Prince
Yes,
Andrew
stability and continuity.
King Charles?
Great point.
And I mean, the lizard people are a good symbol. Okay.
No, they're not.
How about
lizard
this?
people.
How would you be with this? What if whoever wants to support the royal family just go ahead and they can donate or they can pay? And if you don't want to support the royal family, then you say, no, I'm opting out of that.
Yeah, or you can iron Charles's
that's-
shoelaces personally.
That's
yourself.
a false equivalence.
No, it's not.
Because
don't you think that all contracts should be voluntary?
Would you like me to explain? Would you like me to
No, I
respond?
just want you to answer my question. Don't you
Yeah,
think
I'm
that all
trying to, but you
contracts
keep
should be
interrupting
voluntary?
me.
All right, then that's a voluntary contract.
The way it works is this, right? Nobody is willing to give their money away to anything.
Then they must
right?
not agree with
Like,
it.
for example, if I said to you, hey, let's make it voluntary regarding road fixes. Do you think everyone's going to be like, yeah, I'm definitely going to give some of my money to that?
I'll tell you what'll
No, they're
happen.
not.
Do
That's
you want
why
to
we
know
have
what will happen?
taxation. That's why
No,
we have
here's what'll
taxation.
happen. Here's what'll happen. Okay. Now you get hungry, I assume, right? And this requires you to have to get food. Now, there ain't nobody really out there giving away free food. So this means that you have to take some of your money and you have to go and take care of that problem voluntarily, right? You get to choose what you purchase and how much of it you purchase and everything else like that, right? So when necessity comes about, okay, and I've seen it in action, especially right here where I live, okay, that when people get tired of riding up and down through potholes, the people will get together and say, hey man, you know what, we should hire somebody. Let's get some estimates. That's not how that works. It is how it works, and it works absolutely. No. It works absolutely fine. It works 100% fine. It does.
Most people think that someone else can pay for it. Or that,
well,
this guy,
then they
no.
So those are the people that think that someone else should pay for their food too. Those are called government leeches. And I would bet dollars to donuts, Bob, that you are on government dole. Aren't you? You're on some kind of welfare or government program, aren't you?
No, I'm actually working.
You're working?
Oh, yes, I'm a working man.
What do you do?
I'm a physicist.
Oh, you lying sack of shit. Shut the fuck up. You are no more a physicist than my dog is a fucking physicist. Shut the fuck up. You are, see, and this is the thing with these guys. They gotta lie. They cannot be honest about a fucking thing. Not one fucking thing can they be honest about. They gotta lie about every goddamn thing.
The burden of proof would be
If you
on
think I'm
me
lying, then that's your problem, man.
You are not you are not.
Says the guy who believes in nuclear energy but doesn't accept.
You are not. You are not. Well, then answer my question, Bob. How come nobody's used one? I mean, they went through the effort of supposedly flying. Who has?
America.
No, that's a lie. I'll tell you, and I can explain to you why. That's not true.
In fact.
No. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were both firebombed to shit. They were wooden fucking cities. They were wooden cities. They were firebombed. They were decimated long before August the 6th, 1945. Yes.
But everyone in Japan would agree that nuclear.
Whoa, no, everyone in Japan doesn't agree, and anybody that was alive at that period of time is most likely dead or very fucking old at this period now. Yeah,
but they've been saying
there are not thousands of eyewitnesses. In fact, there's thousands of eyewitnesses that said that the fucking place was fireburned. And you know what happened immediately after on August the 7th, 1945?
They surrendered.
All the shops opened back the fuck up.
Yeah, but fire burns is an aftermath. It's an after.
No, they were firebombed for 2 weeks prior to August 6th.
Firebomb is a consequence of a nuclear reaction.
No.
Bob, you've never heard of the operation that included them infiltrating the city and planting bombs?
Look, I think that you guys are being misled. I understand you guys are anti-science.
I'm being misled. The liar that comes on here and says he's some kind of fucking physicist.
I never said. Look, I think that you should trust the government, right? You should trust the system because.
Yeah, I think that you should go. Anybody that says that can just get the fuck on. How about you, Luca? You would think that everybody ought to trust the government?
It's up for debate.
Do you think that people should everybody trust the government? Yes or no?
I know some people that don't.
Do you trust the government?
Right now. I don't.
It's a hard thing to.
It's a simple yes or no question, man.
I'm like, less than 50%, maybe
Then that means that's a
40%.
no.
It's leaning to a no.
If you
yeah.
had a girl, if you had a wife that you're only 50% sure she's not fucking around on you, do you trust her?
No.
There you go.
Great stuff, Luca.
Like, it's more yes. It's more no than yes. So, yeah.
50%'s 50%, bro. I'm trying to find. I got a bunch of these nuclear hoax shit on here.
Yeah, people went into it in great detail, thankfully, so we didn't have to just guess. There's actually like details, explanations.
Watch this. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. There's Hiroshima.
Decimated.
If the H.G. Wells atomic bombs didn't exist, then what destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Let's take a look at the aftermath. Is this Hiroshima? Is this Hiroshima? Is this Hiroshima? What's the difference again between an H.G. Wells atomic bomb and a traditional firebombing again? When we say firebombed or carpet bombed, we mean the land was pelted with M47s and M69s. An M47 is a 100-pound oil gel bomb. Each B-29 bomber carried 182 of them. An M69 is a 6-pound gel gasoline bomb, 1,520 per aircraft. Also, some B-29s carried high explosives to deter Japanese firefighters. It's easier to count the major cities the United States didn't bomb. 1. Kyoto. Why did the Zionist-controlled United States government spend $2 billion in 1942 money on these very expensive H.G. Wells atomic bombs if carpet bombing worked just fine? Why, to scare the world population and rule us by fear, of course. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were chosen because they were among the last cities standing and were mostly made of wood. A fire could incinerate them to the point of looking like they were vaporized by an atomic bomb. But maybe our eyes deceive us. Maybe we need testimony from an eyewitness.
With his background as a combat pilot, aeronautical designer, engineer, manufacturer, and military strategist, Major Seversky's advanced viewpoint and opinions are of vital importance to every citizen.
After visiting the major areas of the Pacific, I arrived in Japan. I began the study to which I had been assigned by making an aerial tour of the islands of Honshu and Kyushu, which encompass the main portion of industrial Japan. I flew over Tokyo, Yokohama, Yokosuka, Nagoya, Osaka, Kobe, Akashi, and dozens of other towns and cities which had been subject to intensive air attack. Some of these towns are so close together that they seem almost continuous industrial sites. All of these areas of annihilation present.
Hang on.
And I flew over Tokyo, Yokohama, Yokosuka, Nagoya, Osaka, Kobe, Akashi, and dozens of other towns and cities which had been subject to intensive air attack. Some of these towns are so close together that they seem almost continuous industrial sites. All of these areas of annihilation presented approximately the same visual pattern. The smaller towns were totally burned out. Seen from above, the prevailing color was pinkish, the effect produced by the piles of ash and rubble mixed with rusted metal. Similar pinkish carpets were spread out in the larger cities, except that among them stood large and small modern concrete buildings in factory structure, unscathed bridges, and other objects that had withstood the impact. Many of the buildings, of course, were gutted by fire, but this was not apparent from the air. I was keyed up for my first view of an atom-bombed city, prepared for the radically new sights suggested by the exciting descriptions on the but to my utter astonishment, Hiroshima from the air looked exactly like all the other burned-out cities I had observed. There was a familiar pink blot, about 2 miles in diameter. It was dotted with charred trees and telephone poles. Only one of the city's 20 bridges was down. Hiroshima's cluster of modern buildings in the downtown section stood upright. It was obvious that the blast could not have been so powerful as we had been led to believe. It was an extensive blast rather than intensive. I had heard of buildings instantly consumed by unprecedented heat. Yet here I saw the building structurally intact, and what is more, topped by undamaged flagpoles, lightning rods, painted railings, air raid precaution signs, and other comparatively fragile objects. At the T-bridge, the aiming point for the atomic bomb, I looked for the bald spot where everything presumably had been vaporized in the twinkling of an eye. It wasn't there, or anywhere else. I could find no traces of unusual phenomena. What I did see was in substance a replica of Yokohama, or Osaka, or the Tokyo suburbs, the familiar residue of an area of wood and brick houses raised by uncontrollable fire. Everywhere, I saw the trunks of charred and leafless trees.
So, what do you think there? I mean, there's no difference in the cities, or between the ones that are firebombed and the ones that
Yeah, great point. Do
supposedly.
they have a blast? Thank you.
What's
Is
that?
there a blast crater?
No, that's what the guy was saying. That was an eyewitness too that went through the city. He's like, he's looking for this bald spot and shit, and it's not there.
Very interesting.
And this has kept people in fear for God knows how many years. 70 years now. 70 years. Hold on a second. This is pretty crazy. Let me minimize this so I can see.
Yeah, Luca, what do you think about no evidence of a blast crater at ground zero? And hi, Fax. Happy you made it.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, that's what I would call a receipt and a half. But how can you deny that? It's
Right.
visual, an eyewitness, and also shout out to Rose77, who also had a lady on her show that was 90-something years old that was there when it happened, and there's no radiation, no fallout, all the stuff they said.
You know what I heard as well? Because
thank
I also stood at ground zero of where the bomb was dropped. Of where it exploded, that is. It exploded about 2,000 feet in the air. So it wouldn't really leave that much of a blast crater.
2,000 feet?
Yeah.
Well, why don't we look at the video of the explosion and then we can take a guess if that would leave a crater below. Well, unless we don't want, we've seen the videos, so we don't have to. But
here's a nuclear explosion.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it's a shockwave. That a very powerful shockwave. Definitely.
Yeah, I'd like to see evidence of ground zero.
How the fuck did the camera survive? Okay. How did they get the film? It's radioactive blast just exposed all of your film, all the gamma rays and X-rays and shit.
Must be the same camera crew that was on the moon.
Might be. That's how you got a promotion, was standing there filming this shit. I think this is the part where there's a car shows up here for.
Oh, this should be definitely. Oh wait.
I've got a folder. I was looking for my folder that I have of all the nuclear hoax shit that I have.
I was told it was miniatures, that what we just watched there. I don't know if I can't prove it, but I was told it was miniature, like made out of matchsticks or
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pros at that.
Yeah, those are, you can totally see that those are miniatures, man. I'll bring it back up. You can totally tell that it's miniatures. It's like some kind of claymation or animation that they're doing. Some like Looks like in a movie or some shit, from back in the same time period. I'm looking to see if I had some. I thought I had more of those.
Yeah, amateurs use iPhone today with miniature items, and they look real.
Yeah, you can totally tell that this is fake. Watch it.
Record the habit.
Shake the camera a little bit, make it look good.
Yeah, with some music. Oh,
Now
inside as well.
that's the one that gets me right there. That's the one that's supposed to get your that's the one that's supposed to get your heart wrenching, because they got the little dummies of kids. Let me go back. Look, mommy, a nuclear explosion. No, this camera is obviously in this house, this test house. How did the camera survive the nuclear blast? That's what I'm wondering. Think about that. Even to retrieve this film, this wasn't run by a remote or what do you like? Like they had Wi-Fi or some shit, right?
Or by wire, yeah. The wire would have caught fire.
Just enough smoke so that you can't see it.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Oh, the cabin view.
Come on, man. You can totally tell that those are miniatures. 100%. I was so sure I
Done.
had. What is it?
Reasonable explanation on how the camera survived. And that there was no need for anyone to be there.
I'm not saying that the cameraman. I said, how did the camera itself survive?
Yeah, is the camera case in some sort of museum somewhere?
Protection.
Sure.
Maybe it's a state secret and they can't show the protective case.
Because it's totally real. Absolutely.
Well, you can definitely see that the camera is inside something during one of their shots.
Wait a second. Don't I have a...
So it is definitely being protected.
Well, it's because it's not real, Luca. That's...
Prove it.
Prove it. Prove that it is real. I mean, come on. Anybody with a brain in their head can look at that and go, "That is a miniature." You're literally looking at that. You're literally looking at this and telling me that this is real. You're telling me that that's real.
That's what nuclear bombs.
You're telling me that's a real house being destroyed by a nuclear bomb. And you got that clear of a picture of it, that the camera's close enough to it to get that clear of a picture.
At first, I thought it was a movie. Because
it is a movie. And they're telling you this shit's real. Look at this. This doesn't even look real. Oh, look. Boy, here's Globe Believer that is definitely not Bob.
Yo, can I actually respond?
Look at that dumb shit. You're telling me that you think that's real? Come on.
Yeah, I'll tell you where the camera's positioned. So the camera's positioned inside a bunker.
You know all about it, Bob. You're a scientist or some shit, or an airline pilot or brain surgeon.
No. It's positioned inside a bunker. So they're filming.
Yeah, sure it is.
Look, see?
Sure. Look, that's positioned inside a bunker, looking down.
Inside a bunker.
Wait a second. Yes. Inside a bunker, looking down with that clear of a picture of this little miniature house. You, my friend, are full of dog shit. There
know,
is
I'm
no
being
way.
serious. Like,
Look
it's
at
been
that. Look at
documented.
that. Look at that.
It's
There is no fucking way.
It's
Come on,
documented
bro.
that it's filmed inside a bunker. That's what's
You can
documented.
see
So
it's inside the bunker. Go
Sure,
forward.
you can tell. Absolutely, 100%.
Go forward. Go forward.
Inside of a bunker, looking
Go
down.
forward. Go
Inside
forward.
of a bunker, looking down.
Drag it.
no, the
How
bunker's
is it, how are you
positioned
looking down from inside of a bunker?
because the
Move it
bunker's
forward.
positioned on the mountainside. It's a mountainside bunker,
Oh, it's
and
mountainside
basically,
bunker, and they're getting that
yeah.
clear of a
Forward.
picture. They must have been
Move it
pretty
forward.
close.
No, they zoomed in. That's why you
They
can
had
see
to have
that
been
it's a
really
little bit of a
close.
distortion there because
Look,
they
look,
zoomed
yeah,
in.
look at that. Looks real.
It's
That,
zoomed
that
in.
totally did not look like little pieces of cardboard flying in the air. It
No,
totally
it's
did not.
actually no, it's
It
all
totally looked exactly like how wood reacts in an explosion. Exactly.
Have you seen wood? Act?
Yes.
How it would act in
Yes,
an
I have. Yes, I have blown shit up. I have destroyed things with hand grenades. I have blown shit to pieces with M60 machine guns.
What about
Okay.
the shockwave
I know what
of a
shit looks
nuclear
like when it
explosion?
blows up, and it don't look like that.
The
What about
horizon
a
looks interesting
shockwave
as
of
well.
a nuclear
So you
explosion?
don't accept truth then?
That's
Okay.
not proof. This is look at that. Look at that. Now, how far away was they with this?
Probably a couple hundred miles.
Couple hundred miles. Couple
Yeah.
hundred miles in the 1940s.
Who said that? A
by the way,
physicist?
by
That
the
sounded
way,
like a
Bob, I'm a
physicist.
glober.
They were hiding in a mountainside bunker and they filmed it. So they would film very close. Like they zoomed in.
Sure, sure they were. What
you can Google
mountainside? What was the mountainside bunker? Because this is obviously New Mexico. Do you know what mountainside bunker it was? Can you tell me what it was called?
You can actually Google this yourself.
It's all right. No, you're the expert. Go ahead. You're the one that seemed to know that this was filmed from a bunker and that it was in a mountain. So, what mountain bunker are you talking about? Show me this mountain bunker.
Yeah, sure. Just give me 1 second.
Sure. Now that one right there, that's the best one. This
A
thing's going
bunker
to
in
blow
the
the
house.
shit out of all this stuff in this house right here. But the camera survives. Man. Insane.
Look at
And
the
this right
horizon, the
here.
backdrop.
Yeah. That looks completely real.
Yeah, Bob, did you know that a lot of the lies that you might believe that come from the government might be a danger to you?
Okay.
Are you worried? I don't think you are. Maybe
it's
maybe,
not a
maybe
little-
you're unaware of the hidden dangers of some of your belief. But thank you for sharing that video, Sovereign.
Are you saying that I can't get into a bunker and film a nuclear explosion?
No. I'm talking about
Yes, I am. I am saying that you cannot get into a bunker and film a nuclear explosion. I am saying that you will never film a nuclear explosion, especially from a bunker. Okay, I'll say it.
I'll second it.
If you say so.
Look, Bob, can you explain to me what a nuclear explosion is and what the fallout and what gets destroyed? Yeah, could you do that, please?
So you don't know what a nuclear explosion is?
I asked you, please, Bob, to explain.
Sure. It's just it's
release of energy.
it's a release of so much energy. Based on fission explosion.
Based on a theory.
Right? So like if
Never
you use
done it,
uranium 235 or like a plutonium 239, you basically split it into smaller fragments. It releases a large amount of energy, and this energy creates a shock wave and basically destroys everything around it.
Including the camera and the film.
Huh?
So the camera and the film are exempt from what you just said.
No, because it looks
Well,
like
which
the
is
camera.
it? It destroys everything around it with energy, 230, this and that, or it isn't.
I'll explain. So they're inside of a bunker, right? So it's a blast-resistant bunker,
Well, how
and
thick is that glass it's filming through?
it's very
That
thick.
thing, that camera's got to be filming through very, very, very thick glass in a
Yes.
bunker, zoomed
Yes.
in with the clarity that is unbelievable, especially for the early 50s, late 40s. Just completely unbelievable. And I'm still waiting for that mountainside bunker that you were talking about that they filmed it from, too. So anyway, I'm going to get my dogs some water. So you guys carry on.
So, Bob, I thought you said that the explosion was so powerful that it destroys everything. Those were your words. That's what you
Yeah,
just
but
said.
the thing is,
So,
because it's
how can it?
because you can actually mathematically predict the trajectory of the blast, you can position yourself well enough to you know, lessen the effectiveness of the blast, right? So if you can position yourself correctly, you can like, it's like a sweet spot. You can like find a sweet spot within the blast that lessens the effectiveness of it, you know? So that's what they typically did. They positioned themselves appropriately. Then they did the necessary precautions. They made a blast resistant bunker in a mountainside or underground, and then then they filmed it. And
So sorry to cut in, Bob. So all these millionaires and billionaires that have underground bases, or that go like miles underground in case there is a nuclear fallout, is really irrelevant. All they need is a bit of toughened glass and to position themselves in an appropriate position.
those people that you're referring to, um, you got to remember that the when they were filming these bombs, they were purposefully they could purposefully predict where the bomb is going to be dropped. Whereas the celebrities that you're referring to, they don't know where the bombs are going to be dropped. So if you can't predict where the bombs are going to be dropped, the best way to hide is underground. That's like the best way to avoid it is underground.
I'm just a little confused. If this toughened glass or this reinforced glass, why couldn't you just reinforce it a bit more and a bit more? If it,
Because if the bomb was dropped next to you, next to that area that the bunker that you positioned in, then you're finished, right? But they built the bunker in such a way to avoid a lot of that. They lessened the effectiveness of the bomb of the blast.
Do you think they had more than one bunker? One bunker right at the blast zone, one bunker 5 miles away, another bunker 10 miles away, and then captured the
Sure, yeah,
results?
yeah, absolutely, yeah. Why not?
Yeah, seems logical.
It's
Yeah.
like
So now we're just playing what if, and they could have, and we still haven't seen this bunker that you were talking about.
it's just like when washing water comes at you when you stand facing it with your arms outstretched compared to side, when you're on your side, you won't get pushed back as much as your front because there's less area of impact. That you've minimized the area that you get
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. In fact, they did a test in the sea. Actually, there's actually a video of like a nuclear blast in the sea. So why are you ignoring that, Sam?
Of ignoring what? A huge explosion in the sea?
Yeah, there's actually a video of it.
Nobody ignored huge explosions. I'm
No, it's a nuclear. It's a
I'm
nuclear explosion.
disputing the cause.
No, it's a nuclear explosion.
Prove it.
In fact, people died as a result of that.
Where? Where? What explosion?
I think it was like off the Marshall Islands or something.
Yeah, you got some reference to that?
Let me try
You're
to
just
find
gonna
it
say
on
yeah,
Google.
sure, like you did about your bunker, and not bother getting it.
Do double bubble, Bob. The bunker and the sea, the people that died in the sea. That'd be amazing if you could prove to them receipt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like the Marshall. They did it off of Marshall Islands.
Yeah, thinking is not a receipt. We need receipts around here. Evidence.
Come on, you know what? I think you're just a fucking habitual liar, man. That's what I think.
I'll paste it in the chat.
No, I think you're a fucking habitual liar.
No, I'm pasting the evidence in the chat if you're ever interested.
Okay, put it in the chat.
So there you go. There's one evidence there.
You said
let
you
me,
live in
let me
the
grab some of it.
Okay.
Sorry, what did you say?
You said you live in the UK, Bob, and you're a physicist. Okay. Is that whereabouts in the UK? You don't have to tell me the exact location. You know, is it for a university, a polytechnic, a military? You know, like what sort of area in the UK are you talking about?
Yeah, a military contractor.
Okay. And I suppose you've got a non-disclosure agreement that you can't tell us is that any more than that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Of course.
Glue Believer, if you don't mind me asking a quick question.
Sure.
Thank you. What's your position on taking a life, if you don't mind me asking, since you're in the military and you might have a contract? Are you okay with people taking other people's lives, even innocent people?
Yes.
You're for okay. Would you do the dirty work yourself and what would it take?
No, because I'm too much of a coward to actually shoot somebody. But I'll happily help design the bombs and help design the weapons.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever heard of the parable from Jesus about the Good Samaritan?
You're a real chocker.
Okay, so that thing that you posted in there, that last thing from The Guardian, there's nothing about anybody dying in it.
No, but it demonstrates the tests.
It didn't demonstrate anything. That's not what you said. You said that there were people killed.
Oh, yeah, I can give you that one as well.
See, I think you're just a liar.
I literally gave you the evidence.
That's not evidence of anything. That is not evidence. You said there were people fucking killed there.
Yeah, don't worry.
There wasn't.
Hold on.
There wasn't. I scanned the entire article for the word killed, death, dead, blown up, nothing.
Okay? There you go. I pasted in the chat.
Also, Bob, the Guardian's not a very reputable source of information. It's it's a mainstream media newspaper that's been caught out lying more times than I care to mention.
Great.
No, I pasted a more up.
You posted it twice. I looked at both.
Okay, I'll read it out loud for you. Many Marshallese have suffered from forced relocation, burns, birth defects, and cancers as a result of the nuclear fallout. So there you go.
Does it just say that, or there's no evidence?
Yeah, it does say that. But are you saying that the Marshallese? Are you saying the people who live in those?
It just says that, though, right? There's no, tests have concluded that this, that, and the other is a result of that. It's not due to poor diet. It's not due to the government coming in and saying, hey, we're here to help you and we're going to vaccinate all you people because you're natives and shit and you don't have any say so, and things like that. That's where I'm speculative. Okay. What I'm getting at.
That's fine. You can be speculative, but
all right.
You can't
So
deny facts.
No. Then how come there was none of this in Hiroshima or any of the other?
Too much distrust.
Too much distrust. Why in the fuck would I trust someone that I have caught, any entity that I have caught lying to me several fucking times? Why would I trust anyone?
Yeah,
because what happened after Hiroshima, for example, there were actually long-term effects.
No, there wasn't.
The incidents
Dude,
of
they
leukemia.
Opened the shops back up. The shops were open the next fucking day.
Hold on, can I respond, sir?
I doubt that.
So
no,
leukemia,
it's true. The shops were open the next day.
Leukemia, for example, was a prominent cancer that notably increased among the survivors of the bombs.
Notably increased,
as well as thyroid cancer, breast cancer, lung cancer, all kinds of cancers.
All
being
of those
traced.
cancers were going up everywhere in the world.
Yeah, feel
No,
free to
no,
check
no.
out the China study. It's the largest study on cancer done in the world.
No, no, no. You don't understand. There was an exponential increase, and that is something that is
No, there
not found
wasn't.
in
No, there
public. No, there
wasn't.
was. There was an
No, there
exponential increase.
wasn't. There wasn't.
And yeah,
You're just
Bob,
making shit up because you're a lying fucktard, man. That's
Also,
what you do. You're a liar and a troll. You're not a physicist. You're a
oh man.
liar. No, you're
Look,
a liar.
I have great respect for you, Saul. Okay, I have great admiration and deep admiration and respect for your work. But I'm sorry, but I'm here to debunk you.
You haven't so far debunked anything. All
Have.
you've
I've
done
given
is
you
sit,
those. I've given you the
lie.
sources.
You lied. You made shit up. Tried to pass it off with an article. The article did not support anything that you said.
I think I did.
No, it didn't.
do you have a master's in physics or a PhD?
Masturbated in physics, I think.
Yes, I have a PhD.
Can you share your thesis with us?
You don't have a fucking PhD. Shut up. If you got a PhD, then they just give them away. They just must give them away.
Anyone can get a PhD.
I mean, look,
What the fuck good are they? What do they prove then? If anybody can have one, they're only as good as
if I put the work in.
they're only as good as the dumbest motherfucker that has one.
Cool.
with all due
Bob, are you
respect,
able to share? Are you able to share your thesis so we can review it?
my thesis has my personal name on there, so I really don't want to do that.
Oh, right.
What was your thesis about?
Are you ashamed of yourself? Is that why you have to hide behind personas?
I believe him.
No, it's the internet. You don't know who you're talking to. You know,
So?
someone in the car can be a criminal. Someone watching could be a criminal. That could
Then why do you even bother coming on? Why do you even bother?
Because we can all be anonymous and we can all be in.
No, because you know what? That just shows me, and that along with your lies and your deceitful methods that you've used in the past and tonight, just shows me that you're ashamed of yourself because you are a lying piece of shit.
No, because I'm in hostile territory.
No, you're a lying piece of shit. You don't have a thesis. You don't have a PhD. You don't have any of that stuff. You know, you're just a liar.
Bob, have you heard of a magic marker? Could you not scrub out your name with it and let the gentleman that asked to see that, you know, could you not do that?
I could.
You know how to draw a straight line and cross out your name.
The problem is, like,
details.
even if I did that, right, like, you could still search up the name of the paper and then you'll still find my name. So it's
you should be proud of it. Shouldn't you be proud of it? What do you think? If somebody doesn't, you think that the only place that somebody be able to try to hunt you down and shit would be somebody off the internet? If it's a published paper, if it's a published fucking thesis, and you've got this thing there for your doctorate, there's other people that are looking at this. People you've never even heard of, people that you don't even never talk to, have looked at it and they know your name.
Yeah, but they have other points of contact
what's going on, Globe Believer. Here's what's going on. You're a liar. Okay, Liam or Bob or Timmy Bob or whatever the fuck, you don't even know who your name is. You don't know where you are. You have no idea. One minute you're in fucking Japan, another day you're in this, you know, and that's how you dodged out of debate in Flatsoid. You see,
Bob, who's got no job, who's on the rock and roll.
You're just a deceitful piece of shit.
No,
just like everybody else, just like everybody else that gloms onto this globe, like you do.
No, I went to Japan. I did a collaborative project.
You probably worked a glory hole in a fucking rice paddy. You was in Taiwan, and probably on one of them sex tours, some shit.
It
man,
does amaze me, Bob, that I've got like a friend that I've known for 20 years, and like he is my true friend, and he doesn't believe in anything I believe in. We're chalk and cheese. We shouldn't be friends. He's just a really nice person compared to the area I live in and stuff like that. However, he has the same reaction you have, and Brenda has, and the list, and Craig. And this is what I don't understand. Like, you've never met each other, but you all have the same answers, and you all throw a little tantrum. You all say, "Oh, well, everyone knows it. It's common knowledge. It's the majority. Of course, it's that. That's what the majority of people think. So it must be right."
Well, imagine someone coming along and saying 1 + 1 is 3. I'm pretty sure you're gonna laugh at them. Like.
Yeah,
That was
but
a great
how many
observation,
times?
Frank.
Let me ask you something, Bob, or Timmy Bob, or Liam, or whatever the fuck your name is. How many times before that's no longer entertaining? I mean, could you watch like the same 2-minute cartoon over and 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 still be entertained by it?
Look, I think this is a little different, right? We're here
No,
about
it's not any different at all. It's not any different at all.
With all due respect, we're here about we all want the truth, right? That's what we all have in common, is we all want the truth. And
that's good.
Unfortunately for you, the truth is on my side, and you can
The
disagree.
truth's not on
That's
anyone's
fine.
side. The truth stands alone.
Over the overwhelming truth is on my side. How about that?
Again, you've just proved my point. That's exactly what my friend would say.
Great point, Facts. Truth is axiomatic. It's just people's interpretation is skewed because of the beliefs or the lies in their mind.
So 1 + 1 can equal 3?
What has this got to do with the reaction that... See, this is what I say to my friend. Like, what do you lot talk about? This is why you act like children, because you all believe the same thing. You lost your individuality because you've got to agree with all what your little crowd says. Otherwise, you're ostracized and laughed at, and you can't cope with that. So, it's frightening, Bob. You need to man up.
Yeah, because it's a real danger to you.
What's going on, Mike?
I have manned up, and the thing is, I'm not behaving like a child. Okay, I'm talking to you like an adult here, and I'm telling you that you are categorically wrong. And
just because you're using a calm voice and long words,
because you say that, just because you say that, you've already shown to be a liar. You've already proven yourself deceitful. You've proven yourself deceitful on multiple occasions, and we're just supposed to, because you say something, that's what makes it so.
Yeah,
can someone be deceitful and honest at the same time?
No.
Really?
No.
Okay.
I would disregard. I would have to see everything you say as a lie unless I can verify it.
Okay, so if I was deceitful and I said 1 + 1 = 2, am I still deceitful?
Probably.
So 1 + 1 is not equal to?
I don't know. Does it?
Okay. Well, there you go.
Coming from you, see, I'd have to actually check and make sure.
1 + 1 does equal 2 because you start with the cardinal number.
So what? So what? It still doesn't mean that it's because you say something that everybody knows. That a big deal.
But wouldn't you
that's
agree
how
that
liars work.
Is,
that's
is
how
that
liars.
everybody agrees on it. That's what truth is. That's because we all say yes to it.
Yeah, but with all due respect, so
that's what liars
when
do.
you were
Bob.
looking at
that's
the
what liars do, Bob. That's what liars do. Liars intersperse a little bit of truth to make their lies plausible. But your lies aren't even plausible.
But with all due respect, right? When you were looking at the
stop
footage,
saying that. You don't have any respect, and I don't respect you. So just stop with that.
With when you were looking at the footages, right, of the bombs dropping, right, and you saw the house like collapse, right?
Sound, man. What the hell?
Why didn't you think
I don't know
about
if you can
other
hear me. I got no sound from
possibilities?
your side.
Why didn't you think about other possibilities of how they might have recorded that? Why did you
I
immediately
did.
assume?
That's because it looks, it's a miniature. It's fake. It's a model.
But why can't
Yeah,
you?
but
Other
why
Why
would
can't
you ask
you?
that
possibilities. So
question?
explain what
Why
that
can't you
possibility
critically?
is.
Why
Like,
can't you
obviously,
critically
we've thought about
analyze?
that dumbass question.
Yeah,
Why can't you
exactly.
critically analyze this?
How do you,
Did
maybe they
critically
had.
analyze it.
Tell us what your thoughts
You
are.
didn't critically analyze it.
So
You
Yeah,
sat
what
there
are
and
your
made up
thoughts
a
on
bunch
it?
of shit and said, "Oh yeah, he's behind 10 inches of glass inside of a mountain bunker."
so
Zoomed
why
in
didn't
with
you think of?
fucking
So you
perfect
didn't. So you thought
clarity.
about a bunker then? Did you think about a bunker?
Jesus Christ, you ain't even you not shown any proof of this bunker.
No, but did
Typical
you? I'm asking
projecting.
you. Did you think about a bunker?
Did I think about a bunker next to a
Yeah.
nuclear explosion?
Yeah. Did you think about?
Yeah,
They
if
might
I
be
was to
filming
think
inside of a
about a
bunker.
bunker, I certainly wouldn't put it in a mountain. I would put it underground.
Yeah, some of them were underground.
Well,
Some of them were
how
on the
was that
outside.
being filmed from above then?
Because it's
Duh,
close
duh,
zoom.
duh.
No, but the thing is, you're not considering other possibilities. You're
I
only
am.
thinking
What
about
other
one.
possibilities? Like what?
You're only the
Like
only thing you're
what?
thinking about
What
is debunking
possibilities?
it. You're
It's
trying to debunk
1950.
everything.
It's 1950. You're going to film a
Uh-huh.
nuclear explosion. How do you do it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's the
well,
camera's not shooting through any inches of glass and getting clarity like that. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
That's actually how it's done. You use glass, you face the camera backwards, you hide it, and it's the reflection. The glass can be broken if it happens. Blah blah blah.
How thick would that glass have to be to withstand this? Is what I'm saying. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
The glass doesn't have to withstand. Once the shit hit the glass, even if it tears up, the camera still has the footage.
but if you look at the direction of the
What?
blast, right? If you look
Wouldn't
at
the
the direction,
radiation from the fucking blast just
No.
destroy the
In
film back then?
conventional explosions. I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about. I know they do it for conventional explosions.
if you
And I've
guys
seen
look
the
at
glass.
if you guys look at the direction of the blast, it's away from the
Yeah.
camera's
That was
orientation.
just one angle, dude.
No. But just look at them. All
Yeah,
of them
there
are
you go, right
away.
there. There's one that comes forward and back. There's a shockwave that happens. It goes in both directions. Doesn't matter.
You can
They
see that
use a
the
mirror for
blast
that.
is away from.
No, it's just dumb. You're not going to be that close to an impact zone and have any.
You
Not
You
then.
don't have to be.
Not then. Look, right next to the house that got annihilated. What do you think this thing's in?
How do you
But look
think
at the
they
di-
catch explosions on?
No, wait a second. Did you see this? Look at this back here.
All right.
Hang on, watch
Go
this.
ahead.
Hang on. Let me go back to this. Where's this one? All right. You see this big tank sitting here? It's
Yeah.
like, what is it? It's like a fuel tank or something, right? In this
Propane
building.
tank
Yeah.
from
But
farm,
watch
right?
the fucking fuel tank. Nothing happens to it. Watch.
Great catch.
It just sits there.
I don't even.
Go on, Soul. Top.
That can be explained. It's
I
really
know.
not that difficult.
You've got some kind of fucking
Oh
made up
my
excuse.
goodness.
No, like the reason why
There
they
you go.
tend to do-
There you go.
It
The
was in
camera's
the room.
inside the fucking
What do you
explosion.
think they had it in a black
How does
box?
the
A
film
nuclear
even-
black box?
No, see, the thing is, you're looking at it.
What are you
You're
smoking
looking
with
at
that?
it. Its impact. It's like 20 kilometers away from like
No,
the
bro.
the
20
point
kilometers
of
away?
impact.
What do you think
Hey,
zooming in on
it's
that
Let's
little
not.
get a
dummy in the
receipt,
room?
please,
20
Bob.
kilometers away? You are smoking shit.
It's
Imagine
like
the
20, 30,
refraction
50
index
kilometers
on
away.
20 kilometers.
Do you think in 1950 they had a camera that could
No, I'm
zoom more
talking
than
about.
20 feet?
I was talking about why the tanker didn't move. I'm not talking about the camera.
Can you show a receipt, Bob?
The
Some
camera.
evidence, please?
What
You
about the
can- you
camera
can-
inside the room?
Again, that camera is temporarily installed.
Right?
And actually these homes are actually special built
They're not
homes.
sending the data through
And-
internet cables back to
hold
the
on.
home bunker, you know.
Now he knows. Listen to this motherfucking fool. Listen to this guy. Now he's talking about, these homes were specially built.
Yeah, they're blast resistant.
Oh, the
They're-
thing. Now
they're
he knows
blast.
the construction specifications and everything
Hold
about
on,
them.
man. They're blast resistant. They're blast
No, they're
resistant.
not. If they were built to be blown up, they would be built to
There's
see
no
how
such
a
thing as
standard
blast
house
resistant
would
inside
fare.
nuclear.
No. You can actually build blast
Detonation.
resistant. Now, just because something is blast resistant doesn't mean it's not going to topple, right?
It's
still
not.
gonna
It's
topple,
not
but
a
the-
firework. It's a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, I understand, but the thing is, you
It's
can
not
actually.
such thing as blast resistant. in a
Hold
nuclear
on. You
bomb.
can no.
Concrete
You can
buildings are getting annihilated. What are you
no,
smoking?
you can actually build. You can actually build blast-resistant homes. It's actually possible.
Dude, the whole purpose was to show what happens to a normal built house.
Yeah, that was
right?
the point of the experiment.
And
was
you're
to
not going
show
to
what
build a
happens
blast resistant house to show what happens to a normal house
house.
because of a nuclear bomb. Okay.
It's not going to be
So
blast
there
resistant from a
again,
nuclear bomb anyway.
another instance of your deceit, of your just making shit up off the cuff.
Can you hear me, Sov?
Yes, I
You
can.
can
Which
now,
one?
yeah.
You're coming over here on this one on the
Yeah,
right,
but
right?
you also
check
have
this.
remote controlled cameras. You can have like all kinds of things as well.
Are you still there, Thing?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm going to throw the other one off.
Remote
Good.
control cameras in 1950. What the fuck?
The glass didn't look too thick on that circular window. Was it concave or convex glass or flat
Pong
glass?
didn't even come out until 1967.
Look,
What do
they
you
were
mean remote
using
controlled?
they
What do
were
you mean?
using telephoto lenses, right, which are used to magnify distant objects.
Aren't you going to answer me? Like,
So
can you name the company that made the remote control?
like the remote controlled cameras that we're using.
Yeah. What company did that? Was it Canon?
Same one that made them went
I'll
up
have
to
to
space.
I'll have to Google it, but
Yeah, you will
they
have
were
to Google it,
definitely
won't you?
using
You
they
will
were definitely
definitely
using
have to Google it.
no they were using
Oh,
remote controlled
Scott,
telephoto
Google.
lens cameras.
It was called atomic nuclear proof cameras.
Yeah. Ink.
So what's your perspective, Sov, on all this
I
stuff?
think I saw that on
I
Wile E.
definitely
Coyote,
know.
didn't I?
I
Yeah, it was
personally.
Acme.
Acme nuclear proof cameras.
You didn't hear those?
No,
I
man.
did now.
I got hung up on the slingshots, man. I didn't get past that page where you can get the big giant slingshots.
It can drop them down in the center of the nuke, and it can film everything.
Yeah.
Oh, get the epicenter.
Right.
Yeah. How else would they know what it looks like?
God damn, man. Some of this shit, man. And I got
Going
for being,
along with it is
for
so
being a
much fun.
bullshit artist, even though you're not really good at it, Bob, you put a pretty good you put a good effort into it, but you just make shit up, man. You're as bad as T-Jump. Did you hear that nonsense he said during that debate? Said you could put something in a heavy gas in a fish bowl and then put it in a vacuum and it'll stay in the fish bowl. And I'm like, you're fucking retarded. No, it won't.
Yeah, it would actually. Like the thing is, like
Yeah. Sure. Show me a demonstration of it, or just shut the fuck up.
You'll have to
That's
Google
all. You show me a goddamn video of them this being done, or just shut up.
I know it sounds really like stupid.
It doesn't just sound. It is okay. It doesn't just sound ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Okay, can we meet in the middle ground? Have you seen them use cameras pretty close for big conventional explosions that survive somehow? Have you seen those?
No. I've seen them zoomed in really heavy duty to show an explosion. But look, man, even when we were doing grenade practice when I was in the Army, right? Where you watch the explosions of the grenades and shit like that, how everybody else was, you were inside this big concrete bunker, and those were just little fucking fragmentation grenades. And that glass was still pretty fucked up. They had to replace it every so often, and that shit was like about that thick. You had to look through these little slots in this concrete bunker to be able to see out onto the
grenades
exchange. And that glass got all fucked up. And I could only imagine it was hard to see. It was hard to see because of how thick the glass was.
Check this out. I saw some guys who do explosions and they wanted to catch them on. They do mining and shit like that. So they're pretty big and they wanted up close shots. They built these camera things with the crazy housing and glass and stuff. And then they turned them away from what they wanted to film. They put a mirror up there and they put even more shit in between the camera and the explosion. So the explosion would go off, the mirror would blow up and shit, and the camera would survive and it still have all the footage and shit.
Yeah.
Yay. These are regular people. These weren't great guys. These were just regular company that came up with a way to do it.
No sense, Joe. Cool.
Oh, but that's just dude. That's fake. Obviously, that's fake.
No, it's real.
Yeah, and I noticed the camera went tumbling.
Yes.
Right? And they
Some
recovered
did, yeah.
the film from it. But
Yeah, because that's a
we just
remote
witnessed
controlled
was
camera.
no tumbling of a camera. No shooting through 5 inches of glass.
No, not with the
No
clarity
being
like
on a
that.
mountainside fucking bunker.
Look at the ground. Did anybody look at the ground? Do that footage
No,
again. Look
no,
at
no. The
there's like
ones
no
that
grass.
the ones that were filming the houses, they were filmed from bunkers. Yeah, for sure.
I could help you out and say they could have used the periscope.
It's just like
Yeah,
this
like,
weird dirt, like
this one was
dirt
filmed.
road.
This one was filmed in a bunker.
I've lived in
There's
New
like, where does
Mexico.
all that smoke come from? Like,
Those
it just
liquids.
lifts all that smoke is just dust and all on the wires and everything. Like, why is all that dust on the wires and stuff?
Yeah, I've lived in New Mexico, and there's lots of shrubbery. I don't see any there.
Yeah. Oh, there's tons of shrubbery. It's all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Any grass. I mean, yeah, you know, I get there might be out in the desert, but
Well, Sob, what's your opinion? Do you think they've actually ever used a real nuclear bomb? I don't think they've
No.
detonated because they don't know what would happen, and they're probably too
I
scared
don't-
anyways.
I don't think it's possible.
I don't
I
think
mean-
they. I personally don't think they've ever detonated a nuclear bomb. It's all just been CGI and lies.
well, if they come on the TV and they say, you know, like when Bush was doing his little campaign of weapons of mass destruction,
Say that's
into caves
one
and
from
find
the
people that
site
have
right
turbans
there.
on their head that have them that are hiding weapons of mass destruction in caves in Iran. Trust me, it's definitely propaganda when they have to do that.
I don't know if this is true or not, but they say this is what remains of one of the bunkers built from that particular test. That's how they did the cameras in that particular test. I don't know if it's true or not.
I'm sure they built bunkers to observe.
Yeah.
And they also got the blast radius, what they thought was crucial and what they can get away with and all that.
There is a great video. Eric Dubé's got one out about the nukes.
What kind of millimeter zoom cameras would they have? Telephoto or not? I want to know how they could zoom in that far out of the blast radius.
Telephoto. They were
in
using
1950.
lens.
Yeah, right.
Using telephoto lens.
They got some thick glass in them buildings too. So whoever said glass,
I have
is
a
onto
camera
something.
right now. It's brand new technology that can zoom in and stabilize at 8,000 millimeters. I can zoom in on the freaking moon.
I've seen it.
Okay, so what are they doing? What are they using? Then
I told you,
1950.
man. Telephoto lenses, bro.
They weren't getting
I mean, it
clarity
wasn't
at
that
that.
fucking
You
impressive.
can't get stabilization. Yes, it is at that.
How far do you
away
think
was
they
the
had to
camera?
be away?
That's what I'm asking. I want to know how far that camera was because you're
And
not
then
getting
you-
that clarity. I'm a
They were
photographer.
Exactly. The
I'm a
clarity at that
photographer.
distance.
The clarity at that distance, technology didn't exist for stabilization like that. With
Sure
the
it
type
did.
of camera they would have, no, it did not.
Well, I don't know what you're thinking, but you can overbuild something for stabilization. It wouldn't come with the camera, but you'd build a concrete steel mount if you're doing it for a test. You
And
wouldn't buy
talking
off the
about
shelf
during the picture,
technology.
the nuclear bomb is going off. It's shaking at an unprecedented amount that no photograph has ever had to achieve.
And it's looking through the atmosphere, right? The
You can't
molecules
have
in
it
the air.
both ways.
The vibration alone from the explosion. Look at that. Doesn't even look like a real house. Look at that chimney. It's like perfectly square.
It looks
Look
like
at
the
that.
Does not. I
fake
heard
props
they
on,
use,
on. It looks
Look
like
at
the
that
fake
chimney.
props on
I've
train
been in
sets.
millions of houses.
Yeah,
It
so
is-
it's positioned. It's positioned several miles away. Okay, that's all it is.
Now
It
look,
looks like the train
look.
props.
Chopsticks.
That's to like a model train or some
No
shit.
shit.
like
Yeah.
House.
Yeah,
It's a
they
model
built
village.
it for the test.
Yeah, when I'm in an airplane and I look down, I see humans look like ants. What's your point? Like, what are you trying to say? Like, are you saying that-
What I'm trying to say is that this is fucking fake.
Yeah, I
and
can
I'm
see
gonna
the
say, when
edges. I
I'm on
can
an
see the
airplane,
clarity.
humans
Like,
are
how
fake
far away
because
is this
they look
camera
like
to
that.
look at this so clear while a bomb is going off? Look at all the dust coming off the house right now, but the image isn't moving at all. The image would be moving because the ground would be shaking.
Right.
No,
Great
because
question,
they're in a
Mike.
bunker. They're in a stable bunker. Oh
But
my
what was the
God.
question though? How
The
far away
bunker
are
would
they?
move, you idiot. The bunker's not stable if the
want
ground's
you to-
moving.
I
How do
want
you not
you to
understand
look-
that? How do you not understand I said the ground? That means everything that's connected to the ground.
Listen, if
Not
you,
really,
if you
though.
are,
Not
if you
really.
are
Do you know what an earthquake is? What the hell are you talking about?
Oh,
Dude,
you know,
they-
Well,
They
what is
could
that,
be
a
using a
joke? Do I know what an
gyroscope. For all
earthquake
we
is?
know, they could have
It
used a
moves the
gyroscope. They could
Earth.
have
The
used all
Earth
kinds of
beneath the
things.
camera would be moving and shaking.
Great point, Mike.
Have you not seen people take
Why aren't we using our brains?
more?
I feel like I'm talking to kindergartners.
I know. I felt me too, because only
Shock
one of us
absorbers.
doing that.
I
The
want you
ad
all to
hom
look.
nonsense.
Take a
It
look at
makes you
this.
think motherfuckers are young too, as opposed to using that argument. You know.
No, Mike raised a
But
great point, I think. Oh, sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
no. I was just going to say that we've seen other explosions big. This one would have been tiny. It was just for this test. We've seen big when they stay far away. They plant the shit in bunkers, do it between
You're
glass,
saying this is
and the
smaller than
camera
what
does
we've
not
taught before?
shake. I was saying that we've seen other tests, and the camera does not shake when they're at a distance. It films through glass in a bunker.
And
The
when were
camera
these
doesn't
tests
shake.
taken? And you're
So
talking
it's
about
a
in
thing.
1950?
So it's a thing. Is the
What?
rest of my
What?
point?
The technology in 1950 is not a thing as it is today. Okay, you can't just call
I didn't
out
say
something that.
technology. You said that. I said that we've seen bunkers, pictures
When?
taken from bunkers. You keep interrupting. You probably will never hear it. You're
I heard
impatient or
you. I
something.
said when.
When were the pictures taken for the? It would have
Yes.
been when they were doing all of the atomic bomb testing, right? Which would have been
So you're saying that
anywhere
the
between.
tests conducted that you're mentioning were conducted at the same time as this.
I would assume that they were
Okay.
taken right
Okay.
after this. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Joe, cool. Can I ask you a quick
Early
question?
40s, late 40s,
Bob
50s even. Yeah.
Bob didn't answer Mike's question, so maybe you will. How far away do you think this camera is from this house?
That's not a horrible question.
Several miles away.
Let
Several
me
miles
guess you. Let me
away.
get you
no,
guys
Several
guesses
miles
first.
The question
away.
is for Joe.
Do you know?
No, I want you guys to answer first, because they're gonna jump on me anyway. I'll
I'm a
give an honest
photographer.
answer
You
what
you
I
need
think.
to explain the clarity problem here. Just because you see
Several
those little
miles away. That's
Let's get
how far
distance,
away
guys.
this
Give me some distance. What do you think?
Well, if you were to ask me, the clarity of this shot would make me presume it's within, I'd say less than 100 yards.
You let
Oh,
at least
God,
200
no.
to 300 yards maximum.
Maximum.
Not even a football field away. This
It's
camera,
several miles.
you
It's
couldn't
several
even
miles
grab
away.
a camera at the store right now that would take a clear picture across the football field like that.
It's several miles
That's
away.
why you guys are
Several
thinking clarity.
miles
You
away,
think
then it's totally fake. You're not
No,
getting
no,
this
it's not.
clarity from any camera
You
on the
can
plane.
get it from telephoto lenses actually.
No, you can't just say that.
I think you
It
said
doesn't work.
200 miles the first time, Bob. Now
That's
it's
what
I never
a few
said
miles away.
300 miles. What?
How
heard
far?
100.
How far do you think the
200.
blast radius of this bomb is, guys? What do you think the blast radius of this
That's up
bomb
to
is?
them. That's the narrative, isn't it? We don't know.
Well, we don't know any of this shit. We're just guessing. I'm assuming this
I
is
know
the
how
Trinity
fucking
test, which would
cameras
have
work.
been
That's what I'm
early
trying to
on.
say. I know how cameras work.
Yeah, if you use telephoto
Yes,
lenses,
just to
you
give
can
us an
see.
idea of distance, if we know the blast radius. Bombs and a big one, the one dropped on
This
Hiroshima, I
fool's
think
not
was.
just even taking a stable picture. He's taking a video. This is a video. You guys.
I do believe the blast radius of the
Yeah,
Hiroshima bomb
but a
was
video is just a series of images.
Nobody's
6
arguing
miles.
that. Do you understand what frame rate is?
Yeah. So what is the frame rate in this footage?
You tell me. At this fucking distance, it's not achievable. The clarity that we're getting right now.
Check
That
it out.
camera's
It looks
not
like
moving at
there's
all. The house isn't
Standard
moving at all.
32. It's standard 32 frames per second.
It looks like there's a flaming horse coming out of the tree. Check it out.
It's several
Back it up.
miles away.
Back it
It's
up.
using telephoto
Look
lenses.
at. Okay, now pay attention to the angle of the camera, the clarity of the photograph, the clarity of the video, all of that. Keep that in mind right there. Okay, and specifically the angle that this is being shot at.
Everything around the house is almost blurry.
Now watch.
Except for the house.
Oh my God! Look at.
And the reason is foreground and background.
There's the horizon.
focusing.
Same
You see how it's
spot.
blurry? But the house isn't.
It's
Exactly.
mountainside. It's shot from a mountainside bunker.
Yeah.
You can
You,
see
you ever
it.
find that? You ever find that mountainside bunker that you're talking about, where these were shot from, with
I
that
showed
clarity?
you.
Come
I
on.
showed you.
Yeah,
I
so
showed
Yeah,
you.
you
One of them.
showed,
Just
you
showed
showed
you.
a thing with
using
the
models
bubbled
to
out
fake TV
windows.
forever.
It had bubble windows on it. That's not what
Somewhere
they're
from like
filming.
New Mexico.
I guess some people here will believe they got the shuttle Columbia up in space and satellites too.
I mean, I could show you
Yes, some
footage from
people believe
probably
that.
10 different movies that you wouldn't, if you hadn't seen the movie, you wouldn't be able to tell me if it was real or fake, because that's how good movie magic is. You're gullible just like the rest of them. I am too. I'm easily tricked too, because that's just how our eyes work. We see, perception, and they make it small. They make it to scale. It can look real. It can look real.
Listen, your logic does not really hold if you think that you're sounding smart, because that logic holds from any image you've ever seen before. I could say it's CG. You're a fool. You never know. So it's not a good
It's on a
argument, right?
scrying mirror. It's on a two-dimensional piece
But
of
it's a
glass.
nonsense
Of course, you could
argument,
say that.
right?
It's just lights.
The cameras were set up, according to Google. Some of them were as close as 800 yards away.
Did you hear yourself?
To ensure the cameras would work from the blast, they were set up in shelters, angling, facing mirrors that faced away from the blast. Same shit I just said.
Joe, was this a daytime test or a nighttime test?
What's up with this
So
tank
you're
right
saying
here?
this went through a mirror? It had to go through a second medium. It had to grab it off the mirror that's also fucking moving on the Earth. They got to put it on two different gyroscopes. Like,
Wait.
you're crazy. That's
You think-
craziness.
Yeah. And what
That's
about it?
pretty
Was this a
bad.
test? Was this
How
a
is that
daytime test or a
crazy?
night test?
Your guess is as good as mine. I'm trying to go off of memory here.
What do you think?
it's
Looking at the
daytime.
video,
It's a daytime test. Yeah.
I would assume daytime, all right? Because
It's just
a second ago it looked
black
like
and
it
white
was
film.
pretty
You're talking about when they
light
couldn't
when
even
he
have
started.
color film. They didn't even have color film, and you're saying they took a fucking HD photo of this.
I
HD
know,
video.
right?
It's so dumb. And just because they add the little black splotches over the film to make it look all grainy, that doesn't do anything. I can tell that this is fucking fake. It looks so good because it's 5 inches away. It's 5 inches away from what it's filming. That's why it looks so good, because it's 5 inches off the ground looking down at a model house.
No, it's in a bunker somewhere.
So much
You
in
just
an
keep saying
atomic
that, and that's also
reaction
how I know it's fake.
quickly.
People like
Any
you just sound
instruments
fluoride
that
out.
could
You sound like
normally
you drink tap
measure the
water for
blast
breakfast, lunch,
and
and dinner.
detail the
I'd like to ask Sob a
Listen,
question, and other people who could answer. Since when do you think this perceived Earth has had CGI capability?
Well, you don't necessarily need to CGI.
CGI's been around since
It denotes
1890s.
already
I've
that
done an
computer
episode on that,
graphic.
so don't get
That's
too
computer graphic
far away.
interface. But people have been manipulating photographs and
Yes.
making trip photographs for
Since
ages.
1890s.
As soon as the reciprocal nature of film was discovered, it wasn't very long before people were making all kinds of apparition photographs.
That's right. That's
Could
correct.
we
They were
all
doing
agree?
illusions and magic. They were using it.
Yeah.
Could
as
we all agree
entertainment.
here
That's
that
what
this?
started it.
Could we all agree that technology always has been, and they reintroduce it on the perceived resets they may have done? So
Yeah, I would-
defining if more advanced civilizations did have CGI and they're in collaboration with the Dark Agenda, then they could have had access since I would say the Egyptian era to types of CGI animation.
It's feasible. I give it a very low probability.
That's just that's brainwash. That's literally just conspiracy theory.
I mean, you can't say 0% though, right? All of this could be a simulation. We could not know. I think the computer power we have now, it's feasible at least. Not likely, but feasible.
Right, because all technology that, from my understanding, has always been, it's just always been reintroduced. Who's not to say the elites that always manipulate with media, manipulating with technologies they have
All right.
access to.
Let's argue that point.
I don't
though.
What do you
correlate
think?
it.
Hold on. What do you think
Simulation theory. I
technology
can't stand
means? Like, what do you think it means?
What does it mean? What does
Yeah,
it
what
mean
does
to yourself?
technology mean?
Technology means the existence we exist in. Anybody who perceives this to be
Okay, that's
real.
not what technology is. Technology is the application of scientific knowledge. Okay?
What's
Not
scientific knowledge?
necessarily.
Science,
Not
the word
necessarily.
science. The word science is hijacked.
Advent of an
Philosophy.
arrow, advent of a sharpened stick used as a spear. There was no science involved with that.
Science
It was
was
a pointed
hijacked.
stick make stab. There was no science. That was invention. That was ingenuity.
When men get
Technology is
together to
based on ingenuity.
When men get together to discuss what they
No,
find,
it's based
that's
on
philosophy.
Based
That's
on
science.
ingenuity.
It's based on
Discovering and
applying
discussing what the
scientific
world is about,
knowledge.
how the world works, is what science is. It's the discussion. It's not fact. Nobody can claim fact. That's what we were talking
we're
about
talking
earlier. It's
about
true.
technology. We're not
Yeah.
talking about science.
You said from
Technology
scientific
And I
knowledge,
said,
based
and
on
I said
scientific knowledge.
hold on a
technology.
second. Let me ask you something. Was the advent of a guy discovering that he could take a rock and throw it at something and knock it the fuck out, was there science involved there? Or was that ingenuity? Me take rock, me hit animal with rock, me eat animal. Where was the science? That was technology, though. The technology of learning that I can throw a rock, the sharpened stick, the bow and arrow. Nobody was sitting around with a fucking slide rule and shit figuring out the goddamn bow and arrow.
And then
Okay?
we go to this
No,
angle and we
actually,
hop that
that is
angle.
a form of science, right?
Yeah, we're not
No,
calling
it's
bow
not
and
a
It's
arrow
form of
philosophy.
technology.
It's the study of the world
You
around you.
you
Don't you get
conducted
it?
an experiment. You tested the hypothesis.
That's
Can
called the
this rock
study of the
cause something
world
to be
around
unconscious?
you.
And it worked, and so you tested your hypothesis. It worked, and it
That's not
validated it.
science.
And
It's
then
just
you
a word
applied
you
it.
use
Then
to
you
Oh,
applied
shut
it.
up. You'd die before you could survive. You'd be too busy trying to figure something.
According to Google, bow and arrow is technology.
Yep.
Yeah, but technology is the application of scientific knowledge.
You're
The
going by
There wasn't nothing
knowledge.
scientific
Don't you
between somebody
understand what science
accidentally
is?
discovered that a
You don't
tightened
understand what science
piece of gut or that they could use dried gut for string and shit like that. It was useful to tie sticks and shit together. Okay. And they found out that if you had a taut piece like that, it had a spring effect to it. Hey, this is pretty cool. Doesn't take you, nobody had to sit there and scientifically analyze.
Yeah, it's
the fucking
definitely
shit.
science.
No, it
It's
is
definitely
science.
science.
It is science.
If he has to figure out the curve of the bow, the elasticity of the string, he's using a scientific mind.
Right. What I'm getting at is that
Can I say real quick, just how did
Wow.
science get its name? The word science has been used in Middle English since the 14th century in the sense of the state of knowing. The word was borrowed from the Anglo-Norman language as the suffix science, which was borrowed from the Latin word scientia, meaning knowledge, awareness, understanding. It's
Right.
not fucking science. Like I said, it was hijacked. It's the term that's
Yeah.
used of men describing their understanding of the world around them. Thank you.
I would go for that as a
okay.
definition of science. I can go
What
for that.
was wrong with my definition of technology?
It's not
Yours is from the
scientific
book
knowledge.
of this world.
You're trying to say it's a
Wait,
set book of facts.
Exactly.
No, technology is applying what we know scientifically. Okay.
So science would be knowledge in your perspective too?
Science is just a method in which we can come to a
I think if somebody
sound,
tattooed science
reasonable
on their dick,
hypothesis.
you'd swallow it.
You was on the sun with that definition of science. There, it's a method. We have we theorize something. Science would be the way we use it. Technology to be the way we apply it, and what tools we use.
So if we're saying we get a scientist to work on something an engineer does, he could do it?
That's what philosophy is.
An
that what we're saying?
engineer is applying scientific
Yeah, I think
principles
science and
to make
engineers would.
certain things.
Yeah.
So
Engineer
science
would have to know
falls. So we can
science.
have a scientific engineer, a scientific physicist.
It's logical.
No. You have a scientist, then you have an engineer, and an engineer is dependent on the scientist, and the scientist is dependent on the natural environment that he lives in.
Why can't somebody just be a scientist and an engineer?
Yeah, you saying that's not a thing?
Well, you can be that. Newton
Why
was a
you want to
scientist engineer.
compartmentalize everything, ball gobbler Bob?
That's what I'm saying. You're just fucking
Oh my
categorizing
God.
everything, man. What is an engineer? It's a person who went to a school and got peer reviewed and
No,
handed
an
a piece of paper.
engineer is someone
The
who
fuck are you talking about?
applies what they learned from science.
Yeah,
and
you
then-
ain't
But
got
they
to go
don't
to
need
school to be an
anybody. They don't
engineer.
need a scientist. You can be everyone is a scientist. Everyone is a philosopher of the world around them.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but not everyone is a formal.
This is why I say it's
Right, not
hijacked. Just
everyone is a
because the
formal
TV comes on and says, "Oh, the scientists have figured out this," you're the fucking scientist. You go out and do the
You're not a
experiment yourself.
formal. You're not a formal scientist. Okay.
What is a formal?
What's
I
a
don't think
formal
anyone
scientist?
said formal.
That's just
What's a
your
formal
That's
scientist?
just your cock gobbling
Show
for the
me-
fucking authorities.
Show me the
You don't.
scientific papers that you've read.
That's what I'm saying. The scientific papers. You need somebody else to do it because your brain doesn't work. I don't fucking care.
Yeah, Bob, have you ever heard of Dr. Sebai?
No, because you need Dr. Sebai is just a conspiracy theorist kook. Like,
Wait, you've researched him?
I know these conspiracy theorist guys. Like,
So
I know
So what is your knowledge of him, just quickly, if you don't mind me asking?
he purportedly cured people's cancer, which is like a complete buffoonery.
So you have how much time have you looked into it? Have you verified these claims?
Yes, I verified that it's garbage. Yes.
How?
Because he actually went to court and was sued.
That is not it. That isn't an. If you think court is an indication of truth, then you're a fucking moron.
Yeah,
Because there are thousands and thousands of people that are locked up because of shit that was trumped up on them and stuff. So fuck you and your court.
Also, he was actually
How did you personally debunk his claims? Not what you read from some other source.
Because you can't cure cancer.
You can't. How do you know that?
By eating a bunch of fruits. Okay.
How do you know that?
You can cure cancer by taking RSO. You can cure.
I've seen that dude before, man. He be crushing flat earthers, bro.
And also, he actually defended himself in court.
That dude is an idiot.
Yeah, so
reading from the NASA Bible. What are you talking about?
Listen to this motherfucker. Listen to this guy. He's an idiot.
Yeah. Craig here went on Twitter and claimed he is a disabled war veteran. His words, not mine. He claims he's a disabled war veteran. When asked which war he fought in, he then took his statement back and said, no, he's just a disabled veteran. He didn't mean to type the word war. He was just high on opioids, and it was an accident. Apparently this man gets so high on opioids, he accidentally types war veteran instead of just regular veteran. You know, because that's what people do when they're high on opioids. They claim they're war veterans instead of just regular veterans. Let's go ahead and have a listen to Craig explain it to you.
I don't have enough time. I don't do this for a living because I'm not a fake disabled war veteran. So let's do it.
I'm not a war veteran. I'm just a veteran, and I'm not fake.
You want to? How about that, dude? Let's do that. Let's go to Craig McShill's old Twitter where he says he's a disabled war vet.
Yeah. The word war slipped out because I was very high on opioids and stressful.
I think you're always high on opioids.
No, I came off of those after nearly 13 years of being extremely addicted to them.
Oh my God. Really, Craig? Oh, you hear that? I was really high on opioids and it accidentally slipped out that I was a war veteran. You know, I was all high on opioids and I just could not stop myself from typing W and I and R and typing in war. It was a physical impossibility because I'm so handicapped and fat and disabled. I was just so high on opioids because I'm a big opioid drug addict and I just couldn't stop myself from eating as many opioids as possible. So, of course, war veteran slipped out of my mouth. Wouldn't you call yourself a war veteran if you were on opioids?
What other type of veteran is there?
Hang on a sec. In the UK, they don't.
Gotcha,
the
fat
opioids
ass. Got you, fat ass. Got you, fat ass. Got you.
What made you bring this up, Saul?
I don't know. Whoever the guy talking though
Gotcha,
is 80
fat
times
boy.
worse than the guy
What
he's
you gonna
trying
do
to crack
now?
on. I mean, this is
In case you didn't notice, that's Jake the asshole.
Yeah, living up to his name.
What other veteran is he if he's not claiming war veteran? Surely he's claiming. What other veteran does he mean?
He's a science veteran.
And speaking of health, I'm not sure if anyone knows, Flatzoid shared. Hey, did you hear Flatzoid mention that Craig might be facing an amputation?
Yeah, I've known about that.
Dang.
I don't know what it was the other day. He tweeted that he was and showed a picture of some really nasty looking food and something. And he
said his
tweeted
wife's
about
got big boobies.
Said he was something about hospital food. So I don't know, man, if he's in there or not. So
yeah, I want to reach out to him. I wish. See, that's the thing. See, the Bible talks about how to heal, and it's been shown. Dr. Seba actually healed people. And it started from the Bible. It started from the 5th commandment. I'm not sure if you guys know the story, but it's incredible.
I haven't heard, but apparently he can cure every disease.
Yes, it's called intracellular
natural.
cleansing. He was taken to New York Supreme Court, and he defended himself against 2 prosecutors who were already had like 700 plus victories in a row. He defended himself using the Bible, and he was found not guilty.
No, sir.
Yes.
Is there a video of this?
Yes, his testimony. It's on my
I
channel.
know what this was about.
It's
Dr.
on your
Sabi,
channel?
it was the vocabulary he used. If he'd have used, basically you like used the same sort of vocabulary that the medical profession use, and it was like, and that's what they took him to court for. And I don't know the outcome of that. I can't.
Oh yeah,
can't remember.
he was found not guilty. He was instructed to bring, I think, several patients that he healed, but 77 showed up in his defense.
Very good.
Yeah, it's called
Very good.
intracellular cleansing, and it basically, he was sick himself, but someone pointed him to the 5th commandment and asked him, "Are you following this commandment?" And then that changed the course of his life forever. He never went to school, and he ended up becoming a doctor himself and defended himself in the New York Supreme Court. What a story and what a man. And
is this you?
yes, that's me. You'll see if you type in Sebai, you'll see his condensed testimony. I recommend watching the whole thing. It's about an hour plus. He reveals the whole story. Incredible.
So when you're sick, where do you go? Do you go to the hospital?
Well, if you're looking for trauma, yes, I recommend going to the emergency ward. But if you're not, I'm not sure if you've found out, actually, the 3rd leading cause of death in the United States is actually seeking medical attention now.
It is. It's medical malpractice. It actually is.
Yeah,
we better stay off that subject.
Okay, good point. Yeah.
Did you know that just know red pill and blue pill and mama pill, they picked up Dr. Sabi's work, and then Nipsey Hussle done an interview where he's talking about Dr. Sabi, and then all of a sudden he disappeared. That's a question mark over
great
where
point.
or not.
So does anybody know what is a disease?
It's when you're at dis-ease, when your body is at dis-ease.
It's actual created application program, virus, called a virus.
Yeah, that's Dr. Sabi.
Yeah, that's
I think
on
we
Dude's
should-
channel.
I think we
FFE,
should trust the scientist and not like.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, wait. Can you tell me
you know
more
what?
about that?
You know
How
what?
much
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you
much
something.
trust should we give them? All of our trust?
To all of my unjabbed friends, which I know that's going to be Mike, myself, at least.
Here.
No.
What do you mean? I love the jab. I got 7 of them.
Come on, so have a little bit more confidence in the new guy.
Has there been a single moment in the last 4 years that you've regretted not trusting the science?
Never.
No.
I've traveled the country. I've smoked blunts behind everybody across the United States, and I have not regretted not getting that jab at all.
There you go.
Especially on all these
what I'm seeing
planes.
now. Especially
I'm sure-
from what I'm seeing now, man. You know?
What percentage were placebo, you think? 50%?
I said that too. I said that, they're not just going to come out with the fucking dirty juice and kill everybody. It's just going to be 1 out of 100, like.
Yeah.
Well, I looked at it
That's
like it's
brilliant,
a cocktail.
yeah.
It's a time bomb. It's a freaking time bomb.
They can't just have everybody dropping around everybody.
Right.
Like,
It's going to be.
Yeah.
So, what if they put
it's like
into
yours
it
is
the
10
time
min's,
bomb
yours is a
theory?
year, yours is 2 years.
What if they
yours is-
decide?
Yeah,
with
but
that
your heart is
frequency
also a
shit?
time bomb.
Yeah, there you go, Joe. They could.
Yeah, what if they decide when that time bomb, when it's due, they just up the frequency, more people get sick.
Right, these 5Gs.
You got it.
They got these towers everywhere.
You
You notice
got
these
it.
towers going up like clockwork. They have them every 3 miles. And if you're driving down the highway or something and you see these death towers, these towers full of these cell things going on.
Oh my God,
They
yeah.
never used to be there.
Dude, they're all over our
They're
water
all
tower.
over the place.
Think about this. They're all over
And you
our
don't see a
water
single
tower.
Yeah, that
satellite dish
sucks.
anymore.
Talk about
All you see are
intentional
these-
water. What you put into your water, you put into you. They
Yes.
putting those waves into your drinking water.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
that's
you don't drink
horrible.
that. You don't drink.
No,
tap
I don't
water.
I don't drink the water.
You can bless the water. Bless the water after maybe.
Very
Listen,
good.
5G is very healthy. This doesn't impact you at all. So.
What?
He said 5G is very healthy.
And it
It's
doesn't
probably
impact you at
something.
all.
Here's government people. I'll show you something about some government people. Here's a guy that most often would probably come up, notice you not mind that you're minding your own business, and decide to bring you some government. This is what these folks do for you. Okay. So let me bring this. This just went out a little while ago.
So mind your own business, and they want to bring you some government.
There it is. Pennsylvania police officer Stephen Cugini has been arrested for raping and beating a 13-month-old.
He's a cop.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Huh?
You say a 13-year-old?
13-month-old.
Oh. Yeah, that just ruined shit.
Yeah, but
there.
that's just
Government. That's government people. I trust them, especially in our higher echelons of government, because Barney Frank certainly didn't run a gay underage prostitution ring in the House of Representatives. That would never happen. Right? Oh, yeah, wait, he did. He got busted for that. Nothing hardly happened to him for it, too.
Of course not, man. I be telling people you don't go to jail at that level, man. It's
Dude, these dudes are perverts, man.
rare.
And this is the people. This is the people that ball gobbler Bob. He trusts these people. He loves them.
And Bob,
the
monarchy.
There's some bad apples.
Monarchy.
I would love to hear about that, though. How come you love them?
Yeah, I want to hear that some bad apple theory.
Did you get the jab ball gobbler?
Yeah, I did actually. I did get the jab.
Oh,
Not a surprise. Not a surprise at all.
No, I didn't even need to ask, man.
Because when it happens again, you guys are not gonna be.
When what happens again? The flu? Flu season again?
It happens again. Every month there's an increase in the frequencies. I'm energy aware. It feels like a flu. I just tune right out of it in a couple of days. It's all a scam with the cell towers, big
I want to hear
time.
more from Ball Gobbler.
If you don't get the job, you're gonna have consequences in the future, man. I'm just saying.
Isn't that what they
won't
said
let you
5
work
fucking
for
years
them.
ago, you idiot?
You
Yeah, man, he said that 4 years ago, and I have not suffered one consequence. I didn't.
Except
I'm
watching my
like Joe.
family die.
I'm
That
like
did
Joe. In fact, I issued out a challenge. Tell me you got COVID, and I will open mouth French kiss you. I don't give a fuck. I will do it, man or woman. I'm that confident that it's bullshit.
I was on every tiny tin can airplane. I've traveled back across the country 3 different times, and I smoke a lot of weed, and every auditor smokes weed, and we sat up with their friends in every state across the country for 3 years, man. I didn't get sick, man.
My whole life. I mean, I've never.
I think we have a friend.
I
I
don't
think
even
we have a
wash my
friend that.
hands.
Oh yeah, right. I think we have a friend that was injured by a vaccine here. She's very knowledgeable too.
Actually, I was on a panel. Somebody's mother, father, and brother died within 2 years after that, all within the 2-year period.
Interesting. A lot of people I hear the same. Could I get a second with Global Bob? I want to ask you a question. Do you believe that few bad apple theory for cops too? Is that what you believe, or are all cops pretty
Yeah,
shitty?
look, there's some good cops and there's some bad cops, you know.
Would you agree that what determines whether you're good or bad is your morals? You agree with that? That's why you're saying there are some good cops and bad cops?
No, it's nothing to do with morals. It's about
Oh, very good.
it's about
That-
being following the law, right?
Oh, well, if you're saying that's a good cop.
Oh,
See,
order
my
follower.
definition of good has to do with morals. Therefore, a cop could never be a good cop because the law or the rules or his policy tells him that he could snatch an old lady out of a car and tase her and beat her up if she don't sign a ticket.
You ever seen a cop cry or,
No,
or
that's
break
so
down
that
or
makes
shoot
him an
somebody?
evil guy to me.
Because they realize that shit's evil.
Did you see that recent one? Did you watch that one come out on the civil rights lawyer? Do you ever watch him?
I watch him all the time. Which one? Yeah.
The one
where he
where
ran.
that cop pulled over that girl. She was still in high school, just 18. And she cracked her window down. She had her license and shit, getting ready to give it to him.
Yeah.
And he wanted the window down more, and she wasn't going to do it. And he opened up the door, jerked her out of there, body slammed her down on the pavement and shit. And and handcuffed her, put her in the car for failure to ID. And here's the kicker. Cop had to pick up her ID and shit off of the pavement where he threw her down at because she had it in her hands.
Yes.
Now,
So-
these people, listen, and like I agree, you know, there's some good guys, but I'm with Joe on that one. I don't know how a motherfucker can put their morals on the shelf from 9 to 5
and say he's good.
And that, I mean,
do you think that they're out there with recruiting police officers that have that are handing out flowers, or do they look for motherfuckers that are ruthless and that'll shoot a motherfucker dead?
I'll crack a skull. Yeah.
Look, intimidation is not a bad thing. It's a useful deterrent.
Intimidation is not a bad thing. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I hope you represent the rest of your clan.
You're
doing a great job. Fucking
what in the world are you talking about? I love for when a motherfucker tries to intimidate me. I goad him. I'll goad the shit out of him. Come on, try it. Try it.
Especially in the sense that you're using the word. We're talking about on traffic stops and shit.
It's a useful deterrent.
Why would intimidation be a good thing on a traffic stop?
Huh?
We were talking about traffic stops when you said intimidation is a good thing.
Wouldn't trust be better?
Just the police car.
You realize that a
alone,
traffic
right?
stop's not even a crime?
If you see a police car alone, if you see just a police car, you're automatically intimidated by it.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You are.
You are.
You might be. When I see
I'll
a
walk
police
right up
car,
to him. Dude.
listen. When I see a police car, I expect the doors to open up and about 50 fucking clowns to get out. That's what I see.
Look, when I see a police car, I'm intimidated because I know that.
That's because you're a sheep, Bob. That's because you're a sheep, Bob.
I'm gonna tear their ass up. They're gonna remember me the
I'm
rest
being
of their fucking
monitored,
days. They're gonna be hesitant to talk to the next man and ask the next man for his ID because I'm gonna give him so much shit. My dick get hard when I see a cop, yo. In fact, I film them. That's what I do. I'm a cop watcher, so I film them all. I chase them. They hate me.
Why would you be such a nuisance to?
Hey, Joe, I really like
Oh,
this
you
side.
didn't mind them being a nuisance to me 5 minutes ago. You said intimidation was cool, but I'm a nuisance?
What's up with the double standard there, holster sniffer Bob?
Because one is using it for deterrence, and you're just being an idiot and annoying.
No, I'm using it for good, for
A
freedom,
deterrent
and
from
that
what?
type of thing. Teach people their rights.
From what, Bob?
Your logic
Deterrent from committing a crime.
What
crime? There's no crime. You know what a crime is? You know the definition of crime? There has to be a victim, you idiot. There's no victim.
Yes, who's a victim if I went 6 miles over the speed limit?
You
the
idiot.
State? How's that a crime? And how did he deserve that? I owe him money because I was doing 59 and a 55.
It's called extortion.
Money.
That's what that's
That's
called.
mob
It's
shit,
called, it's
bro.
called highway robbery.
So when you see a police car,
road
pirates. When I see a police car, it discourages me from speeding. When I see a police car, right? Like it causes me to lose confidence in speeding.
Why? Because they have a gun on their hip. And if you don't do what they say and you don't give them their money and you don't fucking abide by what they want you to do, they'll kill you.
I was just watching a video yesterday where a former police officer, was guilty of planting on numerous people. It didn't matter. Men, women, and children. Men and women.
This is a true story. I was selling weed one time. I think I had 13 bags on me. Police ride up. This is in Chicago. They got the big paddy wagon. They grab a bunch of us, about 12, 13 of us off the corner, doing nothing. They take us in there and they're running around asking, what'd you get caught with? What'd you get caught with? I told them I got caught with weed. They say, who's your officer? Him over there. The guy says, I need some of that weed. He was like, no, man, I need some of them. I can give you 4 of them. But they took my weed. I got charged 1 bag and they put it on the other 12 people. Everybody in there got cases that day because of me. Not only that, I've had narcotics put on me 3 times. I got 3 felonies. I sold drugs all my life. And the 3 felonies I got are them putting it on me. That's how Chicago get down.
Do you know why the system gave all 12 of them? Because some of them aren't going to know how to defend themselves, and they're going to be found guilty, and the state's going to make money. No one knows their rights, and that's how they keep you in bondage.
This is true too. They didn't have enough weed for them, and they told them the rest of them, here are your charges. Listen closely. Loitering, gambling, so-and-so. They like, motherfucker, I went loitering, nigga, I went down, shut the fuck up. These are your charges.
I'm going to be honest with
how
you,
they
bro.
get down.
I actually agree.
It's your job to show up and defend yourself in this stupid-ass system that we live in.
And we know nothing. We're sheep, Bob. Like you, we're just so fucking afraid. We go in there, just hope we don't get our ass tore off.
Well,
Bob,
why do you have drugs? Why are you committing a crime? Like, why are you?
How is that a
What
crime?
crime? It's drugs,
What's the
man.
crime?
Who did I
You don't
hurt
understand. If you don't understand the definition of the word
Who'd I
crime, don't
hurt?
talk. You have to
Yeah.
have a victim for a crime. Don't
Who's
say
the
anything else
victim?
other than that.
Yes, I bought weed from Saab.
If two consensuating adults have a business transaction and no harm is done to anyone, there's no victim. It's an amicable agreement.
How is there a crime?
How is that a crime?
I'll explain how it's a crime.
Thank you.
It's a crime because the victim is the state of Illinois.
How can
I heard
who is
Illinois.
the state?
They didn't get a part of the extortion money.
Illinois and the
They
victim
didn't
is
get
How
that
can the
extortion
state?
money.
Who's the
I heard the
state?
state?
Wait,
They
hold
can't.
on,
That's an
Sniffer.
entity, you idiot. It's not a person. A victim has to be a human being.
Holster sniffer, Bob.
What?
Who is the state?
The state is the people. It's represented by the
Listen,
people,
it's-
you stupid fucking idiot.
Listen, the victims of the state of Illinois and the city
How
of
are they
state of
Chicago.
Illinois
okay?
is an entity.
So
How did the state
you
of
committed a
Illinois?
crime.
How did the state of Illinois suffer loss, injury, or harm?
Because we know that the proliferation of drugs.
You didn't get a cut. Because they didn't get to be the
Do you
middleman.
think the government should be able to come in and tell you what you can and cannot eat? What you
Hold
can
on.
and cannot look at?
Yeah, we know
What
that
you
salt
can and
is not
cannot
good
hear?
for your arteries, right?
Hold on. We
Bacon
know.
is
Hold
not
on.
good.
Stop.
Is it a crime when I eat bacon in the morning? Because we know it's not good for us. Is it a crime? Or did someone
Do you want me to
tell you
respond?
it's a crime?
Or
and
is there
that's
a
what they
McDonald's
tell
on
you?
every
Do you
fucking
want me to
corner?
respond, or are you going to cut me off again?
My
Probably
I'm trying to
apologies.
figure out
Okay.
who's the victim.
So it's
If
a
I
crime
buy,
because
hold on,
it's
let
a-
me just put it real simple for you, Bob. All
Oh
right.
my God.
If it's my decision, okay, whether or not I wish to engage in the use of this product, and whether or not I want to, if I don't care that there may be health risks or whatever else, that's my responsibility. And I willingly agreed to give a certain amount of money for a certain amount of plant material that I was going to smoke. Okay.
I gave it to you at that price.
So, how in the world is there a victim?
The victim is the city of
The victim is the
Chicago.
How
tree,
did
because
the,
we
what loss, injury, or harm did the state or the city or the policeman or anyone, what loss, injury, or harm was done to any entity?
Let them answer, guys. Let 'em
Violation of a legal mandate. Okay. And
Oh,
the
well,
victims
now I know
are
you
the
don't know
city
what you're
of
talking about.
Chicago and the state of Illinois are the victims. Okay. So
That's
They
two
can't
different
be a
things.
victim. You can't just say okay at the end and make that work.
No, I've
That's two
literally
different
demonstrated
things.
how it's a crime.
You
I
understand that a
disagree with
victim
a
has to be
rule.
a person. It has to be a person.
Yeah,
So name the
the
person.
state of Chicago is a person. It is.
No,
It's
that's
considered a
by the
No, how
people.
can
That's
I?
ran by the people.
According to the Constitution, if I hurt someone or they claim that I hurt them, I have the rights to question that person. How do
Yeah,
I question
and
the
I told
state?
you, you've
And
hurt
I'm
this.
part of that state, and I said it was okay. How do I question myself on that stand if the state is the victim?
Yep.
You shouldn't even have to go to the stand.
What do you mean? What? Are you saying
The
that you can't?
Constitution says
Wait,
I have
The
the right
state
to
hold on.
question
versus
the
You and
injured
Joe
party.
you and I are humans. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that mean
The
we
state
can't?
versus
Does that
Joe
mean we
Cool.
can't disagree? Like
All
what
right.
are you
Wait
saying?
a second.
The body of
Let me
people.
put it real simple for you, Bob. Let's say you, myself, and Joe, everybody on this panel are all residing in the state of Illinois. Okay. And I purchase some cannabis from Joe Cool. Okay. That's all that's been done. That's all that's been done. How did that affect you in any way, shape, or form?
Eden, do you feel like a victim? THC, are you harmed because I sold some a couple of grams?
Well, the only thing I could think of, the only way I could be harmed is if I didn't get a cut. A little jealous, and I think that might be where the state's position is. They might be
I
a
may
little
rat
jealous.
you out, Joe.
They might just be a little jealous and want their piece of the pie.
So, but you
That's
do
what it
realize
is.
that overwhelming cases are cases that begin with the state of Illinois versus whoever, like the state of
Yep,
Illinois
I'm aware.
versus
Yep, and the majority of
Bob,
them are
the state of
not
Illinois
And who runs the
versus
state of
James.
Illinois? Like
So,
people have to run this. There's
for you
a
to sit here and
body of
say I'm
people.
wrong, this is
You are
literally how
wrong.
it works. This
You
is
are
how
wrong.
it
No,
works.
no, no.
You're saying the
That
tree can show
still
up
could
in
be
court?
how it works,
If I
and it be
chop the
wrong.
tree down, you're saying,
Slavery
oh,
was
the victim
legal.
is the tree?
Slavery was legal. It was still wrong just because it's legal.
Okay, you're
Some mentioned that
confusing.
Y'all
earlier.
got
I'm
to
not
ask
talking
him.
about
Joe Cool, hold
morals.
on, Joe Cool. Let me ask him, please, because
Go
y'all
ahead.
got that. This is a really tough argument for me because, like, you're saying that if I go chop a tree down, the tree can show up because it's the victim, right? I hurt the tree, or the state shows up because the state owns the tree. What are you saying? The state can say
if the state is the people, that would mean,
Yeah, if
being
the
that I
tree,
get to question and
if the tree's not,
cross-examine my accuser, and you just said, Bob, that it was the state of Illinois, that would mean that I would have to subpoena everyone in Illinois.
that's
right.
not how that
They'd all
works.
have to show up and be a witness for something they didn't
It's
witness.
like
No, that's not how that works.
3.some million in
Because
Chicago
every
alone.
jurisdiction, right, is assigned
Do you
a
know why murderers get away? Because there's no witnesses. There's
Well,
no
wait a
Hold on, let me
second, Bob.
finish.
I wanted
The
to
victims
question
Can
you
I
on this
actually
too.
respond to this? Can I respond to this?
You used a term a little bit ago. You said legal mandate. Could you please illustrate for us what a legal mandate actually is? Do you know what a mandate is defined as in
Oh, but hold on, before I get to that, I just want to say something. Somebody said something about who is representing these people. Okay, each
No,
state,
not who's
each
representing the
city. Hold
people.
on. Stop.
You've got it wrong, though.
Stop.
You can't
Each
explain
state,
something
each
nobody
city,
asked you.
each county is given a district attorney. Okay, so the district attorney is
Represents the
representing on
people
behalf of the
of the
people. So
people.
when you
Correct.
So
say
you're
this,
saying he represents the injured party, or he is the injured party? Because
he
I get to
represents the
talk.
people. He
No,
represents the
no.
people of
Constitution
this
says I get to
jurisdiction.
talk to the injured party, and so I can discuss how did I hurt you, so and so. I get to ask him
The injured
questions. You're
party is the
saying
district attorney. Yes.
I get to put the
No, I
district
didn't
attorney
even
on the
meet the
stand and
district
ask him
attorney.
questions? I don't get to
Yeah,
ask him
because they
questions.
represent the state of Illinois, and they are the ones that you've heard.
You don't get to ask
So
the
how can
district attorney
if they
questions.
represent me, how can they be accusing me?
Okay, because
If
you're
I'm the
forgetting. You're
state of
forgetting.
Illinois, if I'm
There
the
he
state of
Hold on.
Illinois, how can I be a witness against myself?
I'll
That's a good one.
explain. So
Please do.
in that moment, right? In that moment,
In
you are
that moment.
considered a separate entity. Okay, that's
Oh,
why.
do you have a
That's
legal? Do you
why.
have a
That's
citation
why.
for that?
That's why they. That's why majority of cases begin with the state of Illinois versus James Jackson. Right? Like it's you against the state, which means that you
We
are
get
no
that
longer
part.
considered.
Well, wait a
You are no
second.
longer considered.
Are we talking about a code, or are we talking about an actual capital
No,
crime?
yeah. You're no longer considered a part of the state in that
Well, I don't
particular.
consider myself part of the state to begin with.
You're not part of the state in that particular proceeding.
I'm
In this
not in
particular
part of the state
proceeding,
anyway.
no, hold on. In that particular proceeding, you are considered a criminal. You're no longer part of the state.
How am I a
Right?
criminal if I didn't cause any loss, injury, or harm? There's been no crime.
You have. You've caused
There's
loss,
been
injury,
no
and harm.
What was the loss, injury, or harm?
I
Right.
told you the victim is the state
No,
of Illinois.
no.
Is the
How
city
are
of
they a
was he
victim?
hurt?
Chicago.
How are they a
hurt?
How was
victim?
the state
Because
hurt?
of
Yeah.
the
Well,
violation.
Like,
it's
let's
The
say you're
the
the
violation of a
prosecuting
legal
attorney,
mandate.
Bob.
the
You're the
victim.
prosecuting attorney, and you say, Judge, this is how Sovereign Soul hurt our county and state. This is what he did. Tell us.
Yeah. He
Prove the
distributed
injury.
illegal
Prove the
drugs. That's
injury.
how he hurt the
He
county.
did illegal
They're not
drugs.
hurt because I sold him drugs or vice versa. How was the state hurt? You know that's insane.
No,
The
it
state is
is.
not hurt. And if it is a real thing, please explain to me
Okay,
He
how the
tripped
state
out
got
in
hurt.
his
There's no
room.
state that got
He
hurt.
was watching
You
YouTube, Your Honor.
you
He
got
was
their
eating
property
things.
buzzed.
He had the munchies.
if I
And you know what?
purposefully,
We
right?
just can't stand for it.
If I purposefully bombed up a highway, right?
Bomb highway.
Well,
That
wait.
highway belongs.
Wait a second. You're talking about something that's causing loss, injury, and harm.
Great, Bob's a terrorist now.
In the
We got you, Bob.
In the case of
We
Joe
got you.
Cool, in the case of Joe Cool sells Sav a bag of weed, who was injured
Yeah.
And how were they
Yes.
injured or suffer a
The
loss?
highway was blown up. That cost money. The cars didn't get to work. That cost people money. You have a case. You at least have an argument there. Where is all of these things in the Sav and Joe Cool case?
So the illegal distribution of drugs does
How
cause.
was their loss, injury, or
Yes.
harm done? That's the question.
I told you guys, you got their property buzzed, the corporation title
Okay,
name.
I'll explain,
You're
man. Oh
jealous.
my
You
god,
want a
you want me
piece
to
of that
explain or
pie.
not?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
Bob, why don't you
listening.
pick one?
Okay.
Loss, injury, or harm? Which one do you want to start with? Loss
Buzz.
or injury?
Okay, so we can begin with the social harm, the economic costs,
Okay, thank
the
you.
Anyway,
violence,
go ahead.
crime.
Social
What
harm?
was
That,
the
What happened? What are you
social
talking about?
harm?
because drug trafficking is all often associated with violent crime. So
What was mine? I didn't hurt anyone. You don't put me in with everybody else. Me and Saab didn't hurt anyone. We're talking about my case, not the fucking everyone who's ever sold drugs.
And what if
yeah,
it was
but
grown in
we
the backyard?
but we
Yeah,
know
where
that
it's
if
legal, but it's just not legal to trade it with each other.
We
we
can say
know.
it's illegal. I'm okay with that. Who
No,
was
it's
hurt?
legal. No,
Look,
in my
listen,
state,
listen,
it's
listen.
legal to grow it.
It's
It's
legal
not
in
legal
Illinois.
to sell
All
it.
right, let me ask you this, holster sniffer, Bob.
It's
Okay.
legal to grow it. It's not legal to sell it. So it's a perfect analogy for what you're talking about.
Let me just
I
ask
got
you
you.
this question right here. So, do you think it is right and in accordance with natural law to hold another man in servitude against their will? In other words, to make them be your slave. Do you think that that is in accordance with natural law at all?
No.
Okay, so that would be an unlawful thing. Do you realize that at one time and in some places right now, even though that is unlawful, it is still legal? And
Yes,
this
because
legal practice is
yes.
causing loss, injury, and harm to other people. But it's
Yeah, but the thing
legal.
is, like,
So you need
yeah,
to first understand the difference between legal and lawful. They're not
Are
the
you with
same.
him? Are you
yeah.
with
But
him?
the thing is, like,
In the case
the
of Joe
benefit
Cool,
outweighs
in
the
the case of
cost.
Joe Cool and Sav having a transaction for cannabis, what was the actual crime? What was broken that was a law?
The natural law, not what some man
I,
wrote.
I'm, I don't I don't deal
If you
with
say the
natural law.
state,
I only
if you
deal with
say
what
the
the
state,
law.
you either mean a geographical location, which cannot be a victim.
Listen, the law says you cannot distribute.
No, the legislation says
Yes,
man cannot create law. Do you understand that?
Okay, it's illegal to
Okay, so
distribute
now do you
drugs.
know what a mandate is? You use this term legal mandate.
Yes, you
Okay,
must
so
follow
what
a
is a
legal
mandate?
mandate.
What is a mandate?
What is a mandate?
Yes.
It's basically like an act by which one person gives power to another.
No. Wrong.
An official order.
It's a strongly worded request that is only valid if acknowledged and accepted by the requestee. Okay? So it doesn't mean shit unless you agree to it. That's a mandate.
It's an authoritative instruction.
It's somebody saying, hey, you better do this. Yeah, or what? Or we'll say you better do this. That's all it
Otherwise,
is.
you go to jail. That's what happens.
No, because I did not accept the contract.
Wait, so you
It
didn't accept the
is
contract?
only viable if it's accepted by the requestee.
Okay,
This is
so what's
right
your-
out of Black's Law Dictionary, my friend.
But your birth certificate literally says that you
I'm
are a
not
resident.
talking about a fucking birth certificate. I'm talking about a mandate. You want to get into birth certificates? I'm going to get into a little bit of that here in a minute.
If you have a birth certificate, it means that you've accepted and you've
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
Milkshake. Good point.
No, you've
Doesn't mean
agreed
that at
upon to
all.
the
You have
you've
no
agreed upon
idea
to the
what the birth
mandate.
certificate represents at all. You have no idea.
Do you
I
have a
do.
citizen? Do you have a
Go ahead,
citizenship
Saul.
certificate?
Lay it.
When he got a birth certificate at 0 years old, you think he was able to old enough to sign a contract and agree to what you're saying he agreed to?
Cannot make a contract with a minor. Sorry.
No. So the contract is made
Contract cannot be made with a
with
minor. I'm sorry.
with a parental or guardian
You-
authorization.
I didn't give
It's
consent. If
not
my
legally
mom or
binding.
dad gave
Now,
consent,
when you turn 18, you can legally request to denounce you to citizenship, right? But then also you also denounce all the rights and privileges that come with that, right? So,
What rights and privileges are those?
stable society.
What stable society? You think we live in a stable society?
you see what?
Yes.
Did you see what
Really?
happened today?
According to you, criminals would just be let free and just kill other more people.
What
According
the
to
fuck
you,
are you talking about?
you
Corruption is at
said
an
that
all-time high, according
you
to
said
Criminals
that
the
it's
hurt
UN.
people.
unnatural to
Criminals
lock
Criminals?
people
hurt
up.
people. They go to
Are you,
jail. We're not
yeah,
talking about
I'm
criminals.
not talking about criminals.
But you literally said it's unlawful to lock people up. Did you not say that?
I said it was unlawful to enslave people.
Okay. So you wouldn't enslave criminals?
No.
All right.
What gives you the right to make another man do your work?
Because they're a criminal.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't give you rights over them. That doesn't give you power
Kind of
over them.
does. It kind of does.
No, it doesn't.
Because
No, it doesn't give you any power over them.
when someone says I'm a
I don't.
criminal, then you're my slave because you're literally
No,
just
you're
not.
no one is your slave. What gives you the authority to own another man?
Because you're not useful to society, or you
Because
just
it's
cause
not for
trouble.
you to decide. Then just don't let them be in society.
What about
Okay,
all the
what do you?
innocent
Okay, so
people?
you rather want us to kill? You want us to kill them then?
No.
What about the
So
innocent
what do
people
you
in
want us
prison
to
right
do with
now?
them then?
What? People that haven't committed any loss, injury, or harm? Let them the
I'm
fuck
talking
go.
about criminals. What do you want us to do
Well,
with criminals?
criminals, yeah, lock them up, or at the
Okay,
very
so
least,
you want us to lock them up, give them free food, free water, a place to sleep, and live in a
or
beautiful,
banish
comfortable
them from
place.
your land, as they
Or what
did
we could do is
years
actually, you know
ago.
what? We could
They
take
used
these
to just
people.
put people on a fucking boat and say, "Don't come back."
Okay, so where? So could go to a different land and commit the crime there?
Whatever, man.
Like, what are you saying? It doesn't make any sense.
Whatever. Banished from the tribe,
No,
man.
it's better to enslave them and
No,
get
it's
them to
not better
do.
to enslave them. Why is it better for you to make other men do
Because
your
if they're
work?
going to be locked up and given free food, they might as well
Well, wait
earn
a
it.
second. Wait a second. You're the one that's wanting to lock them up and give them free food. I said banish them.
Yeah,
Okay,
wait until
banish
they
them
enslave you,
where?
Bob.
Banish them where?
I
Banish
don't
them
know.
to a
Put them on a
place.
boat. Stick them in the ocean. Say, don't come back
Okay,
here. If you get
okay,
caught back
okay,
here, we'll kill you.
Yeah, what
okay.
if they? What are you gonna do when they turn on you, Bob?
Okay, so let's imagine we banish all these criminals, right? So they go to like the secret island. They start
I
making
don't give a
nuclear
fuck if
weapons.
they go to an
They start
island or
making
die in the
they
ocean. They're just not going to be here. That's all.
they start making nuclear weapons and they start aiming it at you.
Oh, yeah. They're going to
So like
start making nuclear weapons.
so it's
Okay,
like
sure. Bob, shut up.
Yeah, what about what's
Shut the
better,
fuck up, Bob.
enslaving or reformation?
Just quickly, thanks for letting me be on the panels, Dave. I'm going to go to bed now. It's really late in the UK. I enjoyed the stream. Thank you.
Right
Nice
on,
to
bro.
you as well, Joe, and everyone else.
Be easy.
Great having you here.
Get back to the where's that fucking verse?
Enjoy.
Just
Hope to
had.
see you in the future.
Oh yeah, he comes on here. He comes on here. I'm trying to find out where is that damn thing.
What this Kekis dude's name? Bob. Do police have authority over you if you've broken no law?
yeah.
If you've broken no law, police have authority over you. How?
Wait, no. If you haven't broken a law, then no. Then.
Very good. All right.
But
So
if they suspect that you might be breaking the law, then yeah, they do have
then
authority.
suddenly that's arguable. But if you're in a car and you're the passenger, you told me that you're afraid when the police pull up behind you. If they ask you for ID, or you're on a sidewalk somewhere and they tell you, hey, do me a favor and stand across the street, You're gonna do it even though you've broken the law. You'll give your ID and move because you're asked.
I think that following the procedure and following the orders of the police officer is going to
Yeah,
result in a more calmful exchange.
very good. So that's a yes. You would do it because it would result in a calm
Look, the thing
exchange.
is, I could be argumentative to every cop I see, but
What if
one of them might be
Hold
having a
on,
bad
Saab.
day,
You know
and
what
they
the
Before
word
might
what?
shoot me in the
corruption
face.
is?
what if one of them come up to you and said, "Hey, sit down over here on this curb. Let me see your ID." What do you do then?
Look, I'm not going to be
Well,
argumentative to
What do
somebody
you
who
do? Do
has.
you sit
What
down like a
the hell?
dog on the curb and then give him your ID like he said?
Or
Look,
do you say what law is that?
if somebody has unyielding authority, I'm not going to judge them. I'm
Who
not going
has
to.
Wait.
unyielding
You
authority?
said
What are
they
you
have
smoking?
no authority. We've stated that you've broken no law.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not going to be argumentative to somebody carrying a fucking
So then, if he tells you
AK-47.
to sit,
There you
on
go.
the curb and give you your license, so you're
Fear.
going to do it then, right?
And
Fear.
what if he's injured?
If it's going to make me still live, then yeah.
Still
What
live.
if he says, "Hey, you, go over and mow my grass. I want you to mow my grass, or I'm going to lock you up." You going to do it?
Or give me $10 or $150.
What I'm trying to show here, Bob, is your belief in something that is not real. If this guy has no authority,
Yeah, but why
you
would I?
say, hold on. You say out of your mouth he has no authority, but you still believe he does. Because if I walked up to you and told you, show me your ID where you live, you think I was crazy. If I told you, hey man, stand your ass over there across the street, you wouldn't do it. You think I was crazy. You wouldn't think it'd be easier just to comply with him. It shows that these guys have your head. That's what I was trying to
But he
prove.
also believes that
Look,
they're there for his
if you were
for his
carrying a
well-being.
massive,
He's under the impression that they're there for his well-being. Also, he doesn't
Of
understand what
course he is.
corruption is. He doesn't understand how the system works.
Very good.
if you had a huge gun and you told me to sit down, I'm gonna sit down.
Yeah, even if
Like
I
I'm not.
didn't have a gun, even if a cop didn't have a gun, and they all do, even if he didn't, it wouldn't change the fact you're stuck in the authority shit,
He's a
right?
bootlicker. He thinks that the
Look,
authority is his best friend.
if the cop doesn't have a gun, you know what he does have? Backup. Okay.
Exactly. So you
And
still do
so
it. So let's not use the gun as if that's a thing. I could have friends. The guy on the street could have friends. I could call my friends and inflict some type of so-called authority because I'm a gang member.
No
What are you
man has
doing over
authority
here?
over another man. No human has
Nope.
authority over another human.
Nope.
In
It
this
ain't new
state,
guess.
look,
in this
I
state of
will
laws,
happily.
when you break a law, they have authority over you. They're talking about a non-crime situation, and they walk up and start giving you directives, tell you to do shit. What the fuck? Who are you? You're not a man. You're a little baby.
Yes.
Especially a law that's based on pseudoscience that was perpetrated by the pharmaceutical industry and
Look,
industrial industry from my research.
I don't know about you
You're
guys,
what
but
we call in
I'm
America a little
actually
bitch.
very grateful. I'm grateful for the police officers. I don't want to be.
I'm grateful that you're
Bet you
grateful
are.
for him, and I hope one day you get the opportunity to hold on to one of their cocks and just look them in the eye and say, "I love you." I really do. I hope you get that
I mean,
opportunity.
do you wanna stop criminals and go to crime scenes where there's a dead body? Like nobody wants that.
I
Like,
want the police to go
You're an
after
idiot.
criminals like you imagine they do, going after dead bodies and stuff. That I wouldn't be up here talking
Nope.
crazy against.
but
We're
that's what
talking
they
about
bloody do. That's
no,
what they
no.
do.
Most cops,
No, they
no, that's what
don't.
detectives do. Most cops start off as regular cops, giving tickets, robbing people of their money, and trying to feed
Raping
the system.
13-month-old kids,
Arresting pastors.
Beating on their own damn wives.
slamming 18-year-old high school girls into the pavement,
They all do that, hide behind a
Yeah.
bush and trying to steal their money.
shooting people that they're sent to go and for a wellness check to make sure that they're okay, and then end
You
up
know what it's
shooting
called
them.
when it makes you feel good to have power over another human? It's called evil.
Yeah, man.
It's amazing how nothing happened during the solar
It's
eclipse.
evil, bro. They're
It's
evil
not
entities
happened.
that reside within
Yes,
top time.
baby, I love you for saying that.
It's not evil, man.
THC.
I don't know
I
what
do
you guys
see
are
Bob.
talking
Very
about.
I
good.
do see Bob's
I
point
think
of
you're
view.
right.
I do see Bob's point of view. I do believe God, the Creator, has
They enjoy it, man.
Oh,
It's
that's gonna be
wild.
good. Let him
instituted
finish this.
police.
This is gonna be good.
Thank you.
Go
Thank you.
ahead.
Just from a biblical point of view, I do see why the Creator would allow police. However, it is corrupt at the moment. I think it could be perfected. I'm not saying
Right.
it's Because there were, like Bob says,
That's
there
the
are going to
thing.
be
You're
women.
right.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're right. It's just a broken system. Like you break it down and then you say, okay, you put somebody in charge and you can go right back to square one, and then it's like whoever's in charge, who watches the watcher. The whole system recycles itself, and you have to have integrity, honor. These things don't exist in a higher
How do
power.
people get so blinded and so willing to follow what other people have said that they can't
Money brings you
criticize and
bitches and
see
whores and
see that
cocaine, and why
politics
would
and
you?
police are broken or at least have big flaws? I mean, you won't even admit that, Bob. Right?
Look. The reason why I won't admit to anything you're saying is because
I was nursed by FTFE.
I respect police enforcement. I respect
everyone.
I respect people who risk their lives to defend us. Okay,
But that got to do with cops.
What's that one? What is it? Is it
When I grew up, that's
Castle
what I used
Rock
to think it
versus New
was, Bob.
Mexico?
I used to think the cops would risk their lives for me.
Hold on.
No, they want to
Hold
kill me.
on.
It's all about cop safety. They don't give a shit about
Hold on,
citizens.
Bob. You
Police
don't know about
officers is one of the most turned over
Castle Rock
jobs
versus
ever.
Gonzalez?
I used to think cops would risk their lives for us.
You know that's why they took the protect and serve off of the cop cars is
They don't
because of Castle
Gonzalez.
Rock versus Gonzalez?
Oh, to protect and serve the shit out of you.
They're under no obligation to protect you.
They're gonna beat you.
In fact, they'll throw you out there, they'll hold you up and use you to stop bullets with, motherfucker. You think they're out there for you? Kiss off with that.
I'm just saying, like, none of us in this call would want to walk up to a house with a dead body there, every bloody night. You know what I mean? So
Yes, but it's part of being a man, man. If you have
how much
your
they
own
get paid? They
problems,
get paid
you need to deal with your own
$250,000 a year with bonuses.
But it's okay to
and
take people from their comfortable homes and send them off into a war zone against their will so that they have to shoot and make dead bodies, right? That's cool.
War is not
It's a business.
No, everyone agrees with you, man. We don't want war.
Wars are just for
But
business.
sometimes you need to go to war, man. Or what's your point?
Yeah, when the government needs money, they create wars. Yeah, that's a good business. Just like the police, it's a very good business. They're all
if the government
corporations.
needs money, listen. Do you want the government
It's
to
a
take
really
money
good
from
way
you?
of population control too. You can
Do you
force
want the
people to go and
government?
shoot each other
Do you
and
want
call
the
it
government?
legal because the government told you it was okay to murder people.
That man with the shiny badge on his shirt there said it was okay for me. See all them pretty ribbons he's got up on his shirt?
Let me ask.
It's okay.
I'm gonna ask you again, Bob. If someone tells you it's okay to snatch a grandmother out of her car because she doesn't want to sign a ticket and taser, I'm saying this because this really happened. Tased her twice and threw her on the
Unwavering. You can
ground.
never not do this. You can't just choose
Is
not to.
the guy who does that, and it's legal. The guy who does that, is he an evil guy? Well, I'm gonna go with dude THC's word. Is he an evil guy, or at least at that moment he's being evil?
Like, it's not really black and white like that,
At that moment, then is he being evil?
I don't know because I
I
don't know what
think
kind
it
of day
is.
he's
This
had.
is why I
if he's
said
had a
it's
really bad
unwavering. You
day,
can't
like, I
choose
don't
to like,
know.
oh, it's
No.
not black and white
What-
like that. It
what
is
does that
black
have
and
to-
white like that for
Because
them.
like you could have had a really bad day.
What
and
happens,
some
Bob?
ladies
What
just
happens,
give
Bob?
you the
Let
finger
me
and
ask
just
you
like,
something, Bob. If you say something that goes against the status quo, against the
Right.
do they revoke your parole or what?
Are they gonna come
how's it
after
work?
you? Are they outside? Wink
How's that
twice.
work?
If they over your shoulder, blink twice.
look, I'm just being rational here. Like, I
You're
think
not
that's
twice.
No, you're
Do the
not.
hand
anything
signal,
but
Bob. We can
rational.
hear you.
Yeah, Bob. What if this happened to your wife? If you were fortunate enough to have one, and she's begging for your help,
Bob, have you
what
ever
do
been
say?
arrested? Have you ever gone
Oh,
to
this is
jail?
gonna be good. This is gonna be good. Why
Bob,
reverse
have you ever been
tickets really
arrested?
created?
Look, I have, yes.
So
What
how long
for?
did you stay in jail? Come on, be honest.
I never went to jail.
Oh, so you never
You
been, you
weren't
never seen what it's
arrested then.
like. You don't know. You
What?
don't know shit. You're just a baby.
It's just a baby, he says.
Look, I think that you guys should respect law enforcement.
You trolling now, bro. You trolling.
Yeah, they protect themselves.
Let's see the
Yeah.
video, son. I'm interested now.
All
I've
right.
read it.
Are they protecting and serving Vanguard or us?
Well,
Vanguard
there
is
again,
just
I think
BlackRock or us.
Vanguard is
All
just
of
an
them.
investment firm. Like, it's
Castle
not like
Rock
sound.
Gonzalez. They don't protect you. They protect corporations. That's why they'll find a motherfucker that robs a bank, but somebody comes and robs you, they won't find that motherfucker. They don't even care. Right?
Like his
Somebody
fingerprints are right there.
somebody robs Tiffany's, they're gonna find that motherfucker. Somebody kills a millionaire, they're gonna find that motherfucker. Somebody kill you, they don't give a shit. They'll show up and draw all they'll do is draw. They'll draw a chalk line around your body and eat donuts, and that's all that'll happen with you.
Banks are more important.
Hey, so can I quickly respond to this guy? So Vanguard is just an investment firm. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
we
not an
know
evil.
all about Vanguard.
It's not an evil
You
cult.
listen,
It's just an investment firm. You can actually join Vanguard yourself.
Bob, take Vanguard and shove it up your fucking ass. We all know about Vanguard, okay? You don't have to defend them here, okay? You're just pitching fucking corn to alligators, baby. It don't mean shit to us. We already know about what
he's making it seem
BlackRock
like it's
is.
some occult or something.
Oh, shut the
Well,
fuck
we'll
up.
get
We already
into it
know
in
what
a
it
moment.
is. All right, we're watching this.
Right now, I'm going to just read a quote from Edward Mendell House and what he had to say in a private meeting with Woodrow Wilson, president between 1913 and 1921, from the private papers of Woodrow Wilson. Quote, "Very soon, every American will be required to register their biological property in a national system designed to keep track of the people, and that will operate under the ancient system of pledging. By such methodology, we can compel people to submit to our agenda, which will affect our security as chargeback for our fiat paper currency. Every American will be forced to register or suffer not being able to work and earn a living. They will be our chattel, and we will hold the security interest over them
Hey, can you pause
forever
this off?
by operation of law."
Do you even believe that this is real so far, Bob? I'm assuming we've already reached the point of cognitive dissonance. You do not believe this is real.
He needs to watch Ryan's channel.
He's probably stepped out or something.
No, this is some of it is real.
All right. He's talking about a private conversation between the president. He is saying that we want to use the people as cattle and shit like that. I was just making sure you're listening.
Yep.
Merchant under the scheme of secured transactions. Americans, by unknowingly or unwittingly delivered the bills of lading to us, will be rendered bankrupt and insolvent, forever to remain economic slaves through taxation secured by their pledges. They will be stripped of their rights and given commercial value, designated to keep us a profit that will be none the wiser. For not one man in a million could ever figure out our plans. And if by accident one or two would figure it out, we have in our arsenal plausible deniability.
Ooh.
After all, this is the only logical way to fund government, by floating liens and debt to the registrants in the form of benefits and pledges. This will inevitably reap us huge profits beyond our wildest of expectations and leave every American a contributor to this fraud, which we will call social insurance. Without realizing it, every American will insure us for any loss we may incur, and in this manner, every American will unknowingly be our servant, however begrudgingly. The people will become helpless, without any hope for their redemption, and we will employ the high office of the president as our dummy corporation to foment this plot against America. Having established plausible deniability, even if people become enlightened that they had a remedy and pursued it, the attorneys, judges, and legislators could claim that they did not understand the people's claims, especially if the technical requirements for achieving it were not followed pursuant to statutory requirements, requiring the public schools to teach civics, government, and history classes out of federally approved, politically correct textbooks.
Federally approved, politically correct textbooks.
Sounds
Written
about right.
by the publishing houses, owned by the owners of the Federal Reserve, would assure that the people would not discover the remedy for a long time, if ever. I would recommend that everyone read Fruit from a Poisonous Tree by Melvin Stamper, M-E-L-V-I-N, Stamper, S-T-A-M-P-E-R. That is Fruit from a Poisonous Tree. This is out of Chapter 2 of Fruit from a Poisonous Tree.
So that's in that book, Fruit of a Poisonous Tree, chapter 2.
Those bankers, if they're
Oh yeah,
if they're
man.
right, those bankers that put the agenda in the school, if they're right, they would teach you to get a job, not because then you're a slave the rest of your life. They would teach you to save money because as bankers,
Our children
every dollar that you save, they get to loan out 10 times over. So they teach you to save money, and then they teach you to buy something that's a debt, that's not an asset, like a house or something like that. And
Right.
now you're enslaved the rest of your fucking life.
Yep.
Joe Cool.
Yeah.
Are you
That's not quite
Globe
true.
I am a globe earther, yeah.
You sound
I
pretty
know plenty
intelligent,
of
man. Are you
people
making your way over to the flat earth side here soon or what?
I am openly willing. Here's the issue. Most flat earthers are willing to debate the globe earth stuff, but they won't lay out what the flat earth is so I can
So here you
understand
go.
if it's
Real
real
quick.
or not.
Real
Yeah.
quick, we are not claiming to have the answers for anyone or anything. What we are claiming is that the answers that the authorities are giving us are incorrect. That's what we're
Well,
claiming.
I you couldn't
There are
possibly
plenty
trust
of
authority
religious.
any less than I do. It'd be difficult anyway.
Exactly. I can
Yes.
tell how you. I know, but that's what I'm saying to you right now. Is listen to me very closely. Is that I'm not claiming to have the answers for you. I'm claiming that together we can find those answers. We can find those answers because you know what? We are being lied to, and the answers they've given us are incorrect.
Anything
That's what we can all agree on. There are religious
through...
flat earthers who want to tell you there's a dome and the God in the heavens above. And I agree with a lot of that stuff. I've never been religious my entire life, but it correlates with the Bible and there's a lot of trippy stuff. But I'm telling you right now, it's not a globe 100%, 1000%, because we've done the math.
I don't do the just trust me, bro. I
know, no, that's the thing. Don't trust me, but go out and research it yourself. Don't trust me. Don't listen to anybody else. Go out and research yourself.
I know a lot
Make
of
sure
flat earthers who are smart, like Saab is a fucking god. Is he not? He's proved it tonight.
Of course.
I know a lot of flat earthers who are brilliant, but they won't bring that brilliance to bear to prove the earth is flat.
We're not proving the entirety, the shape of the entirety of the earth. I'm proving that the surface of water is flat when it's at rest.
So thank you. Let's test the trust me, bro.
Do you hear that?
Do you believe
Do you hear what I'm
landings?
saying, though? That's really important that you understand that the term flat earth is a general term used as a shock value term to describe the opposite of a spherical earth. It's only used to describe the opposite of a spherical earth. It's not that the entirety of the earth is flat.
It doesn't say that the entire thing is flat. It's honest.
It's just saying that the surface of water is flat when it sits level, when it sits at rest, without storms and waves and everything. No matter the distance you go to, it's always going to be level.
That doesn't sound logical, though, right?
Why not? You experience it every day. Haven't you been to a lake?
Yes, I live in Chicago. I can't see the other side of the lake.
Just because you can't see the other side of the lake, you need to understand hold on, just because you need to understand how human eyes work. That's convergence, correct? Your eyes end at a certain point because of convergence, not because of the earth. No matter what size ball you were on, it would still end because of convergence.
Logical.
No, it's not logical. If the if hold on. Now I've been smart up till now. If the object you're looking at is big enough, or the telescope you're looking at is
of course
strong
you can
enough.
Still see it. Yes, absolutely. Of course, if the object is large enough, you can still see it. What I'm saying is that the horizon is just an illusion because it's actually, even if you're on a ball or a flat plane, you would still be able to see into the distance. You see what I'm saying? But because you're only a 6 foot man.
If I take a telescope, I can see the moon and I know it's further away than the other
But
side
can
of
you
the
see it
lake.
from here? Can you see it with your naked eye? The reason you
Yeah.
need telescopic aid is because your eyes can't see forever.
I mean, I
You
can see
can't
the
make. You
moon with
cannot
my naked
resolute.
eye.
You cannot resolute that far, though. Do you understand what
I would
resolution?
agree with that, but
Okay, the
when the
reason that for
telescope
that
that
is
allows me to see the moon and these distant objects, I should be able to see something on the other side of something as small as a
the reason
lake.
that the moon looks small. Let's say if you got up close to it, would it look bigger? That's because of convergence. Things look smaller in the distance, just like the horizon or a building that would disappear if you were to leave its from the point. If you were to stand at the bottom of a building and walk away from it, the building
It
is going
gets
to become
smaller.
smaller and smaller and smaller
I
because of
agree.
convergence. It's not because it's
Yes.
dipping behind a curve. So the reason
Yes.
that everything on the horizon looks like a line is because
Yeah.
everything became small. Everything on Earth is on the ground. It's not dipping
You
past
know,
the
I
sky into the.
understand your point, and I concede that you're correct. Are you hearing my point?
Yes,
That
absolutely.
that those things that are small, if I get a telescope, I can bring them back into view, unless
Absolutely. And that's a great thing that we can
Yes.
use that as part of our way to discover
Yes,
whether or not
it's flat around. Yes,
if it's
whether the
flat around.
horizon
Because if we can
exists.
see too far, if I can see, what does Google tell us? 3 miles. A 6-foot man can only see 3 miles at sea level.
That
And why
sounds
do they
about
use
right.
sea level? Because water, what? It finds its own level. The physical properties of water is fantastic for us to figure out whether the shape of the Earth is a sphere or not.
Great point.
Joe,
Okay.
you're gonna be with
Yeah.
me soon, buddy. I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
You're
And
gonna be with me soon, my friend.
I see it too. And if we
I'd
could
be a
just test,
powerful ally, bro, because I love to argue and debate and shit.
yeah, Joe, truth equals money. And if we don't mind, can we test the trust me? Do you believe in the moon
I'm down.
landings?
I do.
So wait, aren't you trusting the government like big time?
Not really. I believe in it mostly because university students are shooting lasers up there and calculating the speed that they take to bounce back.
Yes. One follow-up question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
What counter documentaries or exposés have you watched in full? I can name 3.
Counter?
Yes.
Since I've been talking to flat earthers, I watch a lot of stuff that I probably would not have watched. Like anything counter, I watch now.
No. I mean like an expose by.
That's
I
a
can
good
name
thing.
2.
I mean, keeping your mind open no matter what. Setting your own belief system down is the only way that you're gonna find out whether what somebody else is saying is right or wrong. Not whether or not you just put up a wall and say my belief system is right. Fuck whatever they say.
I'm not.
Listen,
I always
you
leave
need to
wrong
literally
that I
set
could
your
be
belief
wrong.
system down and say, fuck that ball for a second. Let me
Yes.
see what they're saying, and then
I'm
I'll come
open
back
to any argument. I chase logic, any reasonable argument, and so far you guys are reasonable. I would, I'm open to it.
So it sounds like you haven't watched any counter moon landing exposés. I'll
I
name 3.
have actually. Go ahead. I have, and I've
I'll name
heard
3.
how.
You tell me if you've watched
I don't know
them.
the names of them. I couldn't tell you the names of the
For
videos
sure,
I
but
watched
I hear
today.
you. I hear
Okay, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Did you
Okay.
watch that?
I debunked that one.
I don't know.
Nah,
Can
Sean,
you tell
I got
me?
his ass. You see him, bro. Look at he's.
Yeah, oh yeah. There's a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. A follow-up called Astronauts Gone Wild, and then there's a British one called Did We Land on the Moon? Did you watch any of those 3?
I don't know by name,
A
but I
funny thing
bet you I
happened on the way
did.
to the moon is the number one you should watch.
Yes.
Was that the one where they
I
talked about
debunked it.
the flag
I
blowing in the
debunked
wind and all of that?
But
No,
that's
there's-
nothing. That's one of
There's like 10
bajillions
points.
of little reasons and 10
Yeah.
pinpoints.
I
Yeah.
debunked them.
Yeah, I saw a few of
Awesome.
them. One of
There's
the first
10
ones
points,
I
and they
saw
say
said about the flag and about the no
Yep, I
stars.
debunked that
You
one.
really need to look into it. It takes takes such a long
how the
time than you would think.
cameraman
It takes a
watched
longer time.
they had a picture of
One or
the
two videos
penguin
ain't
and
gonna do it for
monster
you.
that was in there.
Just keep paying attention, Joe. Just keep
Yeah.
watching them.
I'm watching
Only
a
a
lot
few
lately.
seconds
You get in
to
touch with me.
debunk.
Get in touch with me, man. I'll give you all the information you need.
I'm so down, bro. I'm so down.
Yeah,
So,
truth equals money, and lies actually will cost you more than money.
I'm a fan of God, so I gotta chase truth.
well, check it out. I found this cool thing about like how they get you with words, man. And I thought it kind of segued good with that birth certificate thing.
Netflix doesn't equal research.
There's no friction in space, so the flag.
Netflix, yeah. I figure if you're going to Netflix to research matters, you're already lost. I'm sorry.
We were
So
born
no
into this
atmosphere
world.
and nothing to stop the flag from not stopping. So
Yeah, but here's the problem. Here's the problem, Luca.
Yeah.
Okay. How the fuck did they get out of the container to get there?
What do you mean?
Exactly what I said.
They got in. They got in that.
No, is Earth an open or a closed system?
It's an open system.
If it's an open system, we'd be dead.
Why?
Because you wouldn't have any air.
But why?
Because the air will not. No gases will collect into a mass without a container. Sorry.
We have a containment.
No, we don't. Well, yeah,
no,
we
the
do.
gas would just fly off into outer space. What are you talking about? It would just go
have
get
gravity. Gravity.
Gravity doesn't do anything with gas.
Gravity.
You just said gravity twice in a row. Gravity. You sound brainwashed.
No, gravity. You have no proof of gravity. Much less gravity affecting gas.
We have.
You have no proof of gravity affecting gas.
We have.
You have no proof of gravity affecting gas. I know you're going to tell me Cavendish. Cavendish showed gravity attracting gas. No, it didn't. Did it show gas collecting into a volume? No, it did not.
It shows mass.
It does not say any such thing. Mass does not attract mass, and no one has ever witnessed such a thing.
Yeah, Cavendish.
No.
So one person did, but nobody else.
The only time the only time anybody's ever observed mass attracting mass is with the Cavendish experiment.
Hey, excuse me a second, guys.
Everyone in uni.
Can I get us a couple seconds? Earlier, before I got on here, about 4 or 5 states, their 911 call centers were down. They were coming back online. And now my girl just showed me, they say internet has been hacked in 25 states and is down in 25 states.
Yeah.
And so, right now. And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking that the internet, and I'm looking at it, it's got to be in certain parts of these states because
I knew the cyber attack was coming.
Because we are in some of these fucking states, I'm sure we're not all in.
Oh yeah, inside job. It's always an inside job.
How do we get the people behind going to war with Iran? I know. Take away their Facebook and blame it on Iran.
There's 911 calls to 911 about losing Facebook. They're like, oh my God, my Facebook
going
down.
to war with Iran.
I thought Joe was a glober.
Saying China.
Yeah.
No, he's the same as you. He's a flat earther.
Okay, just
I like what
you
you
guys
say.
should become global.
They're all flat earthers, but they just
don't know it. They're just still trapped in the matrix. It's not a big deal. The reason that Morpheus and Neo exist is to go back in and snatch y'all up and bring you with them.
Right, yeah.
Yo, THC, let's do a formal debate on journalism's channel, all right? And I'm gonna finally end you.
Okay, you go ahead and you set that up.
That came out of left field if I've ever heard it. What the fuck is that? I'm gonna end you. Fuck you.
He said he was gonna. He wants to debate. He said he wants to debate me.
Masturbate me off.
What? Get out of here. His fuck, right?
You fuck you.
Yeah, globers are spiraling.
So Luca, before I play this video, are you telling me then the only place that the only time anybody can ever observe mass attracting mass is with a Cavendish experiment? So nobody ever saw mass attracting mass, but somebody said, hey, I'm going to develop a thing that's going to show mass attracting mass, even though nobody ever observed this ever before in history.
It's
or
always observed. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Where is this observed?
When I throw up a baseball and it comes back down.
Well, that's just because it's heavier than the air it displaces. It has nothing to do with the mass. If I put a little BB on the ground next to a huge lead ball, how long is it going to be before that little tiny BB gets pulled over to the lead ball?
First, you
never.
Said
that's how long.
He wanted to.
First, you said it was air. Just displacing something. That is a theory, as is the gravity, right?
No,
if
not.
we find out that we could still find out that something that ain't gravity, something that air, something that we are unaware of, plays a role. Yeah,
that could be, but I have more evidence that it's
All
not
right.
that it is just nothing more than displacement.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that yes, both of us are are
So
giving what we think
if we ever have some actual proof of gravity, outside of some stupid fucking observation made by some crackpot in the 18th century.
I threw the baseball up. I can
No,
observe my
I'm
own.
talking about the baking dish experiment.
Well, now that's really good evidence, especially now, right? The Cavendish experiment now is not like it was 200 years ago.
Doesn't matter. No one has.
Well, now they do it in
hold on, Joe. What
that
occurs before an experiment?
You have to have a hypothesis.
You have to, right. So this is based on an observation.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
So when has anyone ever observed masses attracting one another?
During
the Cavendish experiment.
Well, wait a second. Yeah. Wait. Why did we have a Cavendish experiment to determine something that has never been witnessed?
Because it's difficult to observe. We can't.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Let me let you talk.
It was originally designed to measure the Earth's density.
Right.
The G was found out at that time.
No, that was assumed.
Can you measure something's density?
Assumed, and basically nothing more than torsion twist. You already know all this, Luca. So stop. Just stop.
You can measure the density.
Just stop. So can you show me any instance other than your Cavendish experiment that when it doesn't work, it means it wasn't set up correctly, which is a load of shit.
That's every experiment. If it's
dude. Have you ever looked at the Cavendish experiment?
What are you talking about?
Listen, wait.
Can I ask him a question?
Hold on.
If
the equipment isn't set up, the experiment won't work.
Okay. So if it does what you think it should do, then it's set up correctly. But if it doesn't do what you think it should do, then it's not set up correctly.
First of all, how does that differ from every other experiment ever done?
It's not an experiment. Stop calling it an experiment.
Call it what
it's
you want.
not an experiment.
It
is not an experiment first. It's not an experiment.
You said that.
It's an observation.
How does that differ from any other observation that's done?
What's the IV?
Let me
What's the IV? What's the independent variable?
If I could finish.
Hey, Saul.
Hold on. I wasn't done. He was interrupting me.
I'm answering your question.
I haven't finished asking my question. How does that differ from every other observation where people take equipment and set it up? If they don't do it correctly, they will get a wrong answer.
No, they get an observation. That's not an experiment. An observation.
An
observation is not an experiment.
You said
an observation is not an experiment.
I didn't say it was. Why are you arguing that? I
because
said every other observation.
Cavendish is not an experiment. Cavendish is an observation with an assumed cause.
You said that. Why do you keep interrupting to repeat that?
So can we stop using Cavendish now?
I wasn't using Cavendish. Right. I was telling you about other observations.
Like
how
what?
Are anyone that
all right, so we're still talking about mass. We're talking about mass attracting mass.
Wait. I want to point a laser across the ocean to see if the across the lake to see if the
laser
hold on. You cannot do this without interrupting.
Because you're going off on a different subject. We're talking about mass attracting mass.
You don't.
I can give you the independent and dependent variables of the Cavendish experiment.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, the distance.
Oh, so not gravity.
No, I can. No,
so
I can.
Not
give
the
you
mass
the
is attracting, not the attractive force. What is the attractive force, and how is that measured?
Oh, I'm gonna give you the independent. Relax, bro.
You can't for some reason.
List the fucking two variables.
All right, and we'll just chill out. First of
you
all,
gave me one. Give the second one.
Dude, calm down and let people talk.
So the IV was the distance. So not.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the.
Not the attraction.
So the independent variable.
As soon as Google tells you what it was,
the independent variable is the gravitational.
Hear him smacking on his
force.
keyboard over there.
Okay, the gravitational force. I thought there is no force. Wait a second. Gravity is not a force. Wait. Stop. Gravity's not a force, bro. Where are you at?
Can you relax, bro?
An
Well,
observed
wait a second.
phenomenon.
You just spouting nonsense after nonsense. Gravity's not a force. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Just relax. Let me finish,
He's
and then you
not
can go
probably
crazy.
not talking about
You can go
anything. You done got
crazy.
to
You
this
can go
point where
crazy when
you
I'm
gotta
done.
cut him
Okay.
off.
So an independent variable is the gravitational force between the masses.
So how
And
did you manipulate? Wait.
Cavendish
How did you
measured.
determine there's a force?
I'm literally getting there, dude.
All right. Well, how did you
Holy
determine
shit.
there's a force? That's what I'm
Cavendish
getting at.
measured this force
Oh,
by
measured a force
measuring
now.
the twisting of a torsion balance due to the gravitational attraction between two
How
masses.
do you know it was due to gravitational attraction?
I can shut that one down right
Because of
now.
the
Yeah, I
twisting
think I
of the
can answer that one.
torsion
No, Joe,
balances.
hold on real quick, because this mass attracted to mass thing is so funny to me. Because, dude,
109 years ago, it was debunked by Einstein already.
yeah, it's already off the table.
No, it hasn't been debunked.
Yes,
It's
it
just
had.
that-
Shut the fuck up, Bob.
Go ahead, Jason.
For a long time.
You're confusing celestial gravitation versus
No,
Dude,
he's not.
there is no
No.
masses attracting mass. No one has ever
There's
witnessed
zero
it. You
mass
saw a
attracting
fucking
mass.
wire twist and assumed that it was due to the masses attracting one another. You are a class A fucking moron.
You're confusing planetary versus celestial
You're
gravitational
confusing
forces.
reality. You don't fucking live in it.
Einstein didn't debunk anything. All
Dude,
he did
mass
was
does not attract mass. And you cannot show gravity attracting fucking air.
I just
The
did.
only phenomenon
No, you
observed
didn't.
is
No, you
the
didn't.
downward
You
vector of things
postulated.
falling. There's nothing that shows mass attracting
Okay,
mass.
hold on.
Now
hold
let
on.
me
Let me ask you
let
this.
me
Let me
real
ask you
quick.
this, right?
good.
Do you?
That's a
Let me
good
really
argument
quick.
for
Hold on.
gravity.
Hold on. Let me ask him this.
Joe
Do you
Cool
accept?
and Bob, I want you to listen to me real quick about that
Yeah.
mass
Oh
attracting
my
mass
god!
thing.
Why do
Of
I
course.
keep getting interrupted, man?
If two things were attracted to each other, it would be like Pac-Man or this game where the fish eats the fish and the one fish gets bigger, right? And then it turns into a shark and it eats all the little fish.
Yeah.
Listen to me when I'm telling you that one object would get so big that nothing else would be bigger than that object. There would
This is so
become
dumb.
this one. Shut up for a second. There would become this one super object eating all the other smaller objects. There would not exist any other smaller object ever because the one super object would exponentially get bigger. Do you
Okay,
understand?
let's
I
go back to
would
the
agree
conversation.
unless you
Let
threw
me
one
ask Saul
more
something.
thing. Hold on, Bob. Unless you
Oh
threw
my
one
god!
more thing into there. Great distances. Then you
No.
still have. Hold
I'm
on.
talking
Hold
about your
on.
billions
Hold
of
on.
years of
Hold
universe.
on. Let
I'm
me
talking
finish
I was
this.
gonna
Let
about
me
ask
flying
Saul
finish. I
through
let
something,
you
outer
but
guys
I got
space.
finish.
interrupted.
If
Man.
you throw in great distances, then you have what you're talking about occurring on a bunch of levels in a bunch of different places.
Yeah, you would
That
have
is the
chaos
only
in the
difference that
sky.
I see.
Do you know what gravity is? You would have chaos in the sky. In our own solar
Yo,
system,
Saul, can I
Jupiter
ask you
has over
something?
80. Shut up, Bob. Jupiter has over 80 moons, and gravity doesn't take effect to any of that. So
Oh my
I
god!
want you to first grasp what gravity truly is in your world, and then come talk to me about it.
Hey, Saul, do you accept 9.81?
What is that?
Do I
Meters
accept
per
what
second of
money?
acceleration. It doesn't
$9.81.
matter. It doesn't fucking matter.
Hold on. Can you just answer the question? Do you accept 9.81?
Accepted as what?
Yeah,
The
meters of it.
gravitational acceleration. Do you?
Oh,
No,
that's
So you don't accept
I
9.81?
don't accept it as gravitational acceleration. No,
What do you accept 9.81 as?
downward acceleration.
Okay, so you do accept 9.81.
In the context that I just listed, yes.
Okay, so no. Just say this.
No. I'm not just say this.
Joe
Just
Cool,
say
wouldn't
you
you think it's
did.
pretty crazy? Wouldn't you think, Joe Cool, real quick, this isn't a laughing matter. Wouldn't you think it's pretty crazy that we have just one moon dipping around Earth and not crashing into Earth? Isn't that pretty crazy that gravity's not smashing the moon into Earth? Think about it if we had 82 of them. 82 fucking moons that aren't crashing into each other every single day in the same spot. Shut up, Bob. You're a
If you
dick.
accept 9.81,
You
do
suck,
you accept
dick.
gravity?
Hey,
I would
Saul.
assume that they
Saul.
started off with a bunch more moons, a big Jupiter I'm talking about, and we have 82 left. I would assume there were more, but what you said happened, they
There
crashed
would be
into the planet.
explosions happening in the sky nonstop, man.
Yes,
Have you
I
ever played
agree.
Minesweeper? Do you know what chaos theory? Like, come on,
I
man.
do.
Think
I'm a
about
fan
the
of chaos theory.
destruction that would
Yes.
happen if gravity were real.
All right,
You would
but
see
then
a different night sky
you're a smart dude.
exploding.
You can listen. You're a smart dude. So you can grasp this. Let's throw in time and distance.
But we're talking
Don't get
about
mad
distance.
and cut me off.
We're
Let's
talking about
go in.
distance and speed. Hold on.
Wait.
I want you. You're. Are
I
you?
want you
I
to
have
hear
to
my
cut you off.
argument and then
I
give
know
me a
your
good.
argument, Joe. I
But
used to
still
be
do
a
me
Glober.
I
used to
the
be a Glober.
courtesy, right? It's
Yes.
disrespectful though, right?
But add in speed. Add in. Don't forget, in your heliocentric model, you're going at different speeds and different distances at different random directions.
That's good to
That's
know, and you
3
could
different
tell me all
axes.
of that when I'm done. I was going to
3
say
axes.
you could throw in time, and these things that you're talking about that would be happening all over the place.
Yeah, they'd be
if
going nuts.
time becomes a factor, and you get it at the right
How
speed.
does your brain not accept that?
It would take
you look in
years.
this night sky, it's the same every night.
Listen, it would take years for these things to occur, though. Yeah.
Billions of stars in the night sky traveling in different directions, Joe. Not at the same speed, at different speeds. They're all every single one of them is not, maybe 1 or 2 because you know how the sun and the moon magically line up. Maybe 1 or 2 is traveling at the exact same speed down to the exact same decimal. But all the other ones are traveling at different speeds. Listen to me for a second. How the fuck could we see the same night sky?
You assume that the night sky haven't moved throughout the history of man.
Is it in your life?
Well,
what do you think constellations are?
Yes, and do you know that they've moved
No, they have not moved. They're
Oh,
still in the same fucking place they were.
You need to
They were
use your
still
brain.
in
We
the
do
same
know.
place they
They'd
were
all be in different
5,000
spots
years
every
ago.
single night. They didn't be Joe. Joe, I want to shake you right now. They would be in different spots every night. Every night. Every night. Every night. Every single night.
You're not
every
doing
night.
in time.
Every night, Joe. Every night.
Okay,
Right?
Joe, let's hear the
You're not
details.
throwing in time. It's moving at small amounts, so we need you put time
now
in
you're
there.
Not using your brain. Now you're
Big
making me
amounts
angry.
of time.
Every single night.
Yes, I know. That talks about you getting angry, though. That's
I'm angry. You're not thinking. You're smoking that blunt right there, and I feel
I'm not
like
sure you get to get angry when you don't understand the person.
I used to think just like you, man. I used to think like that. Like you got to grasp what I'm saying.
I don't think you think at all, man.
I'm not sure any of that gives you you cause to become angry. Now you're giving
One
other people
star is
control.
moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The other star is moving at 10 billion miles an hour. The other one's going at 100 miles an hour. How am I going to see the same night sky every single night?
It's not the same. It's not the same. It's different.
Yeah, Joe,
You're an
Joe Cole, do you
idiot.
know the details on how much they've moved?
I do. It's very small because I looked
And that
into
wouldn't
it.
be true. That wouldn't be true in a
What's the-
heliocentric model. What don't you understand about that?
What
They
would
would've
be
moved
true? You
by
just
so
said
much-
they'd be in the exact same place. I'm
No,
telling you
they are
moved.
even the amount that you're giving me. I'll give you
Yes.
that. Sure.
Okay,
Sure,
yeah.
they've moved very tiny bit. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
If that's what you're hung up on, if
Yeah.
that's what you're fucking hung up on, so
Yes.
sorry. Sure, they moved a little tiny bit. But that wouldn't work in a heliocentric model.
Why?
We're traveling at 10
Yes,
million
it
miles per
does.
hour.
Yes, but you don't understand. At least I don't assume. That's not assuming what you,
You don't understand it,
These
Joe.
things that are
You
traveling
saying
are
that people
slightly
don't understand.
different
This is what
speeds.
I'm
They're
saying.
not,
Notice they
one
have
of
to
them is
include
not
that
doing 10
statement.
million and another's doing
Oh,
a
hold
million.
on.
Why not?
All
It's
of them are
Big Bang.
flying. Oh, yes, which put them all close to the same speed.
What?
Very close to the same speed.
But
You'd
they're
be
moving
surprised.
in different directions. They're moving.
Yes,
What do you
our
mean?
moon is moving away from us.
That's not the heliocentric
not.
theory. That's not
The
the
moon is
heliocentric
not
theory.
moving away from us.
Our
Where
moon
do you
is
get that
moving
shit?
away from us.
Where the fuck did you get that
the
shit
moon is
from?
moving away.
Where
The
did
moon is
you
moving
get that
away.
from?
Yes.
You don't even know your own
Where
theory.
did
That's
you
what I'm
get
saying.
that
That's
from,
the best
Joe?
part is you know that
Yeah.
flat earthers know your shit more than you do. You know?
Joe.
And the reason that is because we had to see if it was true.
Google. Get the fuck out of here. The moon's
I
moving
don't
further
need
away.
Google. You see me over here typing? You see me? Oh, come on, bro. I'm using my brain.
I agree.
You muted yourself.
Joe, I would recommend studying the moon
The
landings,
night sky
verifying it, because
changes
that's
every
really
night,
step
and the
one for
moon is
flat
moving
Earth.
away.
Come
The
on,
moon
man.
is slowly moving away from Earth each year.
You
About
can't
an
just
inch,
look at a
about
computer.
an inch a year.
Sure.
You're just
Yeah,
saying
what-
that.
yeah. Give me a fucking break. And how do you know that?
Well,
inch a
as I
year.
was saying earlier, now the
That's
kids
ridiculous.
are really onto this because they have these lasers at the big
What happened to
universities,
gravity? Why
and
would it
they've
be
been
moving
shooting
away?
them at the moon, and you can judge its distance by how long it takes the laser to bounce back. So
I've
they got
actually-
really
Sure.
precise measurements, and it's out
Sure.
of the hands of the agenda freaks now.
Sure.
That's how I use now for a lot
Sure.
of good stuff.
Yeah,
I've actually spoken with someone that
Kids
claimed to have
told
done
you.
that.
Some kids told you that they shot a laser at the moon, and it's moving further away, and you believed it.
It wasn't some kids that told me. Once I heard that, I looked it up and saw how I could verify it for myself.
How did
and
you
I looked
verify
into,
it?
I looked
How
at
did
the
you verify it?
universities.
I got a
wanted-
question
Oh,
for
well,
didn't
Joel.
yeah,
trust
with the
anyone.
university.
I have a
don't
question.
trust
God.
people.
I have a
Joe,
question
I
for
like
Joel.
you, man,
Hold
but
on.
you
I
didn't
know you like
verify
to ask
anything.
questions, but
it
don't
was
want
a
to hear the answers
university.
You
because it
didn't
makes them
verify
feel
anything because we know
comfortable.
the answer. We know
The
the
way
answer. You
I
didn't verify
did
anything.
was I thought, how would I trust the source? It would have to be people who aren't the news or NASA. And
Which
I thought
calculator did they use? Did they use the
and I thought,
TI 9000 or
where
the
would
TI
these lasers
1200?
be? And I
Which laser
found
did they
out they
use?
were at many universities. And I looked them up. I Googled it
Which
and
was
looked
what was
on
the guy's name
YouTube
that did the
and saw
experiment?
the
Where did they
actual
conduct the
students
experiment at?
that were doing it themselves.
You don't know
Many,
shit.
many of
Mike,
students were
it
doing it
was-
themselves.
Can you
It
sum
was
up the
In fact, the
procedure?
many
coordinates are on the
students.
internet.
Can you please
Many,
sum up?
many,
You
many.
verified it. Yeah,
Or
have
the
them verify.
students. You're just saying the scientists right now. You're saying the
No,
students.
no, I'm talking about
Many.
students.
Yeah,
Many,
so if you,
many
The
students, Mike.
students. The
Students, yes.
students.
so
Yes,
Joe, if you
students.
verified it, what's the procedure step by step?
What it
Leading
is.
experts have found.
Yeah, you love those stories. Experts have a new study finds, and then you guys gobble that shit up. Oh, a new study finds.
No,
It's
no,
gotta
no.
be
I do
fact.
my own
A new
research.
study
I
found
bet you
it.
other
Oh,
motherfuckers wouldn't go on looking in colleges for the actual people who do the shit.
did you do
I
an
do my own
experiment?
research.
Why do you
I
believe
did
that
that
shit?
myself.
Why do you believe that shit?
So what's the
You, why do you
step-by-step
believe
procedure?
you don't do it? Have you fucking tested your oven and did the experiments yourself? No. What do you mean?
Yes, I
do the
use my
same
oven.
shit
That's
you do.
exactly the point. I put my
Yes.
hands on my oven and I know it's hot or cold. I have tested it.
You're so dishonest.
Yes, that's just bullshit. I shouldn't even
No,
have
Mike.
to argue that. You haven't everything you do. You
What are you
haven't done
talking
the
about? If my food
experiment
doesn't get cooked, it's
yourself.
not on. I've tested my oven before.
Yes.
I test my oven. I have a thermometer that
You're
goes
smoking.
in the oven.
Graduate from high school.
Goes in
What
the oven.
temperature does water
You know,
boil at?
and I have found before with other ovens when I use this thermometer inside the oven that sometimes what I set it at is not what it actually is on the inside, and I have to adjust for that. So yes, I have tested the inside of an oven. I have tested the heat and shit. Yeah,
I get you, but your man,
have you done physics?
he
Though?
accepted that babies
But
took
I didn't.
9
You
months
didn't
to
come
be
over here and
born
say
before he tested the theory himself. That's just disingenuous
Joe,
to
but you
say
didn't
that I
do the
tested
experiment
every
yourself.
theory myself before I
Did you?
believe it. That's nonsense.
So
Why is
yeah,
that
if you
nonsense?
verified the laser
Why is
experiment,
trust? Tell me exactly why trust is nonsense. What religion is that?
No, for you to say that every experiment that you must do yourself before you can believe it, which is the standard you're holding me to, is nonsense. Because
Why?
you believe a lot of stuff. You believe the speed
I
of
said
sound.
with the moon. I
How
said
you
with the
believe the
moon. You're
speed of
just but
sound. You didn't
so
test
then
that yourself. How fast the cheetah runs.
okay.
You
So
didn't
then
test
can we
that
agree?
yourself. How fast
You're right.
Swiss
You're
sim.
right.
You didn't test
I
that
agree.
yourself.
I
Thank
agree.
you.
So can we both agree that we trust?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
and
You
it-
don't know
Well,
for
I
a
was
fact.
telling you I trust myself. That's
You
why.
trust Harvard.
Joe, is
You
the
trust
speed
the
of light-
students. You trust the fucking newspaper. You trust the television. You trust YouTube. You trust
don't
anything you
trust-
see. What?
You don't trust YouTube?
I trust a lot of different things.
Okay, me too. How am I different? You're being
But you're
disingenuous.
talking about.
so
Listen to the
You're
story you're giving
saying
me.
the same shit you do, but making it sound evil.
About
when
what?
do it.
I haven't
You
said anything
trust
to you.
YouTube. So
I
do
haven't-
you.
About
you
what?
trust students. So
No.
do you.
No, I don't.
You don't trust no student. Your kid's
no.
probably a student. Do you
If
trust
I-
her? Fuck
What do you
outta
mean
here.
by that? No,
I
that's
mean,
not what I'm
of
talking
course,
about.
you don't decide if a person is a student. I
for my
can't
belief
trust
system,
them,
bro.
That's
For-
nonsense.
Listen. That correlates with my belief system. No, I do not trust students. I do not allow them to create my belief system.
So you don't trust any students?
Third or secondary information. No, I don't.
No,
trust
no,
it.
no, no.
I'm
I
sorry,
didn't say
bro.
that. I say students.
Here's
Do
the
you,
problem, Joe.
What other groups do you
Wait.
not trust? Do you
Was
not
I
trust?
don't anymore. After finding
Well,
out how many things I've been lied to about, how could I? I'd have to be a complete fucking stupid idiot to trust things that I don't know.
Very good. How fast do planes
All right,
fly?
Joe. Wait a
That's
second. Let
gross.
me just ask you.
You
a
gotta
question.
trust somebody besides yourself.
Joe.
I don't
ahead,
though.
go ahead.
I
Joe,
don't.
was
And that's a
the-
fact.
was-
And that's a fact.
Was the distance in this discovery a measurement or a calculation?
And what discovery?
Discovering that the moon is moving further away. way? Was
Oh.
that a calculation or a measurement?
I'm assuming it's a measurement, which is 2024.
Oh,
So
boy. No, it's not. How would you physically measure that?
You would use a laser and see how.
Okay, is light speed a constant?
Is light speed a constant? Yes.
Oh, it is?
It is, yes.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
All right.
Can light change speed depending on the medium
that it's going through, and it's going through a bunch of them to get the moon.
Can I ask people this person? I want to ask a question
No,
here.
it doesn't
So
change.
what is everyone's perception
yes, it
here?
does, and that's calculated, and you can do those experiments yourself with a piece
It's
of
a
glass.
calculation, Joe. It's not a measurement. It's a calculation.
You can do the same. You can do the same
That's
thing
literally
with
the
sound.
same thing.
It bounces
Oh my
back
God.
to.
I'd like to
That's
ask you a
not what
question,
he's
Sav.
asking you. That's
Go
not
ahead,
what he's
Steve.
asking.
What is your perception of light? Does it exist, or is it what they have told us it to be?
I think it's you're I don't know, like a simulation of the aether or something. I don't think it's not physical.
Aether doesn't exist.
It's not physical. Well, that's what you say, but you also lie. So fuck off.
It's been disproven by
No, it has
Morley.
not been disproven at all.
They
No, it's not
they
been
debunked the
disproven.
ether.
No, it's not been disproven.
Mickelson Morley
No, it's not
debunked
been
the ether.
disproven. Shut the fuck up. If you say one more word, I'm going to throw you the fuck off my panel. I'm about sick of you.
Yeah, man, stop interrupting him. He was being asked a direct question. I was interested in hearing his point of view. Thank you.
Yeah, but he's been
If you
interrupting
can
everybody, so
remember
I'm
the
gonna do that as well.
What did I just say, you fucktard? Try me. Try me one more fucking time.
If you can still
Yo,
remember the
relax,
question,
dude.
so
What the fuck?
Try me one more fucking time.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Oh, there you go. That's all it takes for me, fucking cockbag bitch.
he was ready to go. That's why he said that.
I feel
Trigger
for him.
alert.
We should feel for him. A lot of these young kids, they're under attack, right?
He's
They're
part of the
gonna go
goddamn.
hurt
He's
someone
part of
now.
J
He's gonna
Trig.
go-
He's part of J Trig 77th PSYOP Battalion. Fuck him and fuck all of them.
Yeah, bit of that was a troll. Yeah,
they are victims. So
It was about time you shot him out of the 4-ton torpedo, Sav.
First off, I ain't got no goddamn respect for him because he's in the goddamn military. That's first thing with me. You're just a brainwashed fucking retard. Okay. And I'm sorry, that might upset a bunch of people, but I was one of those brainwashed fucking retards, so I know what I'm talking about.
There you go.
I know what you mean. I wanted to be a part of the system too. So I totally get it. Knowing what we know now, it's a lot different.
70s, that fucking
my eyes
77
were just
J Trig,
recently
man.
opened when I started watching some of these videos and shit and caught watching this shit recently. Before that, I was hustling in Chicago when the police came. They asked me where you was coming from. I throw my hands up, explain my whole life history to them.
Oh, yeah.
I was a fucking sheep. I didn't know the fictional authority shit. That's all new to me. I ain't ashamed to say it.
It goes so far past that local thing, though. Like that's how they keep you chained down. Is like the rookie cops that come out of high school, and then it goes up from there. Why are politicians old? Because they work their way from that low rookie cop all the way up to the greedy corporate power hungry.
Oh, and the worst part is,
politician they are.
but a lot of times, here's what the thing is, right? And especially in state jobs, government jobs, they promote people to get them the fuck out of the way. You know, like there'll be somebody who's a fucking pain in the ass, right? So they move them.
Give him a better job.
Okay. Or they'll call it a lateral movement. Well, they'll make the same amount of money, but they'll give them, pushing papers somewhere out of the way.
Or like even like cops that get fired for misconduct will get picked up by another place because of the misconduct. They're like, oh, we know he's a good cop. He'll do whatever it takes.
Who came up with that paid vacation shit? You shoot somebody or break someone's ankle, you get paid, sit home for 30
Qualified
days, 2
immunity?
months.
What's up with all that?
And then you get found not guilty and you come back to fucking work. Who came up with that shit?
You see the cop, one of these Chicago cops, he calls home to his wife. He says, honey, book us a trip to the Bahamas. They just passed out those Negro seeking bullets. We're going to get a paid vacation, baby.
Damn, no, I didn't see that one. Oh, if it's in Chicago, I got to put that on my channel.
Negro seeking bullets. They just fire them out. They just find somebody black to hit. That's all it does.
In Chicago, the first guy, Laquan McDonald, they had been shooting us and get away with it for so long. The first case was a few years ago. Laquan McDonald dude had a knife and was having a mental break. the cops were out there talking to him. They had made a circle. They were at a really big distance, and they were like, "Look, kid, put the knife down." One cop just comes through in his car, drives past all the other officers, jumps out and shoots the kid 17 times.
Jesus.
Most of them was in the back. The kid tried to run. He shot him. He fell on the ground. He was still shooting him. They hid the video for 5 years. When it came out, that's how the mayor lost their job. I think it was whoever was before Lori Lightfoot. The DA.
Daily. Wasn't it Daily?
No, it couldn't have been Daily, right? No, I don't think
that Lightfoot, man. I don't know where y'all found fucking Beetlejuice at, but that thing, wow, man.
I'm embarrassed to say
that
so.
Rona, when she did that trick or treat Rona destroyer thing, did you see that fool dressed in that superhero costume?
Joke, cool. Earth is flat.
Yeah. If it's somebody in the chat, they troll me endlessly. They see me in other places. What up, Joe? Good to see you. Still flat, bro.
yeah, Joel, why don't you try it for 1 week? You practically live your life as if it's flat anyways.
I taste logic. You know, the earth
Have you ever got something stuck in your ear and your equilibrium was off? That's because you
Yeah.
have something called balance.
You got mountains here too. That
You want to know why you have something called balance? Because everything's level underneath your feet.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the thing. If you watch these people up in the space station and shit, and they'll be kind of like angled off at the side like that, but they'll always have their head tilted so that they're trying to write it. You can actually draw a line down the middle of their head and then down the center of their body, and you'll see that angle where they're trying to. It's instinctive. You want to put yourself right with the world. And it's like you're supposed to be floating, but there would be no up or down. Listen, I'm telling you, that would fuck with your vestibular system like you would believe. You'd be like you'd be constantly dizzy.
They had a guy come from the space station. I don't know if you
I
guys
think they found something. I don't know, man. I'm on a different tip on that. I think they floating around in some helium. You know that gas that sits on top that you can put like a boat on top of the gas, and but the gas is clear?
Hexafluoride.
Yeah, like maybe there's a gas that they found that they can float around in.
Because it's really hard to reproduce that.
I think that's just my thought.
No, like the waters and under the waters. You've seen that, right?
Yes, I've seen it. Yes.
Yeah,
that's
so,
dope.
Mike,
lake
that's
under the fucking under the ocean, there'll be a lake. Yeah,
I think they found some breathable, or they have like a dome over their head, and that's green screened, or I don't know.
There's a number of
they found
techniques
something because you can hear it. It's like a plane. It has that plane noise in the background.
Here's some you guys might not believe, but I read a story today where a guy, he's been on the space station for a long time. He took cherry blossom seeds, and when he got back,
been on the what now?
Space station, ISS.
Oh man,
and
where is that?
Yes, but the cherry blossom seeds, when they planted them, they grew 6 years faster than regular cherry blossom.
Isn't that amazing?
Yes, and something else they did.
Oh shit,
that's crazy.
What was it exposed to? What did they expose it to?
They said what could have caused it. They said exposed to different
could have been PP
radiation
or
waves or something,
radiation,
or the gravity
hair gel, pizza. It could have been all the pizza they were eating.
If it's true, that is heavy. 5 or 6 years.
Joe, you realize that if you just read any story and then start telling your neighbor, you're just going to start spreading the rumors.
That's why I qualified with all of those things.
Well, I mean, when did you check this seed story? It's just like
today.
This is what I mean about your trust level. It's so off the charts. Gross.
No. I would disagree. The jury is still out, which is why I'm bringing it up. It's difficult to believe. That's why I'm bringing it up. It's hard to believe.
Why even mention it? It's just garbly goop taking up your brain power, man.
I got brain power to spare. I'm good. Don't worry about
it. It don't work like that, brother. It don't work.
I've gotten pot seeds before that are that grow fast. They're genetically designed to grow fast.
Yeah.
Like there's one called it's an express strain called Candy Kush.
Yeah.
And that shit flowers in 6 weeks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. But if you let it go 8, it's really worth it.
you guys don't believe the space shit, but if you did, or just take into consideration
I'll
that
go there, bro.
some of
My
these,
imagination can go wild
very
with you.
good.
We can
Some
get
of
real
these
imaginatory.
astronauts, Neil Armstrong, they have a tape of him when he landed on the moon. They have two different transmission shit, one just for them outside of the public, and they
What
have
did he
tape
say?
of.
Tell us.
He
Oh, I
said,
can't wait.
they're watching us. We're being watched. They're on the what do you call it? The
lunar
ridge.
horizon.
They're on the ridge watching
Oh my
us right
gosh,
now.
they're right there.
That's crazy,
Oh,
yo.
ain't that crazy, dog?
And they got
Smoke
the tape.
another
People
one,
listen
Joe
to
Cool.
it.
Smoke another one.
I don't know what that means. It just makes me feel
It
like you're
just
insecure or
means you're
something. I know
gullible.
you're
That's all
trying to
it
say
means.
something.
It means you're susceptible.
Yeah.
Well, you saying that I'm gullible, that does that look bad? You or me? State of
You're just
fact or
sitting there.
something, instead of just saying some crazy
But
stuff.
that's what I mean. What is a fact to you? Anything's a fact, it sounds like.
All I said was there is a tape of Neil Armstrong saying this, which is the same thing, by the way, you do, the same way Saab is showing this. He is not saying this is absolute fact or anything, but he's showing a tape. When he's done, would you call him gullible for believing because this is on TikTok?
Yes.
Be nice. Be fair.
Joe, I'm gonna
fair, bro. You need to understand.
I'm gonna give you some information. Okay, they define that there's many satellites out in space, right?
Yeah.
They say there's approximately 5,000 active and at least maybe 7 to 8,000 junk satellites that are basically they're not functioning no more. Okay, I challenge anybody here. Go online where they launched the shuttle Columbia out in space.
Yeah.
Show me one satellite out there.
Show you a satellite?
Never no satellites. They're telling us
I watch them
something.
every night. I'm in Colorado. I just get a pair of binoculars. I see many of them every night. They're like fucking fireflies or something. So many of them.
All right, that's the screen you're watching. That's a blue screen above. That's a fiber optic
I can't
blue
prove
screen.
it's a satellite, but I can go outside at night. When I look at the stars, I always see satellites going by. And
Right,
what's his name? Elon Musk said shit too. He got that
Starlink
shit.
Hold on a moment. Elon Musk.
You are telling me that you actually see
satellites,
an object no bigger than a washing machine.
That's not how your eyeballs work.
Yes, you see a bunch of them. Yeah.
That's what I just said to you earlier. That's not how your eyes work. Do you know how big a satellite is and how far away it is? It's physically impossible for you to see it with the naked eye, even if it were real.
And what's
lighting
you
up
up
about
at
that?
night?
What you got to say about dim apples?
Well, I would disagree, but it's probably not the here.
What do you mean? Tell me how big a satellite is and tell me how far away they are.
Well, it would depend, right? They have some very small. Those wouldn't be the ones that I am seeing, and they have some that are pretty good. Have their own.
Do you think you can see a car 60 miles away?
Those would be what you would be seeing.
Could you see a car 60 miles away, or would it just be a fucking fly?
Those things are more than 250 miles away from you,
and they're no bigger than a bus.
Not even that. They're about the size of a washing machine.
They're like a short.
Yes, that would be something really massive, the size of a bus.
That would be fucking dazzling if you could see something that far away. You need to be under a microscope, brother.
Either that, or I would assume that if the sun were hitting it, it would be bright as fuck.
Yeah, but if it's nighttime, how's the sun going to be hitting it?
Sun hits everything. That's how the moon's lit up, because of the sun.
Right.
Do you understand? How are they getting their constant supply of water?
Who got a constant supply of water?
There's zero satellites in space. Nobody has been to space.
What am I seeing at night flying around up there then?
That's the blue screen you're seeing. I've seen the whole sky for what it is.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Do you realize how ridiculous that is? You're saying,
wait.
Just listen, because you said, well, then what is it?
Yeah.
Well, who knows? But what we know
can only guess.
Wait. This is my point.
Shit.
That doesn't automatically mean that it is some object out in outer space more than 250 miles from you.
I said to do it a long time ago. I don't know that it's a satellite. I said that.
You know. Yeah. So we're back to the initial question. is how in the fuck are they getting outside of the container to put these things there?
I see rockets launched all the time. I don't even
I see them
question that.
launched
There are
all the time. It
kids that
doesn't mean
launch
that, does it
rockets.
mean they're going to space? I launched a bottle rocket in my backyard. Does it mean it went to space?
Yeah, I watch fucking continuous shots from
Yeah,
amateurs
sure you
on
do.
YouTube all the time.
Right.
Well, right, but did you watch a continuous shot from NASA all the time?
I just because NASA is not, I can't
Do
use
you
it as any
Wait.
credibility here on YouTube. I don't
Sounds like you're
watch
trying to skip the
continuous shot.
question.
The
Have
answer
you?
is no, and the reason
Oh,
why I don't is because I couldn't come on here and quote NASA anyway, so I don't even waste my time with any
I'm just saying,
NASA.
All
any
right, let's go
company,
into the
any
private.
company,
Let me go into the private industry.
Yeah,
any
Joe,
company.
I don't watch any NASA shit. Go
do
ahead.
you think that there is a Tesla automobile,
Yeah.
a roadster, orbiting the Earth?
I think, well, of course, I don't know. I'll say that up front, but it should be known that, of course, I don't know. But I have more the reason to believe there is than that there is not.
Why would you believe that? What would be more
Because
believable about it?
because I saw these things that I think are satellites trek across the sky, and I seen this guy launching rockets on video. I went and saw other people launch rockets in Florida, but I saw this guy launch rockets, and he told me it was those things that I saw go across the sky. He tells me throw a car out in there. I got more reason to believe him than not, but it could be 30% or something. It's not, what the fuck do I know? It could be a total fabrication.
There you
There's
go.
someone seen it with a telescope, and which, to my knowledge, I'm unaware of.
But I thought you could just trust him, right? You know, that's what I'm saying, man. Is that at some
I'm
point
not
you?
saying that. You keep saying that. I am not saying that. You want me
Well,
to
let me
say
finish.
that so bad.
No, I
I
mean,
don't
you
trust
do.
nobody.
Your
That-
secondary information is trust. Secondary information is trust. I know you don't like to see that way. That you have to trust somebody. That's your counter argument is that you you don't have to do anything.
Well, we all do, is my counter argument. And you do it too. So why
I
do you
agree.
keep bringing it up?
I agree. I'm telling you
So
that your
why would you
secondary
keep bringing it
information
up
about
when I do it?
because I don't do that. I don't do it in the manner that you're doing it. You
Well,
couldn't give me an
please
example
explain
where a
the
guy
manner
comes to
that
me.
I do it
Let me
differently
explain it to
than
you.
you do when you quote a source that you don't know. A Bugatti travels at 280. You haven't been out there doing it.
That's why I don't trust that. I didn't
I'm
say
not
I
saying you
trusted that.
do, but
I
I
didn't claim that.
guarantee you,
Name
you
something
quote
that I
stuff.
claimed. Name something that I claimed that I have to
Really?
trust another man about.
Yes. How fast do airplanes travel? How high do they fly?
I don't know.
Yeah. What's Michael Jordan's average?
Why would I care?
Who's Michael Jordan?
Even better, right?
Who's Michael?
The
Who's Michael
problem is
Jordan?
that you're spouting off things as fact for you. They're belief systems. It's a belief system for you.
Like
But
the stars
why? It's
moving.
because you trust another man. That's all I'm saying. I don't have a belief system of trusting other men. That's not my
nonsense, bro. Before this
tell
conversation is
me.
over, you'll make a statement that relies on someone else, whether it be the Bulls won. You weren't there. You're
I didn't
trusting
say
that that's
anything
not
about that. That's what I'm
CGI.
saying. I don't care about that shit anymore like I used to. I don't. You are
But
in the
you
matrix.
understand
I'm
my
not.
point, and you're acting like you don't, right?
Because
You
you trust
stated
other
something
men.
that you haven't seen with your own eyes. Your friends should be telling you this is a poor argument right now.
It's not a poor argument. No one is going to agree with that.
Joe, when somebody tells me something that falls beyond the realm of actual possibility,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
then I'm gonna call bullshit.
you should.
Okay.
But possibility
Now,
is
whether or not,
subjective. It's based on
because it's
knowledge
inconsequential, if somebody says, "Oh, the
discernment.
Bulls won the fucking basketball game,"
Yeah.
good for them. That's cool.
If my neighbor comes by and drops off a cake and says, "Hey, man, just wanted to drop this off. I wanted to be nice for you." Do I trust him and eat it? Yeah, I trust him and eat it. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you have a belief system based on the story you read out of a book or what, like I said, it doesn't have to be NASA. Name any private company that you say, you read you heard Neil Armstrong and he was on the moon. So he must have been on the moon because you heard a tape, right?
Did I say
doesn't
that?
make
Why do I keep having to say this? I don't know that he's been up there, but if you say it enough,
I
you'll
thought you
believe
did
it's
say
true.
that. No, that's my fault. I thought you did say that. I thought you said you believed in the
for
moon
the
landing.
87th time. Listen to me, because you'll say this again.
You
I
said you
don't
believed
know
in the
these
moon landing.
things to be fact. None of them.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so wait, just to be clear, do you believe in the moon landings?
Yes, I do. And I told my
what
man
the
why.
fuck is happening right now?
What?
Yeah, I'm with you, Mike.
Yeah, he said he did. Real quick,
Yes,
I wanted
I
to play
do
this.
believe in
I
it,
just
but
want to
I
shift
could
gears.
be wrong. I told you
Okay,
guys
okay,
that.
there you go. That's a better answer.
I told
just
you that
wanted
to
to-
begin with. You're hearing what you want to hear, bro.
You're saying you believe in a moon landing, so therefore I'm assuming you believed in the Neil Armstrong tape.
I
because you
believe in
saw
God.
it.
Haven't met the guy.
Right, that's a
Okay.
belief system.
What about the
Yes.
devil? What about the devil, Joe?
I believe in the devil as well. Yes.
So do you think he's going to use the shape against you?
The shape?
Yes.
I think he'll use anything against me.
So I want you to think about that a little bit harder this week, because he is using the shape against you, and not just you, people you love dearly.
I trust logic. You're not giving me any.
The logic.
don't
I
do
just
the
told you the
trust
logic.
Negro
You have
stuff.
what I'm getting
equilibrium in
at,
your
the
head, and you
logic.
experience a
You
flat
know,
level
you
plane
haven't-
every single
I
day of
just
your
gave you
life.
some logic.
That's what I'm trying to
know-
get at is the
Go
logic.
ahead.
You experience the logic every
behind-
day of your life.
I agree.
You experience logic of a flat level plane every day of your life, and you have to lie to yourself
I
and tell
agree.
yourself that it's a ball.
No, I don't have
Because
to
of
lie to
men.
myself. Listen, all right, you guys listen to me and follow me. Stay with me. And I'm only going to take a second and then you respond. Every day, you told me that things get smaller with perspective as they disappear. So don't you say nothing. Every day, I watch the sun disappear without getting smaller, noticeably smaller. So I know with my own eyes, that tells me a few things. It
Can you
tells
see
you
China?
guys.
Can you see China?
No, I said
Atmospheric
stay with
distortion
me.
doesn't allow you to see China.
I said stay with me. The sun.
The same thing. You just can't see that far.
The sun, when it disappears, it shouldn't go further enough that it disappears from
Well, I have
perspective
video of
and
it actually getting
and
smaller.
gets small like the buildings and stuff that we talked about earlier.
Have you
Well, I
seen
have video of it
I've
actually
seen-
getting smaller. Luminescence can also trick you. Do you understand
So
what
the answer
lumens
is
are?
yes, it should get smaller.
Do you understand what lumens are?
Objectively,
You're
it
not
does.
going to answer my question, and you're going to ask the question.
I have video of it getting smaller.
So
Mike,
it
I'm going to
should. The
save you
answer
the
is
time.
yes.
I'm going to save you the time.
You see?
Right now, this motherfucker can't understand how a sunset works for shit. You're wasting your time.
No, you're mad. That's
No,
all
I've
right.
been
I
over
don't-
this with him before, and he's convinced that that's the one big get-all right there
Yeah.
because he doesn't see the change in apparent size.
You're gonna have to
even though
save
it
him,
is
Saab.
negligible. And I've tried to explain to
He's
him
gonna
that
save
if
you
something
right
is
now,
already
see?
far enough away from you,
He's helping you guys because you
Of
don't
course
have an
I am.
answer.
I just gave you an answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was it yes? They get smaller.
Is there lumens? Do you know what lumens
You
are?
see how afraid you guys are to give an answer?
wait,
Saul,
wait,
save
wait,
these
wait,
guys.
wait,
They
wait,
were so
wait.
brave
Okay.
5 minutes
Wait a second.
ago. They can't
Wait a
answer
minute.
a simple question.
All right, just a
He
minute.
did answer.
No, he did not. You answer. Should it get smaller?
It does get smaller on both
Thank
models,
you.
objectively. But I heard him say smaller, didn't? Yeah, he said.
Yes,
in
I
the
said it
video-
gets smaller. I said there's
He
video
said
of
I
it getting
have a
smaller.
video of it getting
And I
smaller.
Yes.
Yes,
That
I've
would
seen it
say
myself.
that it gets smaller. Then
That
I'm
was you
claiming that.
trying to save your butt.
No, I heard him say it.
I'm trying to explain to you why you think it doesn't get smaller.
Because I live in Colorado right now.
No,
and I
because
have
of the
video.
lumens.
Wait. You're just cutting me off because you don't want to hear stuff. You just rather
Go ahead.
live in your
I already
word.
know what you're gonna say. That's all.
Yes, you'd rather live in your beliefs, and that's not
No,
a good thing.
it's not a belief. That's
You're
what I'm
not
trying to
open
tell you. Stop
learning a new
believing.
thing,
Stop
which is what
believing.
you're accusing me of. I would live in Colorado. I have videos of the sun going down and rising, and the moon as well. And I know exactly
correct filters on
the
it?
size that it does. It does not disappear and get tinier and tinier and disappear. It
It
does
shouldn't
not.
get tinier and tinier.
You
Check
said
this
the
out.
buildings and stuff should.
Do you know
earlier.
what? Do you know what atmospheric
Oh,
distortion
look
is?
at there. Look
I
how
do,
much
yeah, I
smaller
know,
that is
Saab,
when
of
it's
course I
further
did.
away. Look what happens when it gets further away. Oh, there it is, another different size. When I don't have the horizon blocking it, now I can definitely see. Oh my God, there it's very close. There it's
Look
very
how
close. Oh
huge
my
it
God,
is,
there it
because-
is, very, very far away. How in the hell
Tiny.
did it change size?
I'm
like
not
that?
sure what you're proving with this. I think you're out to embarrass
Look,
yourself. or
look.
something.
Oh my God, there it is, real huge. And
Massive.
look, there it is, really far away. And there it is, really close. And there it is, really far away.
Right. If
And
I
there
take
it
a
is,
picture
really
of a
close
car
again.
close and far away.
And look,
ooh,
there it is at a different distance. Holy shit. No
That's
horizon
amazing.
to obstruct my view. Look
Amazing.
at that. Wow, did it ever get small? Man,
No,
oh, Shevitz, there it's
yeah.
about normal.
Yeah.
Holy crap, man!
I'm not
It
sure
does
what you
change
proved with
size,
that.
obviously.
Yeah, no, I have no idea what you were trying to prove with that. None.
Really? You didn't see the sun at different sizes? Shall I show it
No, I
again?
have no idea.
And then
what you were
also,
saying.
do I have to
I
break
didn't
it down
understand.
for
Yeah,
you?
show it again
Do I
because
have
I
to
didn't
break it down?
understand
Do
the
you
first
notice
time. You
that
might
your
have showed it
field
to
of
me another
view? Do you
time.
notice that the field of view in this photograph right here is much broader from the bottom of the picture to where the horizon's at and where the sun is in this photograph, where it appears very small, as opposed to this photograph where it appears very large.
And also, Joe,
And
there's
it's
just
much
nothing you can tell
closer.
me. There's no
And then
experience that
in
you
this
have that
one,
makes it spherical, bro. There's no experience. Look at how flat that is right there. Look at the water just extending forever. And in your world, that's what you see is a flat world. You don't see a spherical world. So tell
I
me why
would
the fuck
agree
you
with
think it's
that. That I
spherical,
see.
though. Why do you
You're
think
not going to
it's
listen to
serious
me.
is the reason that
apparent
you think it's
size
spherical
change.
because somebody told you it is?
I
Look
told
how
you you're not
small it is.
listening. You want to make my beliefs what you want. You are not
Well, what is
sincere
your
in
belief?
asking.
Help me.
I
Help me.
just
Look how
told
small
you
it got.
every day I know that things get smaller until they disappear.
Not the
And I
sun.
watch
We're
the
not even talking
sun
about the
do it,
sun.
and it's still big. I am talking about the sun. You're just going to dismiss it out of hand like it's not
He's
real?
showing you right now. Yeah, I'm going to dismiss it. I
No,
already
no,
told
I
you that
see it with my eyes. I'm
I
not
already
going to
told
believe.
you that we watch
No,
it
no,
get
no.
smaller.
Why would I go to CGI and photos when all night you've been talking
The
about shit I
brightness
can
level
prove with
of an
my
object
own
can distort
eyes?
your perception of
Okay,
its
so
size.
Yes, so I'm
Joe,
going by my own
Joe,
eyes.
I've
I watch it
explained.
go down.
Listen, I've explained how perspective and field of view work together, and especially when you're standing on the ground, how that when you raise your elevation, you increase your field of view, just
Yeah.
like in these photographs. And with an increased field of view and the ability to see the sun for a greater distance now, because we've limited the atmosphere opacity,
That's
now we can
obvious.
actually see apparent size change.
That proves
So
nothing. That's obvious.
it does. It doesn't prove anything,
It
really.
doesn't say what you think it's supposed to say. That
What
suddenly the sun
is that
doesn't have to
sun?
adhere
Is
to
that
rules
sun?
and get tiny anymore.
Is that sun smaller or bigger than it is in this photograph?
I'm imagining it's the same exact size.
Exact
Or
same
damn
size.
close. Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
That looks like the same size to me. All right, boy. I'll tell you.
Well, we know
Look
things
at
aren't
that. Look at,
always
wait a second. Wait a
as they
second. What
appear.
about that one? What
I'm
about
not
that
a
one? That's
kid.
like right in between.
I'm not a kid.
You
If
know
you're
what
talking
you were
about
telling me
that?
about earlier, Joe? You were telling me
Holy
about
shit.
telescopic aid.
Okay,
You know why
yes.
you need telescopic aid? Because you can't see forever.
Agreed.
Yeah, think of
So-
it as like having a photograph in front of you and then using a one of these magnifying glasses. You're just examining what is on the photograph, not seeing beyond the photograph.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think I understand what you mean to drag me with it, what I was meant to.
So, for instance, let's say if we're trying to capture something off in the distance, we're
Yes.
limited by the technology. So, what
Agreed.
when we're looking at the image through the technology, what we're seeing, I equate it to as seeing like a photograph, but
Yes.
using a magnifying glass.
Very
And
good. I like it. I'm okay with that. Let me make sure we're on the same page. Like, let's take the moon. I can see it with my own eye, but I can't see great detail. Binoculars, it looks great. Telescope, expensive telescope, and you're just seeing the picture clearer. That's all you're saying, yeah?
No, I was actually saying you're not seeing beyond a particular distance. You're just seeing that photograph up. I see what you're saying as well. I was just saying, let's say you have a grainy photograph and then
Yes.
you're using a micro. Have you seen the tools that jewelers use? It's called
The eye thingy.
Yeah. So if you use
Jeweler,
that
it's called a jeweler's loop.
loop, yes, thank you. So if you take a loop across a photograph, you're
Yeah.
kind of just seeing that photograph. So if it's hazy, you're just going to see the haze under the loop, and if it's clear, you're going to see the clear clarity.
I finally think I think you're saying that if what I'm looking at is a distant image when the sun is disappearing away from me, because I have to zoom in so much, I would lose some type of clarity that added with the atmospheric so and so.
Well, yeah. If we were to take a picture using a Nikon P1000 max zoom,
Yeah.
and because of the conditions, it's hazy.
Yeah.
if we were to take a snapshot of that and we use a loop to kind of examine it closer, we're not actually going to see further past that spot. We're just seeing what we see closer. That's what I equate looking at the horizon using technology. We're not actually seeing.
I know you're saying something bigger than I'm grasping,
Well,
bro.
and Joe, also, like, even if you just, like we said earlier, if you go to Google, it says you can only see 3 miles at sea level. A 6-foot man is only supposed to
That
see 3
sounds
miles.
about right to me. Yeah.
It sounds about right. Well, the problem is that we can see over 60 and 100 and 200. Don't you see an issue with that? If we're
Not
not supposed
necessarily. It
to
would
see
depend
that
on the
far,
size of the object, and all of those things would come into play.
now
Right?
that doesn't make any sense.
The opacity
Doesn't make any sense.
factor.
Wait. He said that doesn't make any sense. Now, be nice. Wouldn't you see something bigger further away than something smaller? Of course you would. Don't just throw my shit away out of hand. If it's really big, it would change shit. I'm sorry.
No, not necessarily. If it's already far away from you and very big, just like I can demonstrate right here in this chair, that the angular size of an object will not change noticeably the further away from you I am. Okay, that's
Really?
just out. Yeah, I've done it before. I did it the last 2 times you were on here, Joe.
Yeah, but you're not saying the further away. You're just going to do a little short distance. You're not
No.
going to go from one end of your room to the other.
I'm talking about being moving the distance, the difference between this. Watch. I'm just putting me upstage. The difference between me doing this.
Yes.
Okay. And then if I move way back here, back here, it is back here by something long. Okay.
Yes. You're noticeably smaller.
You notice that it's not very drastic. It's not a very drastic change at all.
It's quite noticeable, though,
So,
even at that 5
and
foot
if
distance.
I go back further with a larger object, it's going to appear even less. So that's the point. The thing is also, you had my body as a frame of reference. Okay. Something to compare it to, whereas the sun and the sky, you don't have.
Did I just hear you say that the bigger the object are, if you move away,
if it's further away from you, won't notice as much of an angular size, right?
Right.
I've explained this.
I mean,
to you.
but if according to what I believe flat earthers are telling me is, it goes so far away that it gets tiny and disappears. There are things that make it so
no one has ever said that, Joe. No
it.
one has ever said that. You know better than that. You know exactly what you've been told.
I said atmospheric
and I've
distortion
shown
earlier.
you that on your own little weather app.
Well, you didn't hear the end of my shit. I said
on your
the
own
only
little
reason I
weather
can't
app.
observe it is because of atmospheric distortion and things like that. Okay, well, don't say
That's
no.
what I said earlier. I said that.
It will actually fade out.
It will fade away. Just like anything that goes past a fog. Just if you were to ride a bike in a fog 10 feet away, you will fade away.
There is
With
video
atmospheric
evidence.
distortion on a clear day, you keep adding like tiny
Well,
particle after tiny
check
layer
this out,
of
though.
whatever.
This is interesting, though. This phone that I use, when it takes a picture of the sun going down, you can see it. It's not like watching it with my eyes. And I can see through the atmospheric distortion that it remains the same size until it totally disappears.
Do you know what lensing is?
And that's what I said about lens.
Do you know what lensing is?
Yes, I do. I had to look it up because we talk about it so much.
All right. And you know why it occurs at ground level worse than anywhere else, right?
Many different reasons. Mostly you're going to
No,
say
it's mainly one reason.
that are
It's the
attracted
fact that
close to
there's
the
more water vapor in the atmosphere at the ground level than there
Closer to
is
ground,
anywhere else.
Yeah.
And what happens when we look at things through water vapor? It usually magnifies it. What also happens to the light? It diffuses and it also diffracts, doesn't it?
So then that means
making an object look larger.
This is why, right? And this is why you don't use. This is why you don't use your brights in a fog.
If I went up on a mountain, then I would get rid of that. I would be
Listen
above
to that
all of
real
this.
quick, Joe.
Is
That's
that
why you
true?
don't use your brights in a fog. It's a perfect example.
I don't know that I've been in a lot of fogs, right? To my knowledge, they've been in the daytimes. I don't know. It would have been my instinct to use my brights in the fog. You send us
Yeah,
down?
you'd be totally wrong. You can
He would be
experiment with
right.
it. I've
Yeah.
driven down the Skyline
in the-
Drive. I used
yeah,
to
he
work
lives
up
in the
there
mountains.
Let
in
me
the Blue Ridge
does
Mountains.
the
Listen,
atmosphere and the
so
water.
so foggy. You turn on your brights, you can't see very far at all. You turn on your lower beams, you can see further. Not
believe
very
you.
far.
Yeah.
There's one tunnel that you have to go through, and I've come down that mountain. It's so foggy out that the only way I knew I was in that tunnel was because I heard the sound of my vehicle echoing off the walls inside.
And do you
Ooh,
know
here,
why?
let me give you a clue.
Do you know
Use
why,
your
Joe? Because it
phone.
turns the fog into a wall of light.
It does.
reflects
It's
and
logical. I
refracts.
believe you guys,
It
and it
reflects
sounds
and
very logical.
refracts, and it
Yes.
turns it and magnifies it into a wall of
Sounds
light, and it
logical.
blinds you.
Use your phone when you're going through a fog. It will see many times clearer than you can. I keep one mounted for when I'm filming, and I've gone through
If you're
fogs.
using your phone to film the sun and trying to use that as evidence,
I was just
I mean, we're
talking
gonna
about
set
a
that.
fog,
We can
but
set
we
that
can-
down because that's not a professional camera. There's no sun filter, right?
Oh, actually, there is a filter. This is what I'm trying to tell you, which is
No,
why
I'm
I
not
can
talking
see
about
the
a
sun.
program, an actual physical filter.
Well, I don't know that in a definition
No,
if you're using
that's
it,
why
whether there's a
professional
physical
cameras
filter or not.
exist, Joe. That's why they exist.
You know, if I look up professional camera, it will show
Right.
the sun remaining the same size going down. You know
If you
that.
look up anything that I'm trying to tell you, and especially when it has to involve a conspiracy theory, we already know that Google is biased ad-related algorithm.
Okay, so
based
don't
on
say
censorship.
a professional camera. I have to buy
They
a
have
professional
$15,000,
camera.
20. You don't. Yes, you do.
Okay,
To get a clear
all right.
picture of what the sun's actually doing without the brightness taking over your shot.
Yeah.
Yes, you would need a professional camera or a lens filter to achieve such shot.
Yeah. Let me ask you. That was us talking about.
I told you I'm a photographer. You're not.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that was you talking about the government earlier too. Yeah. You were talking
We all
about.
were.
Hey, y'all, real quick,
Yes.
I can get this off the screen. I want to play this thing.
Oh,
I
yeah,
thought it
do
was
that.
pretty
Okay,
interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, I wanna hear
These
this too. I
word
love this.
spells. This is kind of interesting.
Yes.
Born comes from the English word barren. Today's definition of barren is unfruitful, bleak, and lifeless. Our children, as designated by our language, aren't even ours. Parents are a pair who rents. Our governments, especially our courts, don't treat a parent's right to control and direct the upbringing of their child as a fundamental liberty. We're forced from a young age through many types of indoctrination, and our parents are helping in this process.
Yeah.
Look at the word childhood. A hood is used to cloak and hide. The etymology of children is chill and dren. Chill means cold. Dren is a name meaning a strong and healthy individual. So children are strong individuals who must be chilled, made cold. Stay with me, this will all come together. In Ballantyne's 1948 Law Dictionary, the term human being says sea monster. When we see monster, we get the definition, a human being by birth, but in some part resembling a lower animal. In the Oxford New English Dictionary of 1901, a human is defined as belonging or relative to man, as distinguished from God or superhuman beings. So these definitions are telling us we're monsters. The word live backwards is evil. Our language is telling us we're born as monsters who are bleak and lifeless to a pair who rents us out to the government and other corporations that indoctrinate us. Our childhood is spent under a cloak and we're evil when we live. Our sentences are made up of words. The word sisters in Greek mythology were fates or witches who controlled the fates of man. Every word we say directly affects our reality and ultimately our fate. The Egyptian deity Thoth is said to have invented language and writing. The original purpose was to use words for magic. The words write and write are pronounced the same. A rite is a ceremony or ritual. Whenever we're writing with words or speak, we're initiating a ritual. Books contain chapters. A chapter often refers to a sect of a secret society or religious order. To page someone is to summon them. Pages in books made of words are summoning things to enslave or imprison our
dope.
souls. The word grammar comes from the French word grammaire or grimoire. Grimoires were ancient magic books which contained instructions to summon demons.
Oh.
We wake up each morning. A wake is a funeral party held for the dead. At the beginning of each day, we say to each other, "Good morning." Mourning is what you do when you're sad for the loss of someone or something by calling it a good morning. It's pretty masochistic if you ask me. We then go to work at our occupation. When we occupy something, it can mean being occupied by a military force, like in war. Many occupations are focused on money and the dog-eat-dog mentality. The dollar bill comes first before the environment or even each other. Therefore, we are committing war against each other during each day we work our occupation. We are the military occupiers. An urn is for the ashes of the dead. For the average 9-to-5 worker, it would have to be one of the weekdays in order to earn a living. I agree. You would have to be in a weekdays to earn a living. During the week, we become weaker and weaker until finally it's the weekend, and we have become weakened. Somebody or something who is weakened has no power. And during the weekend, many of us turn to drink alcohol. Alcohol comes from the Arabic word al-kul, which is a body-eating spirit. It's also the source of the word ghoul. We drink booze or booze.
Drop this link, Dave.
Booze are synonymous with spirits who scare you. But what can you expect when you're
Send this to
drinking
my mom.
spirits? Alcohol has always been a medium for entities to flow through, and the effects in part demonstrate this.
I don't know. I thought that was pretty cool.
No, that was dope. You're right.
We were born into.
I directed somebody else out. You know, I did a show on gin equals gin, no doubt. The show I did on alcoholism, and I should do another one. And it's called it's on my channel. It's called Alcoholism, the Esoteric Prison. And it's helped a lot of people. It really has.
Amazing.
You know? I'm 13 years.
I was about to ask you that.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So that shit does not belong in me. For
5 over here.
Wow. Congratulations as well.
Oh, good.
Yeah, same here. I don't drink at all. Like, I grew up with a bunch of guys in high school. We called ourselves the Beer Boys. We had rings made, but yeah, I don't have that. I don't want that. I don't have that urge any longer.
It doesn't make it evil, though, or does it?
Now listen, you gotta understand. You gotta understand. I come from some hardcore shit, man. Most of my life, from a preteen up until 13 years ago, I was just a fucking hardcore alcoholic, man. I mean, I was going to school drunk and shit, you know, and I was just in junior high and shit. And keeping it under control. I mean, keeping it to where I didn't get in trouble till it was later years in high school. It started to be noticed, of course, as it will. But I mean, I've had a total in my lifetime of 6 DUIs. Of course, they're spread out through different states and over a long period of time. But here's the thing I tell people about that damn drinking, and it's this, is if you get a DUI, now this isn't always, but 90% of the time, if you get a DUI, the chances are that that's not the first time you were drinking and driving.
Yeah, almost 100%.
That's just the first time you got caught. Okay? So given that and knowing that to be most inevitably a fact with most people when they get a DUI, not saying everybody, but most people when they get a DUI, it is not the first time they've drank and drove.
I've heard the fact. Someone came up with
caught, right?
Yeah. Someone did an analysis. I think they said that it's like 200 plus times.
Yeah. If you don't address it, you will get another one. And when I say address it, that means stop. And the reason being, because if you didn't have sense enough to not get behind the wheel of a car after drinking, just think of all the other nonsensical shit you do as well. But here's what people will do. Here's what they do, man. They start bargaining. They start going, oh, well, I'm just going to won't drink until after 5. I'll only drink beer. I'll only drink during the weekend. I'll stick to only no brown liquor, blah, 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 right? Well,
that
here's
doesn't work.
if you gotta set conditions on yourself, you have a fucking problem.
One sip changes your whole being. It's called
You know,
alcohol.
I
It's
ain't think about
alchemy
that.
for a reason. It changes you.
Do you have to set a condition on yourself for eating fucking hamburgers or no? If you have to set your conditions on it, then all right.
It sounds like you have a problem.
Telling you, you know that you have a problem, and
It's
I've done it
all
all.
about societal norm too. You think it's okay because, like, even if you get in trouble, you're like, oh, I'll just get through this and then I'll go back to drinking and everything will be fine because
Right.
everybody else is doing it.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and they're not even offering us a healthy option like ancient beer. Supposedly it had
It's propaganda. It's to slow you down and keep
Yes.
you
Well,
docile.
you gotta look at it this way too: is that when you do these little bargains with yourself, or you make these little steadfast rules, like I'll only drink after 5, or I'll only drink on the weekends, and this is what always happens. You go, well, look at there. See, I was able to control that. I did just great, so
great
beer
self-control.
during the week's not going to hurt me.
Yeah.
And then you start progressively getting back to right the fuck where you were. And the only thing you do different is you start hanging around lower classes of people. So
People will accept that bullshit.
You can always go, I'm not as bad as they are.
And so what'd you do that 6 times?
6 DUIs, yeah.
No, I'm saying you reset that mental clock in your head. You're like, oh, I got it this time. Oh
Yeah.
shit, I fucked up. Okay, let me just get through this classes and blow machine.
Well,
Okay, we'll do it this time. He did it 6 times.
And then you'll be like,
so
I did it before. I know I can do it again.
Here's what the problem is. Here's what the problem is. It's not you.
It's the alcohol.
This is what
It
people
eats
don't
your
understand.
soul, bro.
It's
It
not
eats your
you.
soul.
It's spirits. It's spirits. This is why I called that video "Alcohol, the Esoteric Prison," because look, all right, there's a reason it's called spirits, and like Shifty Eyed Shady put up there, gin equals gin, and there's a D in front of that J. But we get where you're at. Okay. So you've heard of the metaphysical rule. Some of you may have seen it in movies or in vampire movies and shit like that, that a demon or a vampire or whatever cannot come into your home unless you willingly invite them. Right?
that.
This is why you should be careful of things you buy at garage sales and bring home and stuff.
And like
you
you
don't
just
know what
showed,
kind of
things
a
you
past they have.
say. Things
All
you
right.
say too.
So when you pick up a bottle of spirits and willingly invite them into your home, which is your little meat suit here that your consciousness inhabits, you've now given in to dark spirits. And they have the ability to manipulate you, to possess you. And they will cause you to do things that will result in negative human emotional energy, which is what they feed off of. And so even with the guy that's a drunk and you got the neglected kids, you've got that misery, you've got the abused wife, you've got the lost jobs, you've got the financial problems, then comes a DUI. You see all the feeding that can be taking place just due to that. Oh, I hope you come back, Mike. Come on back. But just due to that little bit of, because you imbibed. All of those things are happening. And what happens is they'll use up a person, and it is demons. They will use a person up like slash and burn agriculture, right? What they do is they come in and they just completely use it for all it's worth and then move on to something else.
Yes.
Whereas light spirits, angels, if you will, have a tendency to rotate crops and bring more blessings that create a higher vibrational energy that they feed off of, which in turn causes more good things to happen, and it's a repeating cycle. What they do in alcoholics is they use them up. They use them up. An interesting thing, when they find somebody who eventually, not all alcoholics die from the liquor. A lot of them, they die other ways, whether they're shot from being mouthy in a fucking wrong part of town, get beat to shit in a bar fight, fall out in front of a subway, walk in front of a bus. I mean, the guy sitting in the alley those are the survivors. The guy drinking Sterno, that's a survivor. Okay. And that's no shit. Those are the guys that have survived that long. And that's what we always think of when we think of an alcoholic. We don't think about the doctor. We don't think about the lawyer. We don't think about the judge. We don't think about the guy that works with us, he's keeping his drinking under control, but you don't know what's going on. And it's not selective. As long as you imbibe the spirits and let it influence you, that's what'll happen. Now, it doesn't have this effect on everyone. It doesn't, because there's these people that they'll have a drink every so often, or when they're out with their friends, they'll have a drink, and it might be weeks or months or whatever.
That's me. It could be months, years. I can't remember the last time I had a drink, but if I go out with some friends, I might have a drink. Yeah.
Well, I remember I went to a guy's house one time, and he says, "Hey, you want a drink?" And I says, "Yeah, of course." Fuck. Yeah, right on. And he opens up this cabinet, and there he's got a fifth of Jack Daniels sitting up there. And he goes, "Yeah, man." And this is like June. And he says, I've had this since Christmas. And I'm like thinking, what the fuck? Did you forget it was there? I mean, this was how my mind was working. I said, how do you have a bottle of liquor still from Christmas? And this is June. What the fuck, man? That's exactly where I was at.
One bottle, the same bottle? What?
I know. I'm like, what the hell, dude? And I asked him, I remember asking him, I said, did you forget about it or something? He says, no, I just don't drink that much. And I'm thinking, wow, no shit, really. So that's where my mindset was at, you see. So I do know quite a bit about what I'm talking about, because when I was cured of this malady, and I will call it that, it's definitely spiritual. It's spiritual above all else, because it'll make you become morally bankrupt. You'll do morally bankrupt things in order to feed or keep up with your fucking addiction. We see it all the time. We see it all the time.
It makes me think, what other shit then will motherfucker go out the back door for? Now to make you morally bankrupt, right? Money, bitches, fame, whatever.
Yep. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And like I said, not everybody has a problem, but I can tell you this, man. I can tell you this. When it comes to this, and I've seen enough of it to know, and thankfully, when it was mushrooms that cured me.
Wow.
And when I came back from that, it was answers about alcoholism and a bunch of other things. But also what was really cool is it left me with a natural revulsion. I can't even stand, I had to clean my bong a little while ago, and I used 90% rubbing alcohol.
Yeah.
And man, just smelling that, pouring that in there.
Too, yeah.
I just smelling that, pouring that in there, man. It was like made me fucking sick. And then after I had it all
before you go too far south, you said that the mushrooms, you said something like it was a bit of knowing about alcohol, like it taught you, the mushrooms taught you some shit about alcohol.
Yeah, man.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, it was really weird because I grew mushrooms. I'm not going to go real long because I'm going to close up here in just a couple minutes. But I was growing these mushrooms, and I grew this one that was nice, cubensis. So I was growing cubensis, and I had them in a plastic. They were fruiting, right? And they were coming up fast, man. They were coming up fast. And I had them in this enclosed, like with a lid on it, this kind of translucent Tupperware thing, right?
Yeah.
And I was watching this one was coming up. It was getting huge. I went, holy shit, look at that thing. So me and my friend, we went up the street to the store to get a pack of cigarettes. And we come back. We were probably only gone 20 minutes, a half hour. Come back. That fucking thing had doubled in size and put the lid off of the fucking container, and the veil ripped. And I was like, that fucker's ripe. And I cut it, right? I took it out. My buddy, he goes, what are you going to do with it? And I said, I'm going to eat it. And he goes, that's going to take forever to dry. I said, I'm not going to dry it. And he goes, how are you going to eat it? I said, I'm going to put it on a fucking salad. And he goes, weigh it first, weigh it. So I weighed it, and it was 98 grams, which means it's about 10 grams dried. So I did like 10 grams of fucking psilocybin mushrooms. And I cut it up and put it on a salad. And after I ate it, I was like sitting in front of my grow tent, and I was like meditating. And I started focusing on the fractility of how everything is just a smaller representation of the greater whole. You know, you can look at a grain of sand, and up close it looks like a mountain. If you get close enough to it with a microscope, and then you look, and here's a little rock, and it's made up of thousands of these. And then you look at the mountain itself, and it's made up of thousands of those. And you're like, holy shit, you know. Anyway, I was focusing on this fractility and how the Fibonacci sequence works in it. I mean, my mind was going, and all of a sudden it was just like whoosh. And my mind went like brilliant fucking white, like just brilliant blank white, not a thought, not a sound, nothing. And there was just like this little tingly ringing in my ear. And then all of a sudden it was like a stampede of fucking visuals, audibles, words, pictures, everything, like all at once. Like I just like opened the door to the Akashic record, and everything just started going smashing into my brain. And
alcohol is where you're going with this, remember? Alcohol.
Yeah, so I was telling me during that, it told me the nature of alcohol, that the whole thing about it being spirits came to me during that. And I was like, oh, no doubt, right? You know, this is all going on in my brain all at once at the same time. Just, you know, the importance of phi, the golden ratio, and that shit all going on. I mean, you got to understand there were thousands of these thoughts all coming in all at once, and these things about the alcohol. And I had been sober for like a year, almost a year. But what I had been doing is I was going to AA like 3 and 4 times a fucking day sometimes, you know, and at least once every day I was going, you know, and I got to thinking, I was like, what's the difference? Now all I'm doing is talking about it instead of doing it. What's the difference? I'm still
jagging off that time. Yeah.
And so after that trip, I came out of it and I was like, wow.
That's groovy.
I understand this, you know, and then even the thought of drinking just was like made me physically ill to my stomach. I went, oh my God, this is great. This is fun. It never had I had that, you know. Somebody mentioned something to drink and I was like getting thirsty. I was ready for it.
Sometimes they had a study somewhere that people who'd done whatever you call hallucinogenics and shit were a huge percent less likely to be violent or do all sorts of crazy shit. Sometimes I think that they made that one particularly illegal because it's the quickest path to lead you to that side of you that tells you you're better than yourself, you're more than yourself, you're part of something bigger. That's the quickest way to get there, and they want to keep you separate from that.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right. That unity, that I hate to call it dysmorphic unity, like where you feel that connection to everything, you know, that you're part of the entire thing. That's why I tell people all the time, I mean, this is what we have to realize. We're not on Earth. We're part of it.
It's logical, right? If we think that I am separate from you, I feel that same thing about me and you and dude, even though I don't know him, I'm absolutely sure he is my brother. He is part of me. I can't hurt him without hurting myself.
Let me see if I can find it. I got to send
we are part of our home.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. I don't believe in the enemies, just like Jesus taught us. There are no enemies.
It would have to be the spirits that Saul talking about. I think it's Romans. We battle not against man. The battle is not against man. We battle huge numbers of unseen entities and huge numbers of evil spirits in the unseen world.
So have you ever heard of the egg theory, Joe?
Doesn't come to mind. But
all right, check this out. This is kind of crazy, and then I'm going to have to cut off, but this is kind of cool. Yeah, this is kind of along the lines of what we're talking about. This is nuts.
Do you know that you are the only living person on Earth right now, and everyone else is just a product of your imagination? Listen carefully. You'll be shocked. There's a theory where you are actually the only living person right now. the only consciousness that truly exists. It's called the egg theory. Your family, your friends, the strangers you pass on the street, all of them exist because your mind doesn't want to feel alone. But here's the eerie part of this theory. Since you are the sole true consciousness, you will live every possible life that has ever existed and will ever exist. You will be reincarnated and born billions and billions of times until you have lived every individual's life. And then you can hatch this egg and become a god. The entire universe was created as an egg for the main character, which is you. And once you have lived every human life ever, you will be born as a god. Every time you hurt someone, you are hurting yourself. It may sound horrific, but you wouldn't know if you've already lived billions of lives. You've probably already lived over 1 billion, and you just don't remember. You probably lived your mother's life, your cousin's, the stranger across the street. In reality, you are me, and I am you. So every single person you know and will ever know was you.
A guy said that the other day. You have to live the life of everyone. And he didn't call it the egg theory, though. And he said that, and then once that's over, that's how you graduate and leave this realm. But he didn't say the egg theory. And he left out the part that I believe that everything, if you hurt the other person, you're hurting yourself.
Well, Flat Sabbath, Joe might believe in the chicken before the egg, but Brenda thinks that a rooster can become a hen. Okay, so
that sounds difficult.
Yeah, well, Google. Anyway, Taking Back Eden, Joe, I want to thank you guys for coming on.
It's been great. I'm gonna cut out and let you say
well.
goodbye to your chat. And it was nice meeting you, Eden. All of you guys. Your guests were really good. So I'll be telling myself.
Right on, brother. Talk to you later, man.
Good night, guys.
All right, good night, Eden. So, like we always say here, Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and get rid of him. He'll probably kill your ass. So until next time, Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. We'll see you. Have a good night.